Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are on this beautiful blue marble we live on. I'd like to welcome you to TopstepTV, opening call. He's Earth, I'm Wind, and you're the fire. Congratulations, you're at the right place at the right time. We have an exciting, informative, and educational programming for you today. And throughout the week, we will be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, your newscaster, your fellow trader, and even that group of top step traders who keep a smile on your face. Yes. So get ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market and trading know-how. Got your game plan ready? Got your checklist checked, ready to go? Well, I'm ready to go, and let's get this going. Good morning, JD. We've got JD with us here today. We got Hoag out until tomorrow, but JD's stepping in and going to be doing charts with us. How are you, JD?
What's up, Eddie, my man? Great to have you back. Hope you had a nice vacation. Eddie was out all week last week, if you remember. Was I
Yes.
Earth or Wind in that opening comment?
You are Earth, baby, because you're doing
Earth.
Charts. Yes.
Awesome. Love it.
I'm the Wind, and they are the fire. They are the fire. Fire in my eyes. Great to be back here.
Hope everybody had a great. Hope everybody here in the U.S. had a great holiday weekend. Great long holiday weekend.
Good stuff. Well, you know what? Let's get things rolling here. As far as the news goes, markets will be keeping a close eye on Cyber Monday after retailers rolled out deeper discounts on Black Friday to entice price-conscious U.S. customers. U.S. stock futures pointed lower to the start of this wonderful week as investors attempted to gauge how customers' spending habits during the series of annual post-Thanksgiving promotional drives may impact, yes, those Feds. Anything we do impacts the Fed rate decision policy. So Dow futures slipped about 0.3%. We have the S&P dropping about 0.3%. NASDAQ has fallen 0.2%. And last week's main indices on Wall Street jumped to the fourth consecutive winning week. U.S. President Joe Biden will not be attending the COP28, the COP28 climate conference in the United Arab, but that's set to begin later this week, according to U.S. officials. Now, the president was widely tipped not to attend the event as he faces twin concerns regarding the Middle East and looming re-election battles next year. JD, what do we got on the eco calendar?
For sure, today we have new home sales due out at 9 o'clock Central Time and the Dallas Fed Manufacturing Survey out at 9:30. Also, a couple small T-bill and T-note auctions happening later this morning and this afternoon. Tomorrow's a big number, consumer confidence. Wednesday, GDP, international trade and goods, and the EIA Petroleum Status Report. Thursday, the OPEC meeting starts. They delayed it last week. We're starting it this Thursday. Also, jobless claims. Jobless claims. And the big number for the week, personal income and outlays. That's the PCE number. That's the huge Fed inflation gauge. That'll be out Thursday morning. We will wrap up the week Friday with PMI manufacturing final and the ISM manufacturing index. In between, we've got some talking Feds coming up this week, too. We're going to hear from Goolsbee, Waller, Bowman, Barr, Mester, Williams, and Mr. Powell will be speaking also. How about a quick note on some overnight markets? Asia, we've got markets closed lower overnight in Asia. Shanghai down 0.3%, Nikkei down 0.53%, and the Hang Seng down 0.2%. In Europe, our Europe markets are trading lower this morning also. The FTSE down 0.2%, the DAX down 0.19%, and the CAC is down 0.07%. VIX is currently at 1306. U.S. dollar index is at 103.33, 103.33, and the yield on the 10-year note currently sitting at 4.45%. What else you got for us, Eddie?
Well, oil prices falling today as investors waited the delay, as you mentioned, that OPEC meeting later in the week for this upcoming production level. Crude traded 1.2% lower, and the Brent down 1.1%. Now, the crude benchmark is coming off its first winning week in 5, despite dropping sharply because of that OPEC postponing I heard they couldn't get the chicken parmesan there in time, so they had to move it up to the 30th when the chicken parm would arrive. Hey, John, where are you? JD, you got your sweater ready? Because winter is here. We had some snow yesterday, and snow
Sure
forecast.
did.
Yeah, and snow forecasts show that we're going to have a massive winter storm set to hit certain parts of the U.S. this week. This is from the National Weather Service, talking about a cold front moving across the east, and forecasters predict a temperature drop at least 30 degrees across the states from New Mexico to New York. Now, for those outside of the U.S., what's your temperatures? What's your weather like? Let us know here in the chat. But otherwise, JD, I think it's time to take a look at the charts, get ourselves ready for this trade day.
Let's dive in. So, Hoag likes to start the week by taking a look at the weekly chart. So we'll do that this morning real quick. So last week, the ES closed up about 1.19% higher for the week. You can see we have 4 consecutive higher weekly closes on steadily decreasing volume. To me, this kind of looks like we're approaching possibly some exhaustion here. In a healthy upside auction, you really want to see increasing volume on the rallies and decreasing volume on the breaks. We're getting the opposite of that here. We're seeing steadily decreasing volume, or increasing volume on the way down and decreasing volume on the way up. Kind of the opposite, something to keep an eye on. Let's switch over to our daily real quick. Okay. So Wednesday, ES trading in 37.5 handle range. Total volume was about 1.4 million contracts, and we gained about 5,300 in open interest. The small bar right here, this represents the price action for Thursday and Friday's abbreviated trading sessions. The market closed at 12 o'clock Central Time on both days, and they were combined into a single trading session. I know we went over that last week. Just a little reminder there. So we settled the week at 45.68 quarter, up just a single point on that session right there. We were expecting lower participation these days due to the Thanksgiving holiday in the U.S., and that's what we got. However, we did see a big jump in open interest. We gained 9,000 in open interest on this Thursday and Friday session. So there was some position building going on that day. Our weekly kickoff high here, 45.97, lines up nicely with this swing high from back here on September 1st, and also this high back here on August 10th. Again, we're seeing that steadily decreasing volume as prices are drifting higher these past 7 trading sessions right here. So possibly signaling some exhaustion. Our weekly kickoff levels are real tight this week. You might notice they're only about 75 points apart. This means these could be some key areas of importance early on this week. We'll be watching these levels very closely, looking for those longer time frame inventory adjustments as we get around these levels. Here's a look at our 30-minute. Pull up the profiles. All right. So again, the combined session from Thursday and Friday, relatively flat. Looking at Wednesday, Wednesday was also a pretty choppy day. We printed a high and a low for the session during the initial balance, the first hour of trading, leaving low volume nodes on both the highs and low end of the range. From there, we just chopped around. We did retest the low, but never really extended the range below, and eventually closed the day below the point of control for the day. Now this morning, overnight inventory was short. It did reconcile. We might be a little short again, but for the most part, we were trading in range and in value for most of the morning here, leading up to just now. We can see we're getting some movement to the downside right now. So as long as we stay within range, our strategy will basically be to remain patient, stay patient, as Hoag says, and look for those better trade locations until we find some real direction. If we get some range extension from Wednesday to the downside, then I'll be looking for some short opportunities. We might have a small gap leading into the open, but we'll see what happens when we get there. Moving along, let's check on our NASDAQ chart. So this is our weekly in the NASDAQ. It's looking pretty identical to the S&P chart, we have our 4 consecutive higher weekly closes on steadily decreasing volume, same profile there. Again, in a healthy uptrend should consist of increasing volume on the rallies, decreasing volume on the breaks. This weekly chart is showing the opposite of that, steadily increasing volume on the way down, decreasing volume on the way up. Here is our daily chart. Okay, so our early call in the weekly kickoff is to see higher prices in the NASDAQ this week. Wednesday, December contract. Wednesday's right here, Wednesday's right here, this green bar. Traded in 230-point range, settled at 16,049 quarter, up 59 points. Lost about 1,800 in open interest. In all, on Wednesday, this Thursday and Friday abbreviated session, the D's contract traded in a 105-point range, settled at 16,021 for the week, down 28 points. Total volume was expected to be low, and it was 297,000 contracts traded. We did see a slight bump in open interest here, also up 1,200. Not quite as much as the S&P, but there was a little bump. Again, look at the volume pattern. Going back to this October 26th low right here. We've had steadily decreasing volume this entire way up. To me, I'd say we're looking at temporary exhaustion right now. We're sort of consolidating at the moment. Just like the ES, our weekly kickoff levels are real tight this week, only 139 points apart. So we will be watching these levels closely, looking for possible longer time frame inventory adjustments when we get around there. Over to our 30-minute profiles.
And open that baby up.
There we go. So we're getting a little action to the downside right now. The last couple days, like I mentioned, Thursday and Friday, not a lot of movement. That was to be expected due to the holiday. And then look at this move from last Wednesday here. We printed a high in the first 10 minutes of regular trading hours, then failed to trade above the high of the opening range for the rest of the session. They actually held as sort of a resistance level for a good portion of the day. And then kind of fell below, closed the day below our point of control. Almost a very similar setup as the ES. Kind of tested the bottom, low of the opening range, no range extension, rail a little bit, still closed below the point of control. But this up here kind of, I was taking a closer look at this morning. It sort of looks like excess to me. I'm not going to claim to know as much about the profiles as Hoag does, but this looks like a short-term excess high to me. And you know what Hoag always says, auctions die in excess. So this morning, overnight inventory from last night was short, sort of reconciled. Now we're getting short again ahead of the open. We're trading below Wednesday's low. And we just started moving outside of Wednesday's range. I think a test of Wednesday's value area low at 16,040 might provide a nice low risk opportunity to get short if we make our way back up there. Otherwise, we're looking for acceptance. And if that did happen, we look for acceptance of value and maybe a test of that weak high where those low volume nodes are just hanging out at. But right now we're in last Tuesday's range. We're hovering right around the point of control from last Tuesday. So we're going to be opening with a gap lower. And if that does happen, gap rules will apply. So if we don't fill the gap relatively early on in the session, then we'll look for opportunities in the direction of the gap. On to crude oil.
Yes, crude. Speaking of crude, we got Deanna going to be with us here today. So we'll get a little bit more details on that crude market.
Yeah, she has her crude oil commentary is second to none. I really enjoy when she starts getting into the nitty gritty of the crude oil contracts or market. I don't trade it that much, but when I listen to her speak about it, like I want to jump into that market and
jump and take advantage of her. Right. Exactly.
She knows what she's talking about there. No doubt about it. So here's our weekly of the crude oil. We have 5 consecutive lower closes with a nice increasing volume pattern down here. Last week, crude dropped about 0.67%, just a few dollars lower for the week. It was a choppy two-way trade all week long. It was also an inside week, never really testing either end of the previous week's range. Though we did have some pretty decent volume, considering it was a holiday week. Let's move over to our daily. All right, here is our daily. Our early call and the weekly kickoff was for lower prices in crude oil this week. And all during our Thursday and Friday abbreviated session, pardon me. The January contract traded in a $2 range, settled the week at 75.54, down $1.56. Total volume was pretty decent for being a holiday. 281,000 contracts traded, and we lost about 3,000 in open interest on this move lower. Despite the holiday, there was quite a bit of action in crude oil late last week. Though it looks like this market could be in a nice consolidation period right now, I think there's still a healthy downside auction at work and in play here. We continue to make lower highs, lower lows. Volume pattern is following correctly, increasing volume on the way down, decreasing volume on the way up. This is a signal of weakness, in my experience.
Yeah, that weekly kickoff low. I mean, that was a direct nicely on the daily, but on the weekly. But
yep. And these weekly kickoff levels in crude haven't changed in a couple weeks. We're still at 79.10 weekly kickoff high, 72.80 weekly kickoff low. All right. So here is our 30-minute chart. On Wednesday, we have what appears to be sort of a B-shaped profile. We have this move down. A B-shaped profile would typically represent long liquidation. So there's a sharp move lower right before the open, followed by a period of consolidation early on during regular trading hours. Then we started moving higher as the inventory, crude oil and natural gas inventories numbers started coming out. They both came out on Wednesday last week, if you remember. Thursday and Friday never tested either end of Wednesday's range, but based on the volume, there were some traders present during those sessions. It wasn't super high volume, but it was impressive for a holiday. Now this morning, overnight inventory is a little short still. We're still trading in range and in value from last Wednesday. So right now, the play in crude oil is to stay patient and wait for those better trade locations. Let the market figure out where it's going before you jump into this one. All right. Last but not least, here we are.
Yes.
With our
gold.
It's gold. It's
Yes.
gold.
I love gold.
Gold. All right.
Gold.
Well done, JD. Well done.
Thank you. Thank you. So gold has closed higher 2 consecutive weeks, but we have really been sort of range bound for the past 6 weeks. We're still trading in line with this balance area going back from May through early August, I would say. Pretty tight right now. Let's take a look at our daily. All right. Our early call and the weekly kickoff is for sideways price action in gold this week. We did extend our, well, similar to crude, we see some price action in gold late last week and all Thursday and Friday here. December contract traded in a $14 range, settled at $2,220, up $10.80. Total volume was 215K. And we lost about 28,000 in open interest. I noticed this morning. So last Friday, the December contract lost 28,000 in open interest, and the February contract gained 27,000 in open interest. So even though the roll is still a few weeks out, right, it looks like some traders are getting a head start rolling their positions into the February contract. So keep that in mind when you're looking at the volume and open interest in gold. So we have a new weekly kickoff high here at 2017, which lines up nicely with the swing high from late October. Back here, late October. Where was my mouse at? I lost it. And our weekly kickoff low here at 1965 is the same area as this previous swing high going back to September 20th, right in the same area. Let's move over to our 30-minute.
And open it up. There it is.
There we go. All right. So Wednesday back here, we had a nice double distribution trend day lower, closing near the lows of the session. Thursday and Friday, slow grind higher. And then this morning, we had some heavy buying right as the session reopened last night. We tested our weekly kickoff high up here at 2017 and then fell right back down below it. Overnight inventory is still long going into the open. We did open with a gap higher. So gap rules do apply in gold today also. If we can't fill this gap relatively early in the session, then we look for opportunities in the direction of the gap, which would be to the long side. Right now, we are moving a little bit lower just after the open. We're just a couple bars into the session. But it looks like we're making a small move lower. So possibly look for your value area high from Friday. Sort of lines up with the value area high from last Wednesday also at 2,480. That would be a nice place for possibly a low risk long opportunity. Otherwise, you're looking for acceptance of lower prices and possibly a move down to below Wednesday's point of control here at 2,170. That's what I'm looking at in gold right now. And also I'll be keeping a close eye on our weekly kickoff high at 2017. That's going to be kind of our line in the sand for the week. Right. I won't exactly say long above, short below, but we're seeing tests of it this morning, and we're seeing some possible inventory adjustment early on. So it's an important level to keep an eye on, and I will definitely be keeping an eye on it.
Right. You know how John always says, look left. Exactly what you're talking about. 2017s. I think if we get some action with some buyers making some moves, I think that's my first level. I'm going to be watching for that 2028 high that we put in play around July. So just looking at the bigger picture here, waiting for some decent moves here.
Yeah, and that's all we do. Sit around and wait. When you see those opportunities, you have to jump on them, obviously. But for the S&P and the NASDAQ this morning, and even crude oil, the signal early on is to stay patient and wait for better trade opportunities. Don't force the issue. Don't get into the market just to get in the market. Make sure you have a reason for getting into each and every trade and have an exit strategy before you get in.
Okay. All right. Well, we've got 23 after the hour here in Chicago, and we're going to be doing Fast Market here very shortly. But we've got coming up here for Fast Market, we've got MP, yes, Michael Patak, Andre 3000, and of course the wonderful and knowledgeable Deanna is going to join us. Also today, Dannytrades. You know Dannytrades, right? We've got MP, Michael Patak, and Dannytrades going to be doing our power players. Jack and Bonnie, we're going to be doing the top quiz at 11:45. And we've got group coaching here coming up at high noon. So stick around. But before you go, just wanted to let you know that we do have a winner. A winner for what? A winner for the Stetson cowboy hat. We do have a trader that has passed trading only cattle, live cattle. We're going to get all that details together. We'll get you a name, and we'll talk about that soon. But let's take a time out, take a coffee break, and any last words here, JD?
Oh, I just want to say I thought that was great how we called out a challenge in the live cattle market, and somebody answered it immediately. Yeah. That was great.
We got the best traders here at Topstep, man. We love you guys. And hey, if you love us and we love you, hit that like button. And don't forget to subscribe. We got a lot going on here, man. So let's get ready. I'm going to get another coffee. JD, get yourself another juice box. And we'll be right back with Fast Markets.
Alrighty then.
Okay, we've got Andre. How are you, partner?
Good. It looks like it's just you and me right now.
It's just you and me and a dog named Blue. But yeah, I just wanted to jump in here before we get Deanna and Michael on with us. They'll be jumping in here very shortly. Cyber Monday. Okay, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be giving away 1,000 TopstepX invites this week. All right, so this week we're going to be inviting 1,000 more traders from the wait list to TopstepX for early access, and you'll get a month free in the trading combine. Also, we've got some big names this week, so lots of good stuff. As I mentioned, Dannytrades will be with us at 11 o'clock Central Chicago time with Michael. We also got Jared Tendler coming up on Wednesday, and we got some coaching with Paul, Coach Paul this week. Trades by Matt tomorrow. I like Matt. I like seeing Matt. Matt's very well.
Definitely. Big hit.
Articulated, very well knowledgeable, and I'm looking forward to Tuesday. But I do think that we've got Michael ready to jump in.
We're open right now, but we're open right now, Eddie.
Oh, we are. I am so sorry. Okay, let's get the bell going here.
Ripping
and see
higher.
what we've got going on here.
What's
No
up?
internet.
What's up?
And we got everybody. We got the team
Shit,
here.
that was that opening range trade. Mother. Okay. All right, let's get going.
Internet issues right out of the gate. Right out of the gate.
So we got the mod squad here, +1.
What up,
Yeah,
Zach?
right. How
Good
you
morning,
doing?
Deanna. How are you?
Still got the sound thing.
All right, guys. Eddie,
We
what's
got-
happening? Hoag, what's up with Hoag? Where we at?
He's off today and tomorrow, so
Okay.
we'll be watching these markets and seeing what we can.
You ready
know
to
what?
do this or what, Patak?
Dude, I'm working on Wi-Fi right now. I've had hard line.
We got to deal with what we got to deal with. What we got to deal with.
Let's do this. Let's put it in our good friends and our traders here in the chat. What are your ideas? What are your levels? You got positions on? Let us know, and we'll see where we go from there.
For sure. All right, so we just got open. You're still slinging trades though, right, Mike?
I am working on the internet on this. I have 2 computers, and I'm working on it over here. You come in and it's a holiday weekend or holiday week.
Someone kicked the cord around there. Dude.
Somebody kicked the cord. Now I'm trying to talk to the building manager. I don't know why I don't have their internet guy's number, but either way they're not up at 7:30 here.
That's a ski town for you.
Speaking of, you see this?
Well,
Yes, I do see that. Someone's pumped for ski season. You going today?
Oh yeah, 100,000%. I gotta cancel some meetings to go.
Michael, tomorrow you got to see what I've got made, and I'm going to be wearing.
What do you got?
I was going to wear it today, but I wasn't sure. But I will make sure I wear it tomorrow. We've got some longs in the NASDAQ. We've got Charlotte sells houses long 79 NASDAQ. Got Hoops talking about long from the NASDAQ settlement.
All right.
For you, Andre, Fantastic Food is saying I'm long at ES 45.58.
45.58. It's a good price. I'd love to be long from there.
All right, it's good stuff.
All right, we just came out. They tried taking a peek to the upside. Came back into value, as John would say. So we'll see if we can keep. All right, we're turning around here.
Sanders long NASDAQ 16021.
All right. Also, want to put emphasis and highlight that across the top of our screen, we got the tilt scrolling, which is, I'm sure we got that definition there somewhere, but basically it's just an aggregate position or count or sentiment of what all the simulated traders at Topstep, if they're leaning long or leaning short, and all the various markets here that we trade, something that we keep an eye on, and basically giving you a bit of a sneak peek as to what's to come. It's not going to be free forever, but there's definitely some value there. I'd like to hear your thoughts about it.
So you're now connected. Okay. Wow, I'm getting that much closer to the internet.
All right. Welcome to
the internet, right?
Welcome to 2023.
There she is.
There's the voice.
Yes. Beautiful.
All right. The suspense was killing them. It actually worked to our advantage.
Oh, okay.
My friend. How can I help you?
Yes.
Oh, now T4 wants me to update. Wow.
Oh, great.
Here you go. Get you all ready to go.
I know. Out of the gate. This is
That's okay. It's Monday.
It's Monday.
No
100%.
pressure.
right,
Tucker says go ahead.
No, Sam, just right now we're 50-50 on the tilt. So nothing's really showing right now. We got opening range over that, but just, first day back for me in about 5 days trade. So I'm going to keep it light, keep it tight, and kind of work my way into the new full trading week.
Yeah, and that's what you got to do. You got to feel it out. I mean, I was off a week here watching gold, and I'm not too quick on the stick about getting in the market right now.
Right now, but if opportunities present themselves, we'll definitely pounce.
Jump on it.
That's right.
Well, what levels do we have? I mean, that's what we got to be talking about, right? I know we talked about people doing some stuff. What levels do we have the NASDAQ?
Yeah, well, that's
what we threw some out there.
Right.
Some levels.
Let's have a look. Levels. NASDAQ. Right,
Fred's
so
talking
we
about the
are
overnight
at,
inventory.
So we are at a supply on the daily chart in NASDAQ, and so far it's had some problems going any higher. So we could see more sell-off down to the very first opposing area at 158.91 quarter. Now going down to the 4-hour chart, it's pretty range bound here at the moment, so that's not telling me much. Let's go down to the profile and the intraday levels. Intraday, we're opening inside value. Oh joy. That means the market is in balance. So from what I'm seeing here, this is all middle of the middle. There is a low volume node coming up at 159.6575.
Okay.
So that could be an area of interest for a little bit more further downside. But that might be just a quick trade. And then we have a swing extreme overnight. So we have overnight low at 159.38 half. So if the market manages to close below that, then we could go down. But if it doesn't, then it might reverse. So that's definitely a line in the sand. A little red line. And then we have some space. So I have my average ranges. So the average daily range, which is a full 24-hour range, is all the way down at 158.95. And then on the upside, we have some supply just at the average daily range high. So that's at 160.81. Let's round it up. Yeah, it's literally just middle of the middle at the moment. Michael, I mean, you might find some scalps here.
Here and
For
there.
anyone looking for any kind of slightly more longer duration, you might want to be patient.
So we're already talking about a little range bound out of the gate.
Yeah, the market is open inside balance and it's trying to go below the value area from Friday. Whether that's going to be successful, obviously that remains to be seen. But for now, the market is exiting the value area, but the nature of the inside value of balanced markets is that anytime the market makers spot an opportunity to buy back towards value, that is something that you can also use. But it's very, very choppy right now. All right, so let's have a look at the crude oil, which is my main market. I want to drag over a monthly chart. This is a continuous chart of crude oil, just to get that really big bird's eye view. The market has reached an area of a demand on a monthly chart. So this is the decision point. Are we going to stay in range or are we going to bounce from here or go through it? That remains to be seen. When it comes to just looking at the pure price action, we do have a little bearish engulfing and then a follow through straight into that demand area. So that gives a bearish sentiment for now, but it's such a large time frame that we obviously have to try and match that up with some other lower time frame areas. So let's go back to the current contract now and drop down to the daily chart. So yeah, even on the daily chart, it's still in this range bound area from 14th of November. And then we have the low that was established on the 16th of November. So now we're in the middle of the middle there. So again, that's not telling me much. 4-hour chart is running into a bit of a supply that is like a drop-based drop in the middle of nowhere. But sometimes these areas might give us some shorter term plays. So that's at 75.29. And then let's have a look at the profile. Profile is open below value, but right now it's going into the session range from Friday. So there's a good chance that we test the value area low at 76 before it does anything else. So that might be my first scenario. So going up from wherever we are now to 76. And then the line in the sand will be that value area low. So if the market reverses around there, there's also an average daily range high at 76.14. So that could be a potential short. But then if there's no rejection there, and if we just kind of straight up ignore that, accept value, then we could go all the way higher to rotate through the value area. And that sort of matches with the average session range high. So that's at 76, 74. So again, the middle of the middle with a little bit of buyers stepping in right at the first 30 minutes. But again, crude oil is quite jumpy during its initial balance. So I'm going to wait and see what happens a little bit later on. I'm not going to be jumping in. It is Monday. We don't want to be down digging a hole straight up in the second part of the initial balance. So yeah, patience, definitely.
Patient coming off of holiday weekend too. So
yeah,
that's what I was just going to say, Eddie. After a holiday weekend, I know we all want to get in there, start jumping around. We're talking to mom and dad, mom and dad, cousins, and all that about our awesome. Because nobody cares. Nobody cares to ask about anybody else's what they do. What I've learned. Except they would like to ask about what you do as a trader. That's what I hear a lot when I go home is, hey, how are the markets? What are they doing? You don't really talk too much about anybody else's thing. They're always asking about the markets. That's my family.
But all they want to know, though, is whether you're making money or not. They're not actually interested in technicals, because every time I start talking about, there's like buyers stepping in and sellers. And they're just like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah. Uncle Larry's gonna like that. Yeah, I like hearing about all the buyers stepping in. He's gonna want to know if you're making money or not.
Yeah. They just want to know if their 401k is going to continue to grow.
Yeah, but I get a lot of people that look at me and be like, I want to trade. Not only my people in my family that have done that, they don't do it anymore ever. There was like more like cousins that would be like, oh, you see them once every like multiple years, something like that. Oh,
favorite cousin.
Yeah, my favorite cousin, exactly. But I used to get this all the time in Chicago. Like you meet somebody and they'd be like, "Oh man, I've always wanted to trade," and you're like, it's. And then I always tell them, "Don't,"
It's the thing is, it's like talk is cheap, but it's that commitment, and you got to give props to everybody that has taken that step beyond the idea.
And the 100%. Like it's like a college athlete. You're like, man, like to go past a high school, like dabbling around and get on the team to being a college player. You're like, you see the dedication start to form. You see the hard work, hardworking individuals that are passionate about their sport start to prove themselves in the college level, and then of course the professional level. Man, it's just a whole different category. But that's I look at that as a trader too, because I went from high school to college and then found out I was not college sports good. But it's like you see this different level of individual, and you wouldn't really know it until you put a ball in their hand and you play like, wow, they are playing at a whole new level. And I look at this as traders, and I see different traders and how they approach the markets. You guys are just talking about how Hoag and Deanna explain the markets. They're like incredible folks out there that can read the defense. Whether they're a quarterback and they can read the defense, or whether they're a quarterback coach and they can help the quarterback read the defense and then get in that position. Now, you kind of look at Hoag and say, hey, is he helping me? Well, maybe he's your quarterback coach. And maybe you're the quarterback. Well, you are the quarterback because you're the one throwing the ball, a.k.a. pulling the trigger, getting it into trade. So there's that level of professionalism, I think, that's really special when you're trading that a lot of people that don't trade don't understand, and that people that do trade understand the hard work and
we've all had those moments when we started trading, and at least I did, because I came from a completely different background, and I put like $500 in some random stock brokerage account.
Yep.
That was like my first dipping the toe into trading, but it was ridiculous because I just bought some Intel shares, and then it actually went up in the first week, and I was like, oh, I made $4,000. This is so easy. And then it went against me, and then not only did I not book profits because I didn't know that was what you were supposed to do, I lost the $4,000 and then the $500 that I also So yeah, and then I thought to myself, maybe not so easy. Interesting.
Yeah, baptism by fire. And this
Yeah.
This is where we
Always,
learn.
yeah.
I mean, this is
Yeah.
where we progress. We look
Yeah.
back and say, what could we have done differently
Yeah.
that would have made it much better? And that's where we learn. And, if that situation comes up again, you apply that, what you've learned.
All right. So,
Yeah,
speaking of what we learned, Deanna, you just said fiddle it in the middle. I just want to get back to the markets real quick. We are fiddling in the middle. It hasn't done too much. After kind of Deanna explained a lot of this stuff, and those that are paying attention about the equity side, the index side of things, can see that there's not too much that's really happened. Andre out of the gate said we were screaming higher. Then we did a pivot.
Yep.
Started screaming lower. Now we're fiddling in the middle. So we talk about fiddling in the middle. It's not always the best place. It's not the best place if you're looking for great entries. And as traders, you better have great entries unless you're printing money and you don't care about where your stops are. So,
yeah, the nature of the market's imbalance is that there will be a lot of chop. And this is why ranging markets are so difficult to trade, because you have to pretty much identify early on where your session high and session low is, and then try to get an entry at the extremes. And that's really difficult for anyone who hasn't been doing this for a very long time. And in fact, up until about 5-6 years, I was really terrible at ranging days.
Same.
But over the years, I tracked things and I made sure that I booked all of my mistakes, because that's how we learn. Mistakes are a very important part of the process. But you have to quantify your mistakes and then see how you can make it better. And I noticed that all of my trade locations on ranging days used to be in the middle. So by the time that the market kind of edges a little bit to the other side, I would barely be in profit. So that's not good. And as soon as I started looking at it from a slightly different perspective, it's like, okay, where's my session high? Where's my session low?
Right.
Can I get an entry somewhere around there? So that's actually a very good strategy to have. And one of the things to use there is the second standard deviation bands. And I like to use it from VWAP. So this purple line in the middle, that's my VWAP. And then
Deanna, can you explain what that is? The second deviation?
yeah.
so
Thank you, Andre.
second standard deviation is basically a moving average over a period of days, typically around 20, and then it's the second standard deviation. So you effectively move away from that distribution curve line far away. And then the first standard deviation is still the norm. But when the market moves away from the norm, the further away it is on a ranging day, the more likelihood that it's going to ping back to the norm. So that's the idea of trading the balanced markets. And that's why a second standard deviation can help. Now, I like to use it from the VWAP rather than a regular moving average, because VWAP is like the moving average, but it includes volume. So it has more value for what we do here. So right now, if you identify the session high and session low, here they are, my lovely rectangles. And then the second standard deviation is actually right here. This is even the third standard deviation that I have on this chart, just in case that we go a little bit crazy and it pings back. And you can see that it kind of went all the way up into the first available supply, but then it just smacked back down. And this is what I mean. It's so hard to catch these. Like in theory, it looks easy. You're like, yeah, I'm going to catch it at the top and bottom. But really, especially NASDAQ, it's a very fast moving instrument. Unless you are extremely adept at high speed thinking, as a novice trader, whoever is watching this and you guys have not been trading for many years, it's going to be very difficult for you to catch this. So you need something slightly slower, something that will enable you to, sorry, Lisbon is deciding to discipline her kids. Shh, be quiet.
Just be quiet.
Yeah. And then she comes up for, it's like, me? What? No, me? Yeah, you need to be quiet. Yeah. Yeah. So this is one way that you can systematically look at the markets. If you're suspecting a ranging day, and the open inside value is a very good indicator for that. There's a very high probability that these sort of days will end up as a ranging day. That's why it's so valuable to look at the open sentiment. So immediately, instead of looking for a trending move, you can just default back to try and ping up and down from whatever we have at the moment. Now, obviously, at any point in the day, we can have a new lower low and a new higher high.
Right.
But still, unless we have a sustained auction outside of the initial balance at some point today, this is still going to end up as a ranging day,
Range day.
with a high probability frequency of occurrence. It's a bit of a mouthful.
Let's not forget in about 10 minutes, boys and girls, we're going to be having some numbers here, and the new home sales is a big number here. So in about 9 minutes, we might turn the blender on and see which way these markets are going to run. So
what do we got? What do we got
new
on
home
tap today?
sales?
What do we got on tap today, Eddie?
We got Dallas Fed Manufacturing Index in about 40 minutes, 10:30. Okay. Now, the last time we had these auctions, we had some market movement. Not the 2-year note, but we've got the 2-year note at 10:30 Central. We've got the 6-month bill auction 10:30, but 12 o'clock we got a 3-month bill auction. One I want to watch is this 5-year note auction. That's going to be also at high noon Central Time. So I'll make sure we get that number out for the new home sales, and we'll move on from there.
Awesome.
Nice one.
All right, let's throw a poll out there. Who had a great Thanksgiving? If you're a great weekend, even if you're not in the States celebrating Thanksgiving, who had a great weekend? Yes or no? I want to see this. The bias.
Nightmare weekend.
Okay, you're already a no. All right, I'm a yes. Okay,
That was pretty good.
We 50-50'd it. We'll see. We'll see what the bias is, or what the lean is, or what the tilt is. Speaking of the tilt, we got 70% of people short right now. Nasdaq sees little pop. It's a little pop. It's a little pop. So don't get all jumpy. 65% short, Nazi. And the average shorts are from 97. So really not too much. Kind of right here, right now was the average position. All right, 400 and 500 people already voted.
How's it looking?
Not almost 86% of people had a great.
Most people had a great.
Okay, that's good.
weekend, yeah.
Good vibes coming into
The
this.
food was good for sure. At least here in my house.
Hell yeah. This is great to see. Now we got the Santa Claus rally that we're gonna be talking about all
Santa Claus
month
rally.
long. All month. Those that don't know, we'll put a definition of what the Santa Claus rally is on there. It gets talked about on CNBC every year. Well, what if this is just a Santa Claus rally?
They sure like the
Come
pump.
on, Tommy.
They whip out that joke every year, man.
Yeah.
Even like in 2018 when the market tanked on Christmas Eve, they were so confused on what to do.
Yeah.
So, you got any trades yet, Michael?
It's just a little one guy back and forth. Nothing. I don't call him cons. I know Dannytrades. I'm going to talk to him again today when he's on here.
Calls them what?
He calls them cons, like they're convict. I'm like, come on. Well, the contracts, CON.
Oh, no.
Yeah, someone was DMing me, and they're like, "How many cons do you trade?" And I was like,
Yeah, and I'm like, it's one of those that we're going to be the old Curmudgeon traders. We're like, oh, you don't use those words.
Yeah, we used to call them cars.
Well, yeah, we call them cars. We call them cars.
Yeah.
And I think there's something nostalgic about going way back, trading floor talk, when they're like, I'll sell you 100 cars. You're like, what the hell is a car? A contract is 5,000 bushels, let's say that, or how many barrels of oil? How many is it? 50,000?
I think it's 1,000. I don't know. Yeah.
Okay, whatever. Yeah, whatever it is. But I mean, I've always heard that it's a whole train car would be, if you saw a train car going through wherever, and you're like, hey, how many train cars are on there, everybody? Like looking out the window, driving by it. Daddy, I counted 100. Oh, son, you're long 100. Those look like grain cars, because you can see the difference between an oil and a grain. This is kind of like Midwest talk, or kind of like anywhere. I think it's like if you're hauling shit through through the rail system.
Train car.
Train car.
Yeah.
On board.
Yeah, but I'll talk to Danny about cons. I know the younger crowd, these millennials, Deanna.
Yeah. Millennials, I know.
Yeah, you're a millennial.
I'm not a millennial.
I'm nearly 37 years old, Michael. We're not kids anymore.
We are not kids anymore. You fall in between the you're an 85 or born in 85 or 6.
Wow.
87.
I'm 1980.
83 here.
I mean, technically, Andre is the cutoff from what I've heard on the Generation X.
Andre.
Well, no, I think it was 1983.
81 or 82.
81? Yeah, there you go.
I'm on the front edge of the millenniums.
There you are. So you know both. You know before. Do you know before the phone? Before the cell phone?
I know what life was like before the internet. Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, we
Remember,
had
Katie?
one of those old phones. They didn't even have a pad. It had like a dialer. That was when I was a kid. And we only had one phone when I was a child.
5 minutes. 5 minutes.
5 minutes on the number.
5 minutes.
Rotary phones. I remember those ones. I remember calling with a pay phone, and then you call collect to your mom. Mom, come pick me up, and then you'd hang up real quick because you didn't have to pay for the collect call. Because they're like state your name. They're like, oh, collect call, state your name.
Oh yeah, Mom, come pick
What's your
me up.
name? Pick me up, Mom.
Pick me up. Yeah,
It worked.
it worked.
All right.
I'm gonna be 43 in about 10 days time.
Cool. I got you beat by a year.
No way.
Yeah.
You look great for 43. You look great for any age.
You got the fountain of youth in your backyard. Get out of here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I have pretty good genes, but there's a bit of Botox
seen
in
those
there
yet.
as well somewhere. So, but obviously, Botox is not going to help you if you have really shit skin. So, yeah.
Oh, tell him, Deanna.
Yeah. Tell. Give us a 401 skinny on that one.
Just lots of sleep. I'm supposed to say
Sleep and
lots of
water.
hydration, but I'm terrible at hydration. I drink like 1 glass of water a month. It's really bad.
Really?
Andre is the best at hydration.
Very
He's
good.
always telling me, and then I'm
Really?
trying to get on board with it. My wife drinks it all, drinks a shitload of it. So
I like the taste of
I
water.
don't.
It's weird.
I don't. I hate
Yeah.
the taste of water.
you hate it?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I have this water. It's called Smart Water. It's kind of got extra electrolytes, but I don't know. It's that's the only water that I can just about drink. The rest of it, it's all like really metallic. So I don't know what it is.
Metallic.
Yeah.
I love our well water out at our place. We have well water,
What do they
straight
call
from the
it?
ground. What do you mean they call it well water?
Well, they
Yeah,
really
it's well
brand
water, yeah.
they branded out there as Aspen Tap.
Oh, they branded us Aspen Tap. Yeah, Deanna, when you come out here, I'll take you to dinner. Well, I'll go to dinner, and then you're gonna sit down. They're gonna be like, "Would you like some Aspen Tap?" And you're like, "What the hell?" When your first
Yeah,
time
it's
in here,
Aspen Tap,
you think it's
yeah.
like, you think it's some like it's just the tap water because you don't want to know why they call it or they fancy it.
No.
There's a continental divide which divides, like there's an Independence Pass. It's a big mountain area range, and right below that's the Aspen. It's the first town. So when that water that is up, when the snow that's up there melts, the first town that gets that water is Aspen, and then after that it goes to Basalt, Glenwood Springs, Lake Powell, down in it. We just dump it into Arizona. So, Arizona, I don't know. I think
Enjoy.
Cheers.
Yeah. Hey, we've got Inside a Minute here. If you've got a position on you do not want, check, double check, triple check. Make sure you want to be where you want to be when this number comes out.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
Market's been pretty quiet considering it's been off for a few days.
Yeah. Now, well, Deanna says it was in balance. And folks, when Deanna, really quickly, you got 1 minute. If you can explain 1 minute, what does it mean when a market is in balance?
It means it's opening inside the value area from Friday. So the value area is actually just a fancy way of saying a distribution curve from Friday, meaning where most
you got
of
to
the
keep the Friday
business.
needs as you go.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and make it simple.
Yeah.
So the distribution curve from Friday represents the area where most of the business was done. So that's the distribution curve. So if the market opens inside that value area, there is a very high chance that the market just stays inside value. Obviously, there's a small chance of a breakaway, of a breakout, but that will only become obvious once the market leaves the initial balance and leaves the value area and then stays outside of both of those. And then we can talk about breakout trades and momentum trades. But
10
until
seconds.
we get that,
10 seconds.
yeah.
All right,
Until we
guys.
get that, just play with what's on the chart already. Don't use crystal balls.
Yeah, no crystal balls. Look at your. You can look at your left. See how thin the market gets right now. If you are watching, if you're a chart trader, not really, but if you can see these little wicks and how they rip. The market gets really, really thin when these numbers come out. Eddie, go ahead and let us know.
All right, 679,000. They were looking at 723 was the expectations. Prior 759, coming in lower at 679. Also, the home sales changed month to month. They were looking at a negative 4.7, coming in negative 5.6.
All right, I got short one just because I'm going to get short one. A touch to settlement. I like the return to settlement. It's been hanging out lower. It's at extreme. And the number just came out.
As well.
Yep. So there's a few things. Just a little one guy, one lot, one car, one con.
So just that heads up here, higher than expected, as we did see new home sales here taken as positive bullish for the dollar.
I got to get warmed up.
What's that look like?
I don't know, a few hundred push-ups.
Yeah.
200.
I do 20. 20. I swear to God. I just like, before I go to bed, I do 20. When I get pissed off and trade shitty, I do 20.
Yep.
Yeah, I used to do a whole bodybuilding session before I trade.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Usually when I get upset, I do a 420.
Eddie Bongo like that.
Yeah. I mean, it does calm the nerves, I guess.
Yeah, one sit up.
Oh, yeah. The unknown trader. Unknown trader. Yeah. One car deep on a southbound train. Hell yeah. That's a cool way to put it.
That sounds like a J-ism.
Lyrics to a song.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
I don't know who's hauling unknown trader. I don't know who's hauling one train car. I got to start putting on a little bit more, I guess. Hey, Tom, I don't think that's really cost effective of hauling one train car southbound.
Yeah, you know, were you around? I remember when they used to have the caboose. And then they pulled the caboose, and it was like, what's going on, man? No more caboose.
I mean,
so all these cabooses.
You walk around in Chicago, you see a lot of cabooses, right, Andre?
It is the train capital of the country, yes, Mike.
Yeah, it is. There you go.
A lot of trains coming through.
Yeah, a lot of trains.
Booty. Right?
Come on.
What the hell is going on this morning?
Come on, man.
That's where all the train cars would come into town, drop off their grain, and the markets would move.
Move.
Come on, Jack.
That's right. That's exactly.
You know I can roll out of anything.
Come on now.
I can barrel roll out of anything, Jack.
Kick, save, and a butte.
Oh, hey, congratulations to who just got funded? Jut up? J-U-T.
Got a few, yeah. Let us know if you get funded today.
Yeah.
Dude,
Give a shout out.
There's a guy, JD was talking about a guy that passed the combine trading just cattle.
Yeah, we're gonna
we've got a winner with the Stetson.
Really, it happened.
Yes.
Oh, my God.
We're going to get the
happened.
details on that, and we'll let everybody know. So get that hat ready.
I'm still short. It feels like it's growing a little legs, but I still like this position because the market's pulling one of these extremers, and then will it kind of violently pull back and be sucked back into the high volume nodes?
Yep.
Right, Deanna? Did I say that right?
Yeah, you did. Yeah, let's see if we can get something going here. So if I look at the profile from today, this is the volume profile on the right.
All right.
You can see that.
Mm-hmm.
So usually when you have the thin volume nodes at the extremes of the moves, they can be pretty good areas to get involved. So right here, that's 160.23
16,000s. I'll be damned.
Because when you find these the low volume nodes in the middle, the price moves straight through them. But when you find them at the extremes, they tend to act as a support resistance. So it's like slightly different. So yeah, where are you short from?
I'm short from 15. I got short at 3 lot. I got short at 3 lot right now. I'm looking for it to break. I'm looking for it to give up a bit. It's touch settlement, touch 23s like you just said.
Yeah.
Sitting here right now. I don't like getting so deep out of the gate in the morning, but we're going to play this little extreme that I just played up to the 23s and the evens. Or sorry, the settlement, not the evens.
Yeah,
And-
the little blue line on my chart is the settlement here, so I have it here.
Little blue lines. Okay.
Yeah, this one.
Was Tilt showing anything, or are you just trying to get in there and get warmed up?
Tilt's a little heavy to the long side.
All right.
Which if this shows a little bit of strength, I'm just gonna I'll actually just take off one to just leave two on.
Yeah.
And I have a stop 20 handles higher, so that's 35. I'm gonna put it up here, which I always like the 20 handle stops. It's comfortable for me, to each its own. Some people do stops, some people do levels. There's your 23s, just touched it.
Yeah.
Pulled
So
back
there's
pretty
that
hard
low
off
volume
that.
node and just pinged it off. So now the question is if the ping off is going to be sustained or not.
Yeah, it does feel like it's holding up here, which gets a little questiony on your trades. On your trade, I should say. But guys, hey, look at the very top. You're gonna see the tilt at the very, very top. If you get TopstepX, which we're going to be starting to bring 1,000 a clip on at a time, getting in more and more, everybody's loving it, and we have just more. Now you can trade from the charts. You can see where your positions are in and out on the chart. You can set your risk levels. Man, I don't know. You tilt's in there.
Yes, it is. Topstep TV's in there.
Trades by Matt just crushed it, made like $8,000 or something like that. I don't know if it's for the tilt. You'd have to ask him. But he's loving the tilt. He's loving TopstepX. I don't want to speak totally for you. Trades by Matthew Miller.
I think he's on tomorrow.
He's on tomorrow. We'll find out. We'll find out, guys. Tune in. You're going to hear how one of the first futures YouTubers out there, Matthew Miller, genuine, authentic, cool-ass cat. I've drank with him. I've hung out with him. I've golfed with him. I've shared lunch with him. I've high-fived him. Talked about kids. I've talked about his family. Talked about his trading. He's just a cool dude. And he's going to talk about his trading, of course. But he's on TopstepX. He's liking it. Man, I'm not liking his positions. It's taking too long.
Yeah, time decay.
Yeah, I know, but I'm gonna sit with it a bit because I've got my whole goal coming back from trading from the holiday was to stick with my positions till they actually get closer to my targets. So, long story short, tilt's at the very top. So you guys can see this. We'll eventually be taking this off here and only be available to TopstepX traders. And he's finding an edge in there. Other traders, we're getting emails. I've gotten emails from folks being like, man, this is incredible data.
It is.
But I'm going to let everybody know, don't change. Don't change what you're doing. I'm never going to tell anybody to do anything. But if you want to explore, then it's worthy cause to explore. And we'll be adding more and more people. We're cleaning through the wait list. We stopped the wait list. There's thousands of people on it. So we can run through those folks and get them all on before the end of the year.
Right.
Here's your growing legs.
Yep.
And hey, if you're loving Topstep TV here, if you like what's going on, I know Ukrainian New Yorker is saying, I love Topstep TV. If you like it, please, it's going to help us out here. Hit that like button. I know that we've got nearly almost 4,000 people here watching, voyeuring in on what we're doing here. We only got 793 likes, which is, it brings a tear to my eye. So let me wipe that tear off. And but subscribe, like, we're here for you, and hopefully you're here for us.
70% on the tilt.
NASDAQ. Yep.
NASDAQ. Let's get a little tilty to the bias to the long side. Now S&P, I'm right here about ready to get stopped out, and that's a 20 handle stop, which is a pretty good move in the NASDAQ. But it's right here, 70% still liking the position just because so many people are leaning one way, and it's extreme. But
yeah, it's session high extreme. Yeah.
Yeah, but the S&P is only 55% lower.
It is.
Usually when you see that, Andre, usually in my experience, and that's why I can't wait till more people start trading on X, TopstepX.
Right.
They'll be able to share their thoughts on tilt. Tilt's only going to be available to out of the gate free for a little while. Figuring all that out.
We
right
want
now.
to see what people are looking at, how they're using it, if they're trading with it, trading around it, trading or fading it. And seeing
Yeah, there's a stop out. So that's a 25 handle move.
Those are stops.
And then
right
look at that rip higher.
Still going.
So when you're wrong, you're wrong. That was wrong. That was 30 handles plus 20. That was 35 handles right there. I mean, I don't know. I consider myself wrong, Deanna, if it's a 35 handle move.
Yeah.
Not a good entry.
No. Like I said before, it was middle of the middle. So if you maybe aimed for a session high entry rather than slightly lower, that would have been maybe a little bit better, but the jury's still out. So now we're above the value area from Friday. And if it is going to be a responsive activity, we should see some sellers bringing that back to value. And NASDAQ, like I say, it's always like S&P's crazier younger sister who's like going out partying, doing stupid things and everything. And then ES is just like, yes, this is what we're doing.
Yeah,
so let's have a look at ES for a second.
Michael likes the crazier younger sister.
Yes,
yeah. What?
Well, you're the one dating NASDAQ. I'm out here dating her grandma on the S&P.
Nah, I'm talking to NASDAQ. We ain't dating.
You run fast.
Right, so ES actually opened below the value area and out of range from Friday.
Yeah, you got.
And it's now teasing the value area to the upside. So this is why I like to trade them together. So because NASDAQ is just like all over the place. So there is a chance that ES accepts value, in which case NASDAQ should fall higher. But I prefer ES because it's a little easier to read. Every time I try and go and look at the ladder on ES, I'm just on NQ, I'm just like... like it makes even I'm not an anxious person, but it makes me anxious.
Right.
So a couple of scenarios when it comes to ES, it will either reverse at the value area. Having said that, value area is not the biggest. It's actually quite small.
How about this, Deanna?
Those shorts, Michael.
I'm telling you guys, this is how you get frustrated in trading. This is how you trade on emotional tilt, is when you get stopped out just like that, and then it moves your way. Now, I won't even be in the money till right about now. Not even in the money. I'd be at the money right now on my short position. And who the hell is going to take that long? I mean, you can. Of course, you have to also, right, Andre and Deanna, if you're going to take 35, 40 points of heat, you should probably be taking 40 points on a profit target, or else you start getting your risk reward out of whack, and then what are we doing here?
Yeah, I mean, to me, like I said, if I'm suspecting a ranging day, I try to obtain an entry as close to session high as possible. Yeah. And if I can't, I will stay out. But again, I have a different style to you. I need a few things to show me that the market is actually being sustained. So typically, until I see something like this on a 2-hour chart or on a 2-minute chart or a reversal on Renko. So let me just pull that up.
Hey, we got a futures winner. You're short from 30s. We got somebody just getting long. You just set it up here. Damn.
That was the short right there.
We got short and longs happening. This is kind of the range that I was kind of flirting around, growing legs with last time. It ran, did a little run, stopped, pivoted, ran back to this level. It's interesting that we're going to talk like this. It's kind of like commentary on the markets. This is NASDAQ. But as you can tell, S&P moves fairly similar. You can pick out your own levels there, and Andre will share those levels. When I'm sharing my levels, Andre, why don't you share the levels that are right around there as well? Because you guys pivoted what?
What, pivoted to 66s-ish?
67 quarter? Or
67, oh, yeah.
Whatever.
It wicked out up there, but then pivoted right around, just like the NASDAQ. And the NASDAQ got heavy long, 73%. And sure enough, we broke off of that. Yeah,
you guys got, when you say you guys, the herd, the majority
Did I say
bias.
That?
Yeah.
Not bad.
No, I said that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but, S&P really quick. We'll go to your Renko chart, Deanna, in a second. But S&P came up and was getting still under settlement. NASDAQ is above settlement. Settlement is always an interesting play for me. I love to watch.
Why is it such a play? Why does it return to settle?
If you look at the markets as an auction process, and right now I'm like 80 bid, and you're like at 81, 80 bid. I'm like, I'll buy 100 at 81. Now I'm long. Now you're short. That's an auction. If you go to like a farm auction, if you go to like Sotheby's, if you go to like those are price discovery moments. Those are price discovery moments. When you have price discovery moments all day long, at the end of the day, they go, all right, market to market. What's this? We got to mark all the margins to it. What's that settlement? To me, that's the price. That's pretty important because that's what we ended on for the trading day, which means the next day is just kind of an interesting point to look at, and maybe the market gravitates towards that price.
It does. I can't explain it. Yeah, I can't explain why. It just always seems to. I don't know if there's.
Well, if we're all buying blenders, let's use it this way. If we're all buying like toaster ovens, this is a toaster oven. NASDAQ's a toaster oven, and it's the same thing all the time. We all know we're buying the same toaster oven.
You had me.
But there's new information coming out about like, oh, like this contract, and because it's a contract, and the NASDAQ's a contract, it's standardized. Mm-hmm. So when it gets like that, then we're all really discovering price at that point with the information that hits the markets. Eddie just shared the top of the hour. The Eddie, what was the or whomever? What was it?
What, the economic number?
Yeah.
Home sales.
Home sales. So that's new information. Now blenders are now, hey, by the way, a bunch of, we have a lot of orders coming in from blah, blah, blah. Or, oh, we have a bunch of people saying there's faulty this or that. That's new information that hit the blender market and make the blender market or toaster market or whatever you have in your kitchen. Trying to relate
exactly
this.
what I'm doing with crude oil, so I'm long from 75.
Okay, there we go.
So
Thanks
this blender is going higher.
Thanks for bailing me out of that one. But yeah, standardized, crude oil standardized. It's all this same number of barrels of oil, same grade. Corn, grade A corn, yellow corn, blah, blah, blah. Futures, they standardize contracts, and then it's just price discovery. That's why trading the futures market is so damn fun, because you're always discovering what price it is. So at the end of the day, what it lands on is interesting. And I get there's a yellow line that shows up on my charts that says, hey, this is what it ended yesterday on there. So S&P is a microwave, Justin says. Yeah, I would think so. And then NASDAQ's a blender because it's kind of wild and crazy. Turn it on, everybody's like, holy shit, what is that noise? All right, Gianna, back to you.
That was great, Michael.
I mean, everybody can relate to what's in their kitchen. I don't know.
Absolutely.
Do we got a ticker on the toaster? Travis is asking. Ticker on the blender? Anything?
Ticker symbols.
There you go. Well, just a reminder, boys and girls, we've got Dannytrades going to be up here with Michael Patak, 11 o'clock Central Time for Power Players. So I'm looking forward to seeing Danny and MP get together. I got to check this kid out. I met him last time. I met him in Vegas. We were all hanging out, and after the trader meetup group, there's like 100 and some people. We went back to Wynn Casino. I had like $4,000 or $5,000 chips in them. I flipped them to him and Anthony, our awesome partner, manager on the team at Topstep, and he kind of helped with Isaac Suffren. Flipped them all like $1,000 each chip, and said, "Hey guys, go to a blackjack table. I want to see how you guys manage your chip stack." By the time I got to the blackjack table, he already ran through it. Dannytrades. So he's like, he looks at me, he's like, but then when you see him trade, damn, that guy is laser focused. So I'm excited to talk to him. And I think he bought a Ferrari last weekend because I just saw it on his Instagram.
Really?
I'm not a big fan of people that right away spend their money, but I'm never going to tell anybody what to do with their money.
Yeah.
All I know is a lot of people that spend money on things out of the gate. It's kind of hard. It's good to tuck it away. And Deanna, I don't know if you know stories. People that tucked it away, they put it in interest bearing. They put it in a real estate, cash flow.
That's what we did. Yeah.
That's what we did. I started buying a bunch of real estate and got a good portfolio sitting on the side, and that all became around trading. And I wasn't into the other stuff because it didn't keep me making money. And Deanna, I think when you're making money other places, you don't feel the pressure to make money trading.
Yeah,
and that's a good spot. That's a good spot to be in.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it's all very well just having one source of income as a trader, but I think we've all been there, and it's not easy when you don't know where your mortgages are coming from. So to me, it's I've made that mistake. I've done just trading, and honestly, I started making stupid trades. as soon as I had like a scratch month, I was freaking out. And I never really want to be in that kind of situation. So trading is like a windfall, which is great. But I always try and take that money and put it into something that can grow almost on its own, like a passive income as much as possible. But at the same time, I really enjoy doing DIY, doing up properties and all that. I really, really enjoy that. That's actually my design distraction, painting,
Healthy habits, Michael.
Yes.
What was that?
Like skiing, I'm saying, like skiing or going for a jog or playing some golf. Like
those are getting written today.
Yeah, let's see. Let me see. Really?
Anybody
Look at show and tell on a Monday.
Anybody that wants anybody that wants
start trading like that.
Goggles, I got a shitload of these as well.
Sides with those on.
Oh shit, I'm long 100. Oh, you know what? I should trade. I should put a trade on sometime and then put these on and say just stick with your strategy. That should be like the whole premise of my
Yes, put blinkers on. That's what it is.
Profit target or stop.
Hazard lights.
Yeah. Well, when Hoag was doing the market profile lab like ages ago, he actually said to us, you can't just mess with the trades all the time, because people tend to get in trouble when they try and overmanage the trade as well. So they're messing around with stops, targets, adding in, coming out, like scaling in, averaging in. It's like, no, just, do one thing and see how that works. And Hoag actually said to someone, hold all of them, all of the trades, or don't hold any. And that was like so good. So when you're doing the experimentation, you don't want to vary so many parameters, because every time you change something, it's like an additional parameter. So think about this. If you change the stop loss, that's a change of one parameter. If you change the duration of your trade, that's another parameter. If you change the time of day when you're executing your trade, that's another parameter. And most people don't quite understand that.
But why do we do that,
trading is just data.
Why do
it's just because money is emotional for most people, and everybody has certain beliefs around money that will ultimately show up when you become a trader very quickly. It's the only thing where you don't have the distance in time between a decision, usually a bad decision, and a consequence. In everything else in life, there is usually a time before your bad thing that you did catches up with you. Well, in trading, if you're wrong, it just smacks you right across the face immediately.
Yeah, you get instant feedback. Speaking of instant feedback, Justin just asked, up and down today, MP, what are you thinking? I want to know what everybody else is thinking. So we're at settlement right here in NASDAQ. So, you can say that 16,014 even, 014s. Let's just say 014s because we're going to do it for the S&P as well. 60 half, 45, 60 half. Can you put a poll together really quick? Do we end in an hour from now? Are we higher or lower than this price? Just because it's like, I don't know, it's a pullback, but it's also felt rangy. It's also did an extension of the range for the last, if you're looking at a 5-minute chart. I don't know. Let's get everybody's thoughts. So the poll would be from the S&P
60s. S&P's your level is 60.
Yeah, S&P levels is 60, 45, 60, and NASDAQ NQ is 14s. Do we end higher or lower in 1 hour from there? It's a poll.
Yeah, S&P's, I've been sitting on my hands. There's Hoag says, keeping my hands on my butt. I haven't really made a trade yet. Tilt's been 50-50 for the most part. Yeah, so we're just gonna wait.
Dude, I got stopped out on that.
I'm trying to not. I don't want to bring attention to it.
That's all right. It's all right. Let's talk about it really quickly. I got short. I got stopped out, and the market went 10 handles higher, and then sold off after that. So that's it, Andre.
Welcome to real trading, right? It's not always glamorous.
Yeah. Now, Deanna, is this a range-bound trade? Go to NASDAQ. NASDAQ traders go to 5-minute chart.
Yeah.
Is this an extension of the range?
This is a range-bound trade still.
So far.
Yeah, because this is what I was saying. I like to look at whether the move is sustained or not.
Okay.
So if you are looking at a range-bound market or suspecting that it will be a range-bound day, one way to execute a trade is to wait until you get some sort of a 5-minute chart reversal that holds. So you don't necessarily need any particular pattern, but you do need a red candle to appear and to sustain for at least 2 minutes, maybe even 5 minutes. Once you see that, then you have your range bound trade, and then you can expect the market makers to bring it back to wherever the value area is. That constitutes responsive activity trading, aka range bound trading.
Range bound, yes.
Yeah.
Deanna, okay, really quickly.
You might be seeing that play out right now, Deanna.
Yeah.
Sorry?
That's so good.
What's that?
No, I'm
Andre?
saying we might be seeing that, like you're saying, the confirmation of that range bound trade.
Yes,
being
absolutely.
confirmed right
Yeah,
now.
still. And actually, if you're doing that, this would be your target here because I use VWAP as my targets for range bound trade. So rather than expecting it to go all the way to the other side of the range, I will take my profits in the middle of the range. And then if the market gives me an opportunity, I will do that several times on those kind of days. Again, the range bound days are not my strongest suit, but I have learned how to deal with them over the years. And that's one thing that really made a difference, to limit my profit expectations to 1R rather than chasing my big, 1.5, 2 Rs, 2.3 Rs.
This is a range bound. Yes, agree. Sorry, you were saying, Michael.
No, Deanna, can I ask you a question? Okay, so you're talking about this guy, guys. We're going to talk really quickly about NASDAQ. Deanna, you were talking. Deanna.
Yes.
You were trading. You were talking about 23s. It's back up to 17s. Okay,
Yeah.
and I was talking about settlement, and we're all thinking the shorts were okay. Okay, trade. If you were short from your 23s or my 15s, and you had a 20 handle stop, I'm busted out at 35. You're busted out at 45 or 43, 20 handles, and it went to 50. So now here's my question. Wow. If you would have had a 30 handle stop, that would have been 53. You would have been okay really quickly. You would have been okay because it traded up to 50s, 1604 50s. But then it's also traded all the way back down to only 05s. So you're still technically in your trade, right?
Yeah.
If you're having a 30.
But again, it depends. It depends how you executed it. So if you were just guessing, if I was, let's say I was guessing that 23 is going to be a reversal. I would still probably be in that. But the way I trade, I like to see something happening first on the price action, and I like to try and get involved as close as possible to the previously established session high, which at the time was 160.37, let's say.
Yeah.
So I would be waiting for a 5 minute or 2 minute reversal before I would go in. So really, if I'm talking, let's say 20 handle stop and an entry right after that candle would appear, well, I would still be in that trade, but I would also be considering 1R as my profit target. So technically, this would have been my trade. So entry here, back down 1R and done. So
well,
right
then
now,
entry where? 37s?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's the better entry. If we want to play
entry because the high was 37s, but my entry would be 28.5 because that's where the candle reversed on a 5 minute chart. So
Yes,
I wouldn't be going in before I see that reversal. So that's a different execution technique. And I've always found that works better for me rather than me trying to guess. I also use the auction process in the same way. So rather than me guessing that something is going to break the initial balance, I wait for it to break and sustain, and then I might consider going in. So I never really go in on a whim just because I believe something is going to happen. I have an idea of what should happen, and then I look for evidence that is happening, if that makes sense.
Yeah, Vladislav, you said this as well too. Deanna, you were talking about great entries. I was short 15s. Vlad, you just go. One of the things I keep reminding myself that I learned from you, and this should don't increase risk. Find better trade location.
Yep.
Yeah.
Location.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's what that lesson was.
So yeah, if anything in NASDAQ, I would now be waiting for the market to go all the way down here, but I will be out already. So the next area of interest for me is not until we get closer to the session low, which is 159.70. But let's take a minute to pay respect to the round numbers again, because 160.50 is right where it reversed, and that's why people think that you're so big in numbers. It's like because the round numbers work.
There's a magnet in those damn things for whatever reason.
Yeah,
I don't know. Yeah, for whatever reason.
Yeah, exactly. So we have to be mindful of the round numbers.
So cool. So that's where I could have been. If I would have been more patient.
We're patient. We're patient.
Dallas Fed coming out here in just a couple seconds. Minor number, but just want to let you know.
Andre, I got my ski pass for free this year, and I got my skis, and we got 2 feet of snow out there. Not fresh, but 2 feet. And it's I don't know, in Deanna's world, it's 100 meters away. In my world, it's, I don't know, what is that, 50 yards? I don't know.
Oh, meters to yards. I'm about 1,000 miles away from that right now.
Yeah,
but I'm living vicariously through you.
From the lift. The lift is like outside my door.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's great. And then there's a bunch of restaurants around here, and then you walk out here, there's a bunch of people. We're getting a camera put together that'll point right at the mountain. So you see it snowing, you'll see everybody holding their skis, and it's touristy time, so there's a lot of energy here. It's just fun.
Awesome.
Dallas Fed number coming in at negative 19.9. So it has been a little lower than expected here. So minor number, but let's not forget, though, we do have the 2-year note auction at 10:30 Central. We've got, it's going to be in an hour, 6-month bill auction, and then high noon 3-month bill auction. And I'm watching that 5-year note auction.
So there's been increased focus on those auctions, everyone. Last one, I want to say a 30-year was a pretty big disaster last month.
Exactly.
What does that mean, Andre? What is this?
Basically, it's the rest of the world bidding on our debt. And last month, they finally kind of put brakes on that, and they're like, not so much this time. Even with where interest rates are at, they're still like, no, not this time. Maybe it has something to do with what was going on in Congress with the budget and all that lovely story. But yeah, sovereign funds started saying, no, not this time. Institutions said, no, not this time. So we'll see if that continues. If that does continue, then we got problems. We have big problems with the whole financial system. So keep an eye on that. I believe we'll have a 30-year this week. So keep an eye on those auctions that come out around noon Chicago time.
Yeah. Hey, for those that are asking, I'm in Aspen. This is Snowmass Mountain. We have an office here, and then I just got an office that we're opening up December 1st in Aspen, looking at the mountain, Aspen Ajax. Those that are familiar, there's 4 mountains in the Aspen Snowmass area. They're all within a mile of each other-ish. So that's happening. And another thing that's happening is Chris G just passed his combines. Great work.
Hey, well done.
All right, 70% long.
70% long
in
here.
teal.
But we're diddling in the middle, right? So maybe we can wait on our entry here.
I like her 37s again. Didn't you say 37s up there? But now when it comes to retest that, what are you thinking, Deanna?
Again, reversal pattern. So once it gets to this second standard deviation area, which is 16036, we want to see some sort of a reversal. Now, the thing with ranging days is that it can actually bust the high again and then reverse. So again, I'm staying open to that. And if you get another reversal pattern there, then it's another short. It's a ranging day. That's how you would outperform the market on a ranging day.
Ranging days are tough to trade, right?
They can be. It requires a lot of patience. That's where your entries need to be really good.
And timing and accuracy as well.
Timing and accuracy. Otherwise, you're diddling in the middle, and we all know what happened there. You get chopped up. You get to puke all your positions. And you're getting feed up and G'd up, and now you're pissed.
Interesting.
We've just busted the 4,000 here with those that are watching. If you like what's going on, enjoy it. I mean, learn from it. If you like it, please let us know that you like it so we can move on with even more great content. Hit that like button, subscribe, make sure that you're part of TopstepTV because we're going to be here for a while.
You ever like the word? Go ahead, Andre.
No, sir. Are we still shooting for 50,000 subs before? I think we
43.9 is what we've got.
No, we have a fire drill this week.
I think it's going to get smoky this week, right?
It's getting smoky this week for sure.
Wow. Early Christmas.
So tune in, everybody. Topstep on Topstep TV. You will always hear whatever is cutting edge and new at Topstep. That's why you hear and get invited to TopstepX. You can test that out. Free trading combine for those that get invited to that. You'll see more people get invited to that this week. So if you're on the wait list, you probably see this week or next your name come out and say, hey, guess what, Andre? Time for you to get on here.
Right.
Yeah, I'm short right now from 32. I've been short. It's a little early. And
I'm looking.
I've got a question since we've got a lot of people watching here. For our regulars and those joining us for the first time, if we can get this poll out there, if we can, tell us what you think. TopstepTV is more exciting than CNBC.
Yes.
Let's get a yes
Oh,
or
yeah.
no.
Hey, thank you, Deanna. Tell him, Deanna.
Yes. Of course.
That's damning with faint praise right there.
So if we can put that poll out, Topstep TV is more entertaining than CNBC. Yes or no? We'd like to hear from you. And don't forget, once again, like that like button. Smash it. And as Hoag calls it, the lucky like.
The lucky like button.
These
We gotta
Topstep
put a
more-
disclaimer out there, Jack. We can't call it totally lucky. Like somebody be like, you know what? You guys been for a year now. You've been saying it's lucky. I would buy scratch
I mean,
tickets.
someone's equating the like button with the. I mean, all right.
You never know.
Don't
Michael,
put it past anyone these days. I got you.
if they're still complaining, they're still breathing oxygen. So that yes,
Yep.
there is a luck there.
So as a gambling addict, you still have a chance.
There you go.
Jesus. All right.
Flip that coin one more time.
Grow legs here. This might be the top of that range here, Michael.
I know, Deanna.
5 minutes.
Yep. Yep.
All right, I'm watching S&Ps, looking maybe take a short if we can grow legs. Yeah, tilt is starting to grow 65% in the ES and growing. NASDAQ is confirming that, so something to keep an eye on. Perhaps take a short if we can get.
I got short from 44s, so we'll see on this one. It's trying to push new highs. Tilt's getting a little long, but I don't know. I would still say that this thing has little legs in it. It feels like it, but if it's a return to settlement play, or sorry, return to settlement and a return to the range. You look at my 5-minute return to settlement. Here's a higher volume node right here. Of course, it's settlement. Here's our extension try. Didn't make new highs. And then we're talking range bound, fiddling in the middle. So I would like it to go back to fiddling in the middle.
There you go.
Yep, the return to the middle.
Here's something. Abhijit says, what I love about Topstep is they want you to make money. A lot of prop firms have rules once you get funded, such as no news, no sim entries, no copy trading, but Topstep just wants you to earn. Thanks,
Really?
Abhijit.
That's how other shops are doing it? Man.
I mean, there's some,
Crazy.
you gotta call in or fax in your trade strategy. Make sure that it all lines up. Get out of here. One day I didn't trade my my strategy, and I made or lost money. You know, ixnay me on the ombre.
I'm good.
Yeah.
Yep. No, everything at Topstep is real. Real trades, real execution, real money.
And
And
real
I'm not going to
people.
say the other companies. Just I don't care if you guys are with us or with anybody. Just be at somewhere that's going to help you. Period.
Yeah, and that's good for the space. Like, you know,
Yes.
Yeah, and it's good for the space, good for the industries. Like the bad apples, like there's already like just in finance in general, there's a bit of a skepticism because you're dealing with people's money. So, you know,
Then look at their technology, man. If they're like, hey, you can easily sign up for 20 or a bazillion accounts.
Crude oil
They ha-
2R target reached.
Hell yeah,
right,
Deanna.
nice.
Crude
Hell
pop.
yeah.
That was
Yeah,
a quick
thank you,
trade for
Charles.
you, Deanna. Well done.
It popped. So,
It popped.
yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Good pulp or soda.
Nice trade, Deanna. Are you still in it?
700 up. No, yeah, I had an automatic take profit at 2R, so I'm $700 up.
Very well
There
done.
you
Dolby,
go.
what happened to CL?
Good job.
Clear cut victory.
Yes. Hey, we've got from our gentleman in the back, Jack and James, Stenton.
Sup?
We had somebody that actually passed the challenge. And do we got a picture of that? You want to sort of give us a picture of the
Yippee ki
What do you got, Jack?
Eddie.
Come on, Jack. Now you're making fun of how I grew up right there with that one. We used to say that all the time. That's what we used to say all the time.
Out on
When
the
you were
open
cow
plains of
tipping.
Nebraska.
Yeah, when we were
started
cow
cow tipping, stealing tractors.
We used to just walk. We used to just walk and just go like this. That's how we used to do it. I grew up in Nebraska, folks, so that's a little country term.
All right,
Country-
Jack, what do you got? What do we got?
Do you have a whip crack effect anywhere? Because we did have a trader pass.
that one came out of my mouth. I don't have one ready.
Thank you, Eddie. That will suffice. We did have a trader who passed the trading combine, trading only live cattle. I believe we have a photo of his prize, James.
Yes.
Was he a kid at a whole cow?
Oh, wow.
Whoa, it's
Wow.
He's a handsome devil.
gentleman.
It was a very,
Wow,
very
the
handsome,
devil's right.
It's a
very
Marlboro
handsome
man.
trader.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fire up
will-
the cigarette soon.
will be. So, Matt or Matthew, I'll be in contact with you. We'll get your size, color preferences, and we actually have his trade report here.
Yeah, hell yeah,
Look at that.
guys.
Nice. Ah, wow.
That's great.
14-minute hold, 14-minute hold, 27-minute hold, average hold time 16 minutes. That's great entries because sounds like you're holding positions, not just scalping them.
Wow.
$1,000, $1,500 a day, $1,000 a day. Hell yeah! What's
All right.
what's the
Burgers
trade?
for everybody.
Slinging cow.
A tasty burger.
Yes.
Guys, we will
There
talk
it
about
is.
traders here. Those that trade at the funded level, we talk about traders here. I know some people have said, hey, I don't know if I want to be talking. You can opt out. You can opt out. But the whole goal of TopStep is to be transparent, to share what our traders are doing. We share the tilt data. That's what everybody's open position is. We do all that kind of stuff. So we're going to share traders that are doing awesome. This one was a challenge that we made, and you get what? Jack Stetson hat.
We'll get a Stetson, right? That was the deal.
Yeah. You get a Stetson hat. We're going to mail it to you. Is that how it's all handling?
This may shock you, but we have never sent out cowboy hat before. So
Packaging.
he emailed us, so we'll talk it out.
Where's
So
my
the guy in
hat?
the guy in the picture isn't the trader.
It may be. It's unlikely. He's in the comments. It's Spy Rebel there.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
What's up, Spy?
What's up, Spy? Hell yeah, great trading.
Okay.
Live cattle. Just don't hold those contracts, right, Eddie? Or they'll get delivered to your front yard.
Front yard, backyard, wherever you got room, they're going to dump them. Right. Yeah, but
Herd of
I
cattle.
tell you, the thing is, though, if you had a backyard of cattle, I'm sure that they wouldn't hold the fencing that we do have now.
I don't know. Deanna, you got an electric fence for your dogs? They all got to wear collars. Put that on.
Oh, that's nasty.
No, I mean our backyard is completely it's got like 8-foot fences and then a shed and then a train line behind it. So there's nowhere for them to go. There's no way they can jump, so they don't need anything. But they also go off leash when I'm walking them in the park. They don't really run off, so they're good doggies.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, we've got our survey here. 1,400 votes. Is TopStep more entertaining than CNBC? 92% say yes. God love you.
But 8% of people.
7% say no. That must be people from CNBC that are.
I want to
Yeah,
know,
exactly.
Eddie.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to know what the 8 or 7% of the people. What's more entertaining? Because I've been watching Bloomberg, CNBC
Reuters, all that.
since 2001, 2000, or actually I started trading in 98. So you just what thing can I stay in tune with the markets on? You flip on a channel, two of them.
Well, it was an open vote, 7%. I'm thinking more or less the 7% is from other companies going, what the hell is TopStep doing? Why are they getting all? So maybe.
And Carl Quintanilla.
Spies. You're all spies.
Deanna, it's back at you're trading really well today. You're seeing the markets. It's back at my entry.
Yeah.
I was in the money fairly well, but it wasn't 20 handles.
Well, we still don't have a proper reversal pattern on NQ and M on a 5-minute chart.
Yeah.
So I would still, but if it was me, I would still wait for that to be a little bit more confident.
Yeah.
And if it is a reversal, again, I mean, I know NQ is crazy, but if it is a reversal, it will become obvious. So this is where the price patterns do it for me.
Yeah.
You can even go on like a 2-minute chart as well, just to make sure that it's either consolidating and then breaking out on the other side, to the other side, because we're still inside the initial balance. So all of this is still responsive activity, which again would speak to the ranging day. But again, I need something to reverse first before I put my money somewhere.
Yeah.
So again, right now there's a pattern called rally-based rally. So I wouldn't,
I'm out.
I wouldn't go in just yet.
Yeah.
And if it
Gee,
reverses, yeah.
I got a question from JP Rivas, says NASDAQ. So far, it looks like normal distribution. The market profile looks tilted to the upside. Could longs at lower extremes have a better chance than shorts at the top?
Well, of course, this is an equity index, and as such, it always has an upward bias. But we're not at the lows at the moment, are we? So we've got to work with what we've got. So right now, we know that there's a supply on larger time frames. We know that it's an inside day, and we're at the session high. So now, even if I go down to a 2-minute chart, if this is now reversing, and if it stays down, really, I will be looking for this market to close at least at 16030, so that this little demand area here is not creating any trouble. Right now, there's still buyers there. So I would wait until the structure breaks down before I get involved. So rather than using a crystal ball and going, I think it's going to go, I just look at the market, read what's going on, and then when I see something obvious, like right now I'm looking for a reversal in NQ, then you get involved. It's much easier than trying to guess what's happening.
Exactly.
So King Priest is liking your Renko Brink setup. What is that setup?
Yeah, it's just Renkos. Renko bars don't have time attached to them, even though time is an important component. Sometimes, especially when you're looking at timing your entry properly, they're useful to let you know that the market is either reversing or maybe continuing. Like if you're looking for shorts, in fact, let's change this to NQ, shall we? Just give it a minute.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So if we're looking for shorts, you can see the Renko is still shooting up.
Yep.
So this wouldn't be it yet. So until Renko actually stops doing the crazy movement and actually creates something like this, which is what happened the last time it reversed, then we can talk about shorts. So however you look at it, whatever you're looking for, just make sure you have some kind of an actual systematic way of entering. To me, it avoids guesswork. It minimizes Muppet moments. And it just gives you like now, for example, you can try and go short now. That will be a reversal on Renko. And then you're looking for several more bars to appear. And if they don't, you bail. And it limits your risk. Because the trade location is there. We are at the session high. But we just need some sellers to actually come to the party. You don't want to try and guess. It's the worst thing you can do.
You know how ironic this is? I talked about my well water. Like there is water pouring into, like literally I got a guy at the house working, and he's like, water's pouring into your garage from the well because something bursted. How ironic is that?
No, water damage is horrible.
It's not one thing, it's another. You know that.
Yeah. I mean, like he sends me this video of water. I don't even know if you can see it. But it's just water pouring in.
Too well. Yeah. Well, bottle it. I mean, take something negative and make it positive. Top Step water by the gallon.
I mean, like, I don't know. Life happens when you're trading and you get distracted.
God damn it. God damn it.
I had a problem. I said I didn't have a very good Thursday, Thanksgiving, because one of my website hosting companies who I've been with for like 9 years decided to migrate the website to WordPress without telling me, and thereby messed up all of the design, everything. So now I'm actually in the process of moving away from them. So it was a fun 3 days of me making a brand new website.
Oh my goodness.
Which I hate doing. And they didn't do the migration properly. So they trashed all of the images, the high res images. So I have to redo them. So that was my weekend. Yeah.
All right. The unknown trader, I'm giving advice right now from turn the breaker off on the pump. Just told that to the guy. I'm like diagnosing this from there, but thank you for your help. I'm just so
DIY from YouTube.
Oh God, I know.
Hey, DIY from YouTube is awesome. That's how I learned about DIY.
Deanna, I got water pouring in right now. If I go, let me search Google right now. I don't think the guy's gonna.
Yeah, switch off water, I think would be step one.
Yeah, find water main shut off. That's one.
Yeah.
Come on.
plumber too.
Yeah. Damn. I'm just thinking about how big a bill this is going to be. So, and I'm thinking about I'm down. Okay, see, Deanna, that goes back to my point when we were talking about having a second income. I'm down $1,000 right now. I just had this text happen about water flooding in the house. I have a guy coming out that's going to whatever, like it's going to be thousands. I'm sure it's going to be thousands. And I'm down 1,000. So right now I'm just assuming I'm down 4 on the day. I got a mortgage bill at the end of the day. I got one income. Let's just say I have one income trading. Do you trade better knowing the fact you have all these things that just lined up and you have one income that's going to help support you? Or do you have, I mean, the answer is obvious. We just said it. Like better. Which one's better for your trading to have another income?
I have a better way to put that. Because all of us, we are trading because we are looking for windfalls. We all like certain comforts in life, or we want to provide for our family. Well, it's easier to get wealthy with multiple sources of income. So yeah, you can just trade and you can just put all your eggs in one basket. But it's just easier if you have money dripping from all sides.
I call them revenue streams, income streams. Always have, even if one starts to trickle, you have other ones that are flowing. And they're all filling in. I always go back to like farm stuff. They're all flowing into one trough, and that trough is consistently overflowing a bit or a lot, which means you're parking money.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes, guys, thank you for the unplug the water pump. You're right, because there's the well pump, and it does get power. I'm telling him that. These are all things that I'm like, yeah, you're right, because when I walk by the water pump well, it's always making a buzzing noise, and I've accidentally shut it off before. So we're gonna do a lot of this. I'll see how much of this helps, or if it just implodes.
So if it was me, I would say the Nasdaq is definitely attempting to reverse now.
Yeah, at the top.
Yeah. So if the market stays between, because you're always getting new information. So if the market now, we have a new reference here. If the market manages to close into this little area of a demand, because that's what it is, it was a rally-based rally. But if that breaks down, so if the market closes at 160.35 or lower, that would be my trigger to go short.
You short, Michael?
No, I'm long. I'm long a lot of invoices right now.
Hey.
Yeah.
You're gonna let that bleed into your trading though.
No, I don't know how it doesn't, guys. That's my point. Because now I'm just distracted, and I'm gonna continue to focus the best I can. But I'm just hopefully all of us kind of pick. I mean, what if you got a phone call from your kid's school, and you got hey, so and so just got in a fight. Now you're distracted, or you have your heat goes out right now, or wherever you are on the planet, AC goes out, or whatever. There's always shit that happens, and as traders, when you get those into your mix, it throws you out of whack. Because I think we all could say you need to be really, really focused on if you're trading.
Yeah, especially if you're not 100% sure of your strategy and you're still in the experimentation phase, anything can throw you off.
So, Deanna, if I just load it up right now to kind of pay for my potential bills right now, I'm down 1,000. I want to be up for the day. Is that a smart move?
You should do it.
Just wait for this 1 minute to close, and if we're below into the area of the demand without any reaction, then go short, but don't load up. Just yeah.
So do go short.
Well, we'll see where
right. See, right now I'm just taking it. Yeah, right now I'm taking anybody's advice just to get money back in my pocket. No, I'm saying this as a joke, guys, because like it isn't a joke, but it is a joke because we all go through this. And I remember in my very early days of trading, I had no income, and I was looking at trading. I blew out a $30,000 trading accounts, real money. And then I came to Chicago, and I got with a prop firm, and I became a bartender. And after, because I knew at 5 o'clock at night, I'd had nothing to do, and I would bartend until 2 in the morning. I'd close up, and I'd be at work at like 7. And that was like having 2 income streams, and I only had one at that time, which is bartending. And then I started having less and less pressure each month to perform in the markets, and you make the most money when you trade when you don't need it. In my opinion,
Well said. Okay, absolutely.
I agree.
Anyone out there that's trading the ES, let me know your thoughts. We're like been in a 10-point range for the entire day, and been quite boring, to be honest with you. So if you have any trade ideas, please put them in the comments.
Throw
We come
him
up with something.
away.
Just sitting. I was just like gone flat. So
Let's have a look at ES. Hold on. Where's that chart gone?
you see anything in there, but yeah, 10-point range. Looking to put a trade on. Just nothing's popping. Nothing's setting up. Hate ES today. I'm with you, Daniel, but it's okay. There's always tomorrow.
I would say the same thing. So we have settlement up here,
Yeah.
session highs, still inside the initial balance. So yeah, you want to aim to get involved somewhere around 4566.
Yep.
Look for a reversal. If it comes, whack in a short. But you're not gonna, it's gonna be like a six point target, because the middle of the range is from top to the middle is about 6 points. 600.
There you go. Look at that telestra. Look at that chart work, Michael.
It's masterful. Is that what the right word?
Good shit, man.
Is that even a word? I don't know. No, Deanna, I love
These
it.
are all my indicators. That's my tech team. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I
Deanna-
literally spec'd out all of this. I was like, I want this. I want that. I want that.
There's a reason why we're grateful to have Deanna join us as a regular.
Absolutely.
Deanna, you're great at explaining the markets. Hopefully, people here can ask their questions. You'll get them answered the best we can. Our answers aren't ever for sure. Nothing's for sure in life and or trading.
Same, Roy.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can provide our views. It's not advice to this, go short, go long. You have to see your own analysis, but this is just a view of how those of us who have been in this game for a very long time, the level of skill that we've attained over the years. But yeah, I'm never going to be like, oh yeah, go short. I'm not a signal service. I can just provide my views.
Right.
So, And having a signal service would probably be my worst nightmare.
Yeah.
I've never been a fan of. Go ahead, Andre. Sorry.
No, I'm just they're throwing trade ideas in here just for tradertainment's sake. I'm like,
Well, signal companies. Look, I'm not a fan of them because to me they're doing the wrong thing in the industry and the wrong. But it's a lot of folks do want just to tell me where to trade, tell me where to get in, where to get out. But if that person that's telling you that goes away for some reason, proverbial bus gets hit by the proverbial bus, or the company does what, or like it's just you're not being taught how to be a trader and teach a man to fish, teach a man or woman to fish. Is to me the greatest gift you can give back to other traders. And in our job of what we do here on TopstepTV is just share our thoughts. Again, throw that Dolby, you're going to throw a poll out there, fade MP or fade Kramer. I don't care if you're fading us or going with us. We're not doing anything except just listening to us. Hopefully we're all learning, and you can ask questions to anybody in the chat here because everybody here is pretty cool. It's cool. And you're hopefully going to see the trading community come to life for all the newbies that are joining. I know we have like quite a few people here today. So that's how you learn. That's how I learned in trading, was to be around other traders.
exactly. It could be long. It's a lonely journey if you're just getting into it. You don't have anyone around you, surround you, or be part of. It's lonely and it get frustrating, and you definitely can doubt yourself, question yourself. Am I cut out for this? Will I ever make money? I know there was a question in the chat earlier. How long did it take you to become profitable? Took me just over 12 months to finally get profitable, and I was doing 60, 70-hour weeks in front of the screen, learning how to trade. So this isn't
And also being around other people.
Absolutely, there's about 40 other people in
Yeah.
the trading office alongside me. Also at the same, being taught the same strategy, so to speak, that, we kind of learned off, bounce the trade ideas off each other, but they were also your competition. So that kind of made it tricky, not that they were actually going to mislead you, but they perhaps wouldn't give you the full story, the full picture, because, you want to capture those profits for themselves. So here I feel like it's much more communal, bigger family. Everyone's in this together to, enjoy success.
Yeah, it took me 3 years, and I say 3 years because I started at 18 and I went to college, and I just from Nebraska, 0 people I knew. I did AOL chat rooms. I got caught in a pump and dump. I got caught in a pump and dump chat room. Lock Harris, LOCK Harris. Put 30 grand into that one. That was my first blowout. And you're like, hey, how'd you have money at the age of 18? At a vending company, I had like 80 accounts. And I was making like $1,200, clearing $1,200 a week.
What were you selling?
Humix. Juice from Mexico.
Juice. Oh, that stuff is great.
So this will be a short in NQ for me now.
Yeah.
Okay, Deanna. I'm going with Deanna today.
Yeah, agree.
Since Michael sort of mentioned the Kramer versus Patak poll.
I love it.
Let's put that up there. Poll question from Nick Dolby. Dolby time. Who's the better fade, MP or Kramer? Let's get that up.
But
there.
again, you can't say yes or no.
Yeah,
so it's going to be MP or Kramer. Like, who's the better?
Yeah.
Yes or no?
Yeah. Change that poll.
Yes.
Kill the poll.
Yes.
Kill the poll.
His ears are ringing right now. Going, what the hell?
I mean, why we could frame that like more positive and say who's the better one to follow? Or
better look.
No, let's use the fade. We call it fading or yeah.
Kramer. That's an easy one.
Deanna, I got out of that short position like a fool.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, that was
Who has the higher blood pressure, MP or Kramer?
God, I know that answer.
Who skis better? There you
Yeah.
go. Okay, there we go. We've got it in there. Oh, look at this going. Oh my goodness. It's like our tilt. We're looking at very close here.
I voted for myself.
Did you really?
I went to press and I'm like, hold on, I'm clicking my name, but I shouldn't be clicking my name. Not mean today or overall, because overall, good luck, you're going to lose. I mean, since the start of my trading. Yeah. Hey. It's called longevity in the game.
That's
it's
right.
called longevity.
Hey, doing the Fonz over there, huh?
You got to feed on it like Jordan. Just remember this and then take it out sometime.
Right?
While we're doing this, you guys got our first news feed of the day. I'm excited to see what Jack has for us. You got something we could post up here?
Yeah, we got a few things real quick. Just an update from this past week. James, you can show that rates. This is kind of the big story going forward is what people are expecting in the interest rate market. So now the swap prices are pricing in about a 60% chance of a quarter point cut by May 2024. Wow. So
that's impressive.
Keep that in mind as we go to future Fed meetings, because if that doesn't happen, this will obviously change, and it will not be good for the stocks.
May, huh? Boy, that's quick.
Dude, okay.
That's being very optimistic. I mean, okay.
Can we then put a poll in here? Thanks for the poll, guys. I don't know if where we ended, but
you won, Michael. Either way, you won.
I won as in I lost?
Yeah, you won as in you won.
Well. Okay, so can we get a poll in here? Do we think the Fed did a good job of land? Are we landing right now? Is this considered landing the plane? Remember, it was going to be a turbulent landing. Like, do we think the Fed did a good job? Because to me, they got inflation under control here in the States. I do love my polls, Thomas. I think it's very good for all to keep sharing our feedback. I kind of want to include it. Polls. Yeah. The more we understand about each other, I want to know your majority rule or whatever. Is that a good question, Andre? Did the Fed do a good job? Is the Fed doing a good job? Because
is the Fed going to pull off the soft landing?
The soft landing, because I'd say it's soft.
So far, they're going to thread this needle. So far,
that's what.
At least that's what it looks like. I mean, they keep saying inflation's been stubborn and they can't get to the 2% target they're looking for. Well, with that being said, they're going to let these, higher for longer. I think that's the catchphrase that we've been hearing the last couple of months. And I don't know. When you guys posted that first rate cut of May 2024, that's very optimistic. I mean, that's what, 6 months from now? I mean, we'll see. That's quite the turnaround.
And I do have one more news item, which is that this may be a world record, but I have lost 20 consecutive Thanksgiving turkey bowls.
No. there you are.
I put the one up there, but I was in fact in second place.
Well, that's because you're wearing a goddamn Bears jersey.
Jim McMahon,
jersey is that,
number 9. You got McMahon's jersey.
Oh, that's a true sicko jersey. That's actually a 19. This is a deep cut. That is a Devin Aromashadu jersey.
Wow. Oh my God.
On the sale bin, right? Yeah.
Holy moly.
Because
Aromashadu.
I bought that I think when we had lost maybe 10 straight, and I needed like
Aromashadu.
I didn't deserve even a Cutler jersey. It's got to be Devin Aromashadu. But in my defense, we play against my friend's older brothers, and they're all like Bradley Cooper and Wedding Crashers.
Oh, just hardos going all out.
Just hardos, and now their kids are like in high school and tall. It's just over. We thought we'd have a chance, but lost a squeaker this year.
Jack, thanks for bringing that in there. The turkey bowl. I know guys that do the Deanna.
Yeah.
Gosh darn good trade. Gosh darn good trade.
I just tried to shorten crude oil.
I just got a long
so far it didn't
S&Ps.
work, so I am going to try again because this has failed in auction upside. It's such a big move, so I kind of got a little bit.
I'm talking
early.
about your. Yeah, I'm talking about
Yeah,
your short.
Nasdaq.
Yeah, damn you.
Yeah.
Nice trade.
So that would have been the target now. VWAP 16011.
On a long.
No. So that would have been the short target. So we're there now. The longs I wouldn't really attempt until we go to the session low area.
Oh,
And
Whether it gets there, NASDAQ, whether it gets there or not, that's a whole different thing. But right now, shorting it continually, so that would be a little bit risky for me. Because you don't know whether it's going to ping back up. So
Yeah,
it's an
don't.
equity index. Yeah.
I'm playing that it will.
We do have tilt, Andre, getting a little short. But here today,
I got long S&Ps from 58 playing this range. Dan's got me worried that there might be some continuation, but in the ES on the 5-minute, this is the lower end of the range. So
Yeah.
where
Where are you in from? Oh, you're long,
58.
right? Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that could work.
you also have the tilt, folks. The majority. When I say majority, guys, we're looking at tilt at the very top of your screen, and we look at Nasdaq and the S&P. When that gets heavy long or heavy short, we watch it, and when it gets like over 70% short or 70% long of everybody with an open position that's trading here at Topstep in either the trading combine or an express funded account, that's everybody's open position. Are they long or are they short? Just that simple. And it's been paying the majority today. A bit, right, Andre? I mean,
it has been. The majority, yes, they have been getting paid. I just got
So yeah. Oh.
I'm short crude oil again, so we'll see how that works out.
You're spraying all fields right now, Deanna. I love it.
It's playing my levels. So we went up to the value low, then it reversed from ADR high and value low, and now it's failed the auction and it's trying to go through the whole initial balance range. So that's what I'm looking at. If I can get 74.89, that would be pretty good. I'm not going to shoot for another 2R.
Eddie, give us what's the polls?
Poll right now, 812 votes. We are looking, will the Fed is going to pull off a soft landing? It's about 50-50. 49 yes, 51 no.
All right, awesome. Nice trade on the entry so far, Andre. 58s.
Yep.
It's firmed up. Back at settlement, NASDAQ.
Yeah, range bound, range traded it is. Definitely not my strongest suit, but you got to adapt. If this is what the market's going to give you, this is what you got to take.
That's right.
Brad's asking about bottoming in gold right now. I've been watching this, and it's just a baby step, baby step, baby step. I'm still looking at taking it down here right now below the 08s right now. I'd like to see that, test that, but we're a little heavy here. Our sellers are pushing the market down here lower. Looked like we were going to run a little higher, but my hands are off right now. I'm waiting to see the development.
Yeah, so gold is opening above range and above value from the previous session. That means there's a higher chance of it going to value first because it's a little bit high up there. So it could go all the way down to 2003. because it's a lot of space.
Oh, yeah.
And right now, the
293.
auction is to the downside, and it's just made another lower low on the profile and price action, however you want to call it. So for now, I wouldn't fight this. I would just let it play out in gold.
Speaking of gold, I had a long gold position in a long-term portfolio. Andre, I had it with your brother. Actually,
What, like gold bricks?
yeah. Well, just yeah.
Oh, that's what that vault is. I knew.
Man, that thing took forever. We covered it. Yeah, I was holding it for a few years. Right when COVID started.
Guns and gold, baby. Welcome to America.
Yeah, I know, right?
But yeah, you were saying, sorry.
That's it. Yeah, it didn't move on. It's moving now.
It is. It has been moving now. Like it took forever. That's for damn.
Took forever.
Took forever.
Yeah, like I'm out.
Well, that's the trader, and you're not the investor.
No, I know. I convinced.
Gift curse.
For sure.
Yep.
All right, Andre, where'd you cover at? Where'd you stop at?
Stop is beneath the 53s. If it breaks out of the range, then we'll have continuation of that downside. We'll see where the cover is at. It's more going to be a time trade. If it's going to be range bound, hopefully it keeps going. But yeah, more time trade than anything.
Hey, we got a real nice comment here from Max Maserati. Topstep's the only prop firm that wants you to do well as a trader. And, I can honestly say yes. We get together in our meetings, and that's our mantra. That's something we believe that we have to do.
Yeah.
We're here for you.
There's a couple other in the industry.
Thanks, Max.
As well. Yeah, and just there's this other ones that just like, hey, welcome to the sim world. Your entire life.
Yeah, thousands. Get them in.
Yeah, and you can sell FOMO in this business super easy. It's not.
Almost sells itself. Yeah, you don't.
It sells itself. It's stupid. You got to just know. And I go back to really quickly about technology. If you're going with any other person, not Topstep, if it's anybody else, they better have something that's going to help you out, or technology in there that's going to show you your stats. You go to some of these companies and like, hey, it's just guys. You know what it is? It's an out of the box subscription software service that they use. And when you sign up, they send all these API calls, get all these accounts. And then they have these rules, and the rules are intraday wipeout and shit like that. You got to be careful with those things. And I say this in all honesty, because you want to have the company that you're with, the prop firm that you're with, the partnership that you're with that to be one that's moving you forward. If it's selling you scratch tickets, and I say this in like, not to call it a gambling world, but you can do anything and frame up the markets as like, you're missing out, and here's a 96.5% off flash sale, blah blah blah. Hey, come on, man, that ain't helping you become a better trader. So we did TopstepTV. We make no money off TopstepTV. It cost us 6 figures, if not 7 a year, to run. To run. We have group coaching, we have Discord, we have trade reports, we have Coach T that's going to be brought to life more so than ever. Coach T is a digital performance coach. So you'll be seeing a lot of that in 2024 because we're able to process your trades in real time and then spit out if-thens. If Andre's had 3 losers in a row, and we know that Andre, because we can tally up all his trade data history, his fourth trade in a row is the worst on average. 80% of the time he blows up that count or hits his loss limit or whatever. We ping Andre and we'll say, hey, Andre, what about taking a 15-minute break? Because on your 4th trade after 3 losers in a row, 80% of the time you blow up your account. Just take a break.
Where else are you going to get that, man? All these other shops are going to want you to keep trading.
Well, that's our investment. And the investment, the investment is to get longevity out of you. We all know that to trade your entire life is pretty damn hard. To trade well is to get to that position is totally possible. But to keep you in that position can be hard, and you got to have the tools or the support team or the community or the tool or again the trade reports and things to help you learn about yourself all along the way.
And we are going to fail. It's just that you need somebody to pick you up and dust you off when you fall off that horse.
100%. Well, I covered. I didn't like how it was going. I got up $100, whatever. Quick in, quick out. Light and tight. First trade of the week.
Nice one.
Can you answer me a question? If you're calling traders up to live accounts, do the traders have additional benefits? Hell yeah, they do. They got a direct contact to our risk managers.
Yep.
You can open up your size. You can turn off your daily loss limit. You can trade other products if you want. I don't recommend it. You can go from 15 lots to 20 lots. You can go to 30 lots. We will allow that depending on where your balance is on your account. We are and have always had a true prop firm at the end of your journey here at Topstep. So when you see other companies like, oh, they keep you on sim and you're making $100,000, dude, you can't tell your significant other or your friends and family you're a professional trader if you're a sim your entire life. That's why we will bring up traders that keep kicking ass. There is this end of the rainbow where we become a true partner with you, where we get you on the prop account, where we want to put you in a better position. So that's something we've had since 2010. We started the funding trading industry in 2010, and other people have copied it and shortcutted it and gone different routes. To each their own, man. I'm not going to poo-poo on anybody.
It's a copycat industry, man. When someone goes first, someone's got to take the leap of faith, which Topstep did. And, all the copycats come in afterwards when, Topstep does the heavy lifting and proves to be the one. So,
and Andre, we showed
welcome
up
to the space, man. Welcome to the space.
Yeah, we showed up a little late to the innovation party a couple years ago. And we redid the whole leadership team and put ourselves in a better position to move swiftly and regain that connection with helping traders out.
That's right.
And I think we kind of slowed down in 2017 or 18, and that's where that's where we should have turned to the gas pedal on. But that's for me to own, and we got ourselves in a better position, cleaned some house, got better focused, and we got an absolute kick-ass team. And you guys are seeing with TopstepX, TopstepTV, the improvements to the program. And then the continual investment that I just mentioned about helping put you in a better spot.
Yeah, 2024 is going to be huge.
Oh yeah, it's going to be fun. Our roadmap, which we'll start sharing with you guys only on Topstep TV here as it comes closer. Yeah. Delete a cat. Yeah. Yes and no. We love FTM. We love FTMO, but we started before we were the first ones in the industry. 2010, and you can say whatever you want. We're the first one to take the prop firm model instead of showing your resume and going to somebody behind a desk going, Andre, you look good. Okay, why don't you trade?
Thank you.
No, show us you can trade, and we'll back you with real. We started this in 2010, and we love FTML. We love those guys. Those guys are legit players, and they always have been. And very proud to have those guys in the industry with us. They're all FX though.
Yeah, they're Forex. I was going to say that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So again, go to only good Forex companies as well. We're futures.
Right.
Narrow
apples.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it is 10:17 coming up here very shortly. Half past the monkeys. Half past 10:30. Monkey. We've got shoulder tap with Mick. We're talking about Mick here, and don't forget today, 11 o'clock, Dannytrades with MP.
That's going to be big.
Power Players segment. 11:45. If you are asking, Jack and Bonnie are going to be doing the top quiz. And we've got group coaching here. JD and myself, I think we're going to be doing the AMA, answering questions. And I think whoever else is available going to join us here to help with answering those questions. But later in the week, tomorrow, Trades by Matt. Mark your calendar. Be here early for Fast Markets. Also, Wednesday, Jared Tendler, as usual, for our power players. And we'll have Hoag back by then. So good stuff ahead. Don't forget to join us.
Yeah. So there's a last thing about this. I have direct contact to I think Earned a Trade's a great one. I got direct Chaba over there. He runs it. He's good. We got direct contact. We were talking to the founders of FTMO about a month or so ago. We stay in contact with it because we're really interested in keeping a tight-knit network.
That's right.
Of the funding companies. We call it. We're looking to kind of see if we can start a governing association, trader evaluation governing. So TIGA is we're looking to do. We're getting more of the players that are really trying to help traders to be like, hey, here's what we think best practices. Here's what we want to kind of live and work by, because it's a new industry that Topstep formed, that we used to call them copycats in like 2015, 16. Like Earn to Trade was the first one. I remember they came out. I'm like, this is that copycat of Topstep. Topstep didn't have any competition. You could say, what was the other company? I don't know. They were FX, but nobody was doing what we did. Earn to Trade was the first one. And I remember being like, kids are a copycat. And they're like, hey, we just admire what you guys. And then next thing you know, it's not a copycat. Because more and more, it's an industry. There's industry forms.
It is.
And then when the industry forms and they find out we're solving a problem here, which is helping traders gain access to funding without risking their kids' college fund to get themselves in a better spot, the industry became bigger and bigger and bigger. In 2018, 19, and 20 is when it really started exploding. You start seeing all these FX companies start to pop up, and then like your other discount prop firms, which I think is a joke when you call yourself a discount prop firm.
Yeah.
You should go to a prop firm prop firms are a professional organization that's helping you put it better. Go to a discount brokerage firm, man. But to each his own. So all this stuff started forming, the industry formed, and we believe the industry needs just the leadership from the companies that are putting traders in better spots. That's what it is. Yeah. So I'm not going to comment on all the. Yeah, I'm not going to comment on all the other companies that have popped up too, because they pop up. Guys, look, it's not hard to pop up and be like, I'm a funding company, and it's like, but to do it in a way that helps traders, to do it in a way that you're legitimate, to do it in a way that you're trusted, and then now we have proprietary software coming out that we're partnered up with this company called Sim2Funded, which is badass. And they're bringing TopstepX to the mix. We're going to keep working the direction to keep our traders in better spots. And if you like discounts and flash sales and ring-a-ding-a-dingy type of shit,
Woozy.
then you got woozy woos. Then you got the nickel slots in Vegas, or you got a path that's not going to help you become a better trader. I'm off my soapbox.
I was going to say that was beautiful, Michael. You've been waiting to get that off your chest all freaking week.
Let them cook.
Ring a ding a dingy.
Mm-hmm.
Ring a ding ding. Well
Add
done.
that to the add that to the Patak language.
Ring-a-ding-ding.
Ring a ding a dingy.
All right, so how are we looking? Danny, you're still short and crude.
Yeah. Still
You made your money to the upside though. Your first trade was to the upside, correct?
Yep.
Look at that.
That's, right.
That's being not married to a bias. That's beautiful.
Yeah, that's the crude oil. So
you're playing.
is
Is it range? Is it a range trade today then?
not really. The first trade was a mean reversion back to the distribution curve, and
Sure.
the second trade is a rejection of the distribution curve.
Gotcha.
So now this might take a little bit longer because of the time of the day, because things tend to slow down. There's like slightly less volume around here. And it's going to be lunchtime in New York in about half an hour. So all of that kind of slows crude oil down. And then it picks back up after lunch. So
Yes,
I just play those levels. Yeah.
If you would really quick, you're talking about the different time. Talk about those 3 different sessions of the oil trade, the crude trade that you talk about. Talk about that.
Yeah.
That's very important.
Yeah, so I was talking about that with Nick, actually, with Dobie Time. So crude oil has it's definitely a two-sided instrument. It's probably the only instrument where you can make money orderly on the upside and the downside on the same day. On a lot of the days, obviously not every day, but a lot of the times you will find one trade to the upside and another trade to the downside in the same session. Typically, the first time that you're going to get a reversal is from about, I'm going to use Eastern times because I know it a little bit better.
That works.
So from 10 a.m. Eastern, you usually get a reversal. So you will observe that about 77% of the time if we look at the last sort of 3 to 5 years. And it's something that happens a lot. And then once that's done, you can get another reversal near the lunchtime, but not during the lunchtime, because if you get a reversal during lunchtime, that's usually a fake out. So the third part of the session is after lunchtime when yet again it reverses. And then settlement comes, and it's pretty much the end of the day on most days, unless you have a higher volatility day, in which case you might be able to find a trade there as well. So not only that it's a two-sided instrument, but you can actually find about 3 to 4 trades if you know your levels. Very important.
So you have your morning session, then you have the lunchtime trade, which you pretty much sit on your hands, and then you got the afternoon session.
And then pre-settlement. Yep.
There you go. So, that's how you get it. That's shifting gears. That's gold. Thank you.
but you have to stay objective. The reason why I can catch both ends is because I know the levels, and I don't expect a trending move every single day, because that's actually a low probability in crude oil. They do happen, and when they do happen, they're pretty fierce, and you can also recognize them on the profile. So, for example, last week when I caught the long trade, it broke out of the range. So for the first sort of 3 hours, it did absolutely nothing. And then it broke out, created single prints outside of the one side of the profile, and carried on. And then it also did a mean reversion trade. So I like to categorize my trades of what it's doing in relation to the level where the trade is happening, and then where the target is going to be as well. So this was basically a mean reversion trade, just like the one that I did when I was here on Wednesday. But this one is smaller, obviously, because on Wednesday we opened up way below value and everything, and yet it still shot up and went all the way back to the distribution curve. So they're very, very powerful levels if you know where to look and when to look.
Excellent. Amazing.
All right, it looks like gold is getting where we were talking about, just ready to break, very close to breaking the 08s. To the downside, and this is where I'm going to be watching to see if it can drop all the way back down to the 02s.
Yeah, this is now also a mean reversion trade. So same type of setup, but on the other side. Market opens with a gap, then tries to go lower, does a little bit of push-pull, and then it finally makes up its mind and goes down. I actually call this setup weakness inside the initial balance. It's my terminology. I have a lot of my terminology. Yeah, because we're inside the initial balance. The market tries to go lower, comes back to it, and then weakens, and then goes back to the sustained auction. And it's a tricky thing to spot, because once it fails the auction, you're thinking, oh, well, we're going higher. But you have to keep the open sentiment in mind, and you also have to keep in mind that London smashed through the average daily range, but didn't manage to keep going. So that's this area up here. And that all of that shows you what the sentiment is. So obviously, if we went higher, that would have been a neutral day because it already extended lower, but it didn't happen. It was actually contained. So it went up to the first area where the sellers were here. It reversed, and now we have another sustained auction, which is bringing it back to that first idea of mean reversion back to the distribution curve. So it's all just systematic.
Amazing. Yes. I hope the viewers are enjoying this as much as we are, because that's very, very important stuff right there.
I'm having a blast all day.
Are you
So
kidding
2
me?
hours into the trading day, I got an explosion of water entering my mechanical garage room door, flowing out there. Hasn't been stopped since
Oh, no.
an hour and a half. He's like, it's not, still going. And the guys, he shut off the pump. I'm like, you shut off the power to the pump. I'm like, I didn't say it, but I got guys telling me to shut off the power to the pump. He's like, it's still coming. And then I get to talk and chill with you guys.
Don't be trading then. You don't need to be trading then, right?
You don't need it. I know. I'll do it. Product of free will over here, my friend.
All right, man. Do what you got to do.
Did you like rip open a portal to another dimension or something? I don't understand how the water's still coming.
Oh, dude. Okay, Jack, I'm going to send you the video. I'm going to send you the video.
Jack got this.
I'm going to send you the video, and you can see. Yeah.
Just be glad it's not hot lava.
Yeah, my kids play that game all the
The
time.
floor is lava.
Well, they would be pretty good at it. There you go.
Just use some chewing gum to patch it up, they say in the chat.
I mean, at this point, we'll take any trade idea at this point.
I got flooded.
All right, Jack, I'm giving you guys the video of what I'm dealing with right now. Yeah. Now you can see I got one side of my brain saying, oh man, are we gonna have water? It's like 20 degrees out, things gonna freeze. And I got the other side of my brain being like, I need to be up, buddy, today.
Yeah, I know. These bills don't pay for themselves.
We got nothing until 50-50. We're back here on Deanna's 23s that she's been talking about.
Mm-hmm.
We saw that sell off when Deanna goes, I like this, it's rolling over. So that was a play that you could have got if you were right when Deanna said it. which I sold 36s. No, 40s is when you set it. You set it around 40s.
Yeah.
It sold all the way down to 05. So you picked up 35 handles on that one if you caught the edges of that trade. So there you would have got 20 handles out of it. Tough trade today, guys, in my opinion.
Agree. Especially coming out of the holiday, you think we'd be rip-roaring. It is Cyber Monday, so maybe we keep that in play. Eyes will be definitely tuning in to see what those results were. I'm sure they're going to hype it up with retail sales. I remember before Cyber Monday was a thing, they'd always pump up Black Friday sales on this Monday and just say how amazing of a shopping day it was. And that usually be bullish for the stock market. We see that all the time. That kind of what leads us into, we keep referring to the Santa Claus rally. It's kind of what kicks off the Santa Claus rally. I don't know if that's still a thing, so to speak, but it's something you'll definitely hear on CNBC.
On most of the years, it was. The only time that it wasn't was when Trump got elected.
Ooh, be careful, Dan.
I know. So I'm just saying what happened. So that was the only year that the markets got aware of it. Like, oh, we're not sure about this. And then nothing. It was a really dead December.
Historically, yes. Factually speaking, 100% correct.
Yeah.
That's.
I'm not talking about anything against them. I actually think it's hilarious.
Deanna, pop quiz, Deanna.
Shit.
Yeah.
Pop quiz, Deanna. What band goes? It was a long December. Blah 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 blah.
I don't know.
Yes, you do.
I got it.
People are gonna lay off.
What is it, Jack?
It's Counting Crows.
Wow.
Damn, Jack, that was good.
Nope.
Well, who would have guessed that Jack, out of all people, would have got that one? And guys, if you don't know, Jack comes up with questions on Top Quiz. Tune in every day.
Tune in every day. Boy, we are flowing today, man. We are flowing.
Yeah.
Deanna, you still short crude?
No, I'm out of my crude oil trade.
Hold on.
Mine is 110 on that one. I'm done.
Jack, I got a question. Is it wallflowers or Counting Crows? Because Eric just said wallflowers, but
Eric is confidently wrong on that one. Long definitely by Counting Crows.
Eric, thanks for tuning in, buddy.
Confidently wrong.
No, good shit, Eric.
We got prizes for our departing guests, do we now? Keep it open. Hey, we've got 10:30 here and shoulder tap. Well, we got Mick on the on-deck circle ready to go.
Probably. Maybe first, James, we want to try and show that video of
yeah. The anxiety
that water realm.
The anxiety going on in my chest right now.
I know.
That don't look
shit,
good.
it really is. Oh, by electrical stuff too.
I guess it's been going on all night. There's the pool that was flooded the night because it was overflowed. Whatever.
Yeah, it gives me anxiety.
That's coming out of an electrical panel. Just so everybody knows, those two don't mix.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I know that. Yeah.
Spicy water.
What do you do? I mean, just sort of go in a scuba suit so you don't get electrocuted. I don't know.
From where I'm sitting, I get updates. That's what I do.
Oh, God.
But
folks, you're looking into the CEO's mechanical room live here at TopstepTV.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Well, on a better note, I'd like to give props to our very own Michelle, who's in the YouTube channel. She's been really answering a lot of questions here. Doing a great, fantastic job, Michelle. Very cool to have you here.
Absolutely crushing
also,
it.
Nick is in here having fun also.
Yeah.
Dude, hey, the unknown trader, I'm liking your feed, but the pressure switch,
dude,
sprung a leak. I mean, some of the stuff that you guys are giving me, my brother-in-law is a plumber, and I haven't sent him the video yet, but what you guys are sharing here, I've been sharing with them.
Have you really?
Wait a minute, what else am I going to say? Nothing?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Yeah. Have you tried turning it off and turning it back on?
Yeah, you tried restarting your computer.
Reset the computer. I remember when I first started doing support tickets when I first started Topstep. I mean, some of the shit you're like, I don't know, man. Like, do you need to upgrade your computer? You don't know until we started getting actually a kick-ass support team, which we have now. And they can diagnose it, like, here, share your screen. But back in the day, it was like 2010. I'm like, I don't know how to help you, man. Like, I quit trading for the day. I don't know. So
yeah, that sucks, man.
Diagnosing a problem that you have no control over, and you're just getting like sentences of information. It's very hard to do.
So someone's asking, I have to see a few questions about the brick size on crude oil that I'm using. I'm using 8 for my brick size on Renko. It works.
That
pretty
brick size. I've never heard of brick size.
What's brick
well. Yeah,
size?
it's just tick size.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah, I'm short crude again.
I mean, I know there's some brick sizes getting flown in every day from south at the border, but
Yeah,
Bricks of
so
gold.
they call because Ranko chart looks like bricks, so they're like, oh, brick size. Yeah,
I see.
yeah,
yeah. But it's
Talk
just
is on
ticks.
one today.
I don't know. You got to be.
Hey,
Yeah.
Mike,
Yeah.
Gary's asking about your neighbor's status. Could it be leaking on their side, leaking into your side?
I mean, it'd have to be a mile away because that's how far they are.
Oh, that's nice. So neighbors are not close. That's pretty-
No, this is we have a
Nobody to blame, right? Yeah.
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 Yeah, this is a ranch we bought back in 2019 or 2020, right before COVID. Probably my best trade ever. To enter a real estate position in January of 2020, before the word COVID existed.
Okay. All right. Hey, boys and girls, we've got Brett in the waiting room.
Ooh.
And it is 10:35. And Deanna, you're short crude here still,
I am.
correct?
Yeah, from 31 this time.
Okay. All right. We're going to take a little break, and we'll be right back. You can stick with us if you want, Deanna.
Yep.
Up to you.
Yep. I'm just gonna go deal with a puppy that's I don't know why it's outside of my door, barking away. They want in.
Somebody's got to do potty.
No,
Somebody's gotta do potty.
they can go outside. It's just I think they're lonely. They're like, please, we want to be on Topstep still.
All right, mommy, go share the love. We're going to take a quick break here. We're going to be back with Brett and Shoulder Tab. I thought it was Mick. My bad. We'll be right back.
Yeah.
We are back. It's happening.
Yes, it's happening. And yes, we've got Brett, one of our risk managers with us. Good morning, Brett. How are you today, my lad?
Good morning. I'm doing great. Had a great Thanksgiving with the family and looking to get back after it and see some traders and see what they can do in the markets.
Fantastic. And, real quick, Brett, we got a lot of new people here checking us out here at TopstepTV. What's your job as risk manager?
So as a risk manager at Topstep, one of the things that we do is we try to foster learning in the trading commodity futures marketplace. And whether that be calling somebody up and saying, hey, you're doing a great job, or hey, maybe you might want to consider this. We don't tell people what to do, but we give them suggestions. And any suggestion that I have ever given as a risk manager with Topstep has been something that I would value for myself or tell it to a family member if they were trading. It's all beneficial. It's all to help them move forward and learn from the trading. And really just sometimes it's, hey, quit doing it for a minute and take a break. It really can vary greatly as to the scope of the role and how to handle each situation. But as a risk manager, we're all here for one thing, and that's to learn. Actually, two things: to learn and to take money out of the markets. And so anything that we can do to help encourage that is our goal.
Awesome, brother. Awesome. So what do you got for us today, my friend?
We got a few traders. The first one is a shoulder tap. That's for Brandon. And Brandon recently moved into a live account. I think we've got a trading card for him. And Brandon, unfortunately, didn't do so hot in the live markets. And he had one winning day out of the 5 that they were in the account. Didn't really trade a lot of contracts. They averaged about 9 contracts per trade, but they were only able to be profitable on 1/3 of their trades. Stack that on top of their risk reward. Their winning trade was $850. Average winner was $850. Average loser was just shy of $700. So almost even money. But when you're not even at 50% on winning trades, you're going to go underwater pretty quickly. I sent production the trade report for Brandon as well, if we could take a peek at that real quick.
Well done, production.
Pretty.
That is nice. Thank you. A few things I want to highlight on this trade report. The first is on the 16th, they made $2,300, and that was their first day in the live funded account. And that is fantastic. The one thing that I know a lot of traders fall victim to is your first day being really good, and $2,000 is a heck of a day for anybody. It can set unrealistic expectations for what the future of your account holds. And take a look at the following day, the 17th. They went up almost $8,000 intraday. And that was the first day that they hit their daily loss limit, and they continued to do so until the account was unfortunately underwater and they lost it. But the thing is the trade times also I wanted to highlight with Brandon, because it looks like you get out of winners pretty quick and you just let the losers run. That, by most professional trading logic, that is kind of the opposite of what you want to do. You want to limit your losses and let your winners run. Scalpers do it a little bit differently, that are sometimes making the bid offer on a market, but it doesn't look like that's what Brandon was doing here. And 9 contracts is a lot of contracts to be swinging in a young account like this.
Sure.
But I mean, if you would have quit at up $5,000 and had given the $3,000 back on the 17th, you'd still have an account. And we hate seeing traders lose their live funded accounts, or any account for that matter. And I mean, the good news is you're back in the trading combine. You'll be able to get rolling with that. You also took $13,000 in payouts, which we love to see. That was while you were in the express funded account. which we can give payouts on because of the data that we're able to collect and trade from. But Brandon had a bit of a tough go. And like I was saying, the first day in the account, work for just a little bit. Get established. Make sure the systems are working. Make sure nothing has changed because you might be on a new environment or instance of your trading platform.
Brett, one of the things I notice here is like you said, it's first day. Pulling out some money. Second day, you see the total contracts were just way out of whack.
Yeah.
He had a wonderful day up 7+. And it seems like he just kept trading. I think the greed factor sort of maybe kicked in there, got a little ahead of him.
Yeah, nice catch, Eddie. That definitely sticks out, that 210 total contracts trade on the second day. Hey, Brett, how often do you see that where a new live funded trader, has a pretty decent first day and they moving forward after that, they seem to, for lack of a better phrase, lose it away, piss it away to a certain extent. We see that a lot, don't we?
All the time.
All the time.
We do everything we can to stop it. Sometimes that's a trader in the live accounts requesting a different daily loss limit. And we try to work with them and figure out with your strategy, how can we make this work better for you, enabling you to take money out of the markets and be profitable in these trades. One of the hardest things to do is sit on your hands. For a lot of people. I know I fall into that category, but it's easy to get into the thinking of, I'm not going to make money by not doing anything.
Exactly.
However, some of the best trades a trader can make are the trades that they don't make, is sitting on their hands and just watching. It's not easy to do.
I would agree with that. I would say a lot of success in trading is, it's kind of like some will view it as a bit of a pessimistic outlook or a negative view, but it's more about not losing money than making money in this gig. I don't know, maybe you guys would agree with that, but if you don't lose money, the other two outcomes are pretty favorable. And as long as you don't lose money or manage your downside risk, the rest takes care of itself.
100%. And even a scratch can be a winner. Even though you're not making money, if you scratch a trade and just spin your wheels, hey, you're learning, you're trading, you're doing volume, and it's a win.
Well, also to that point, a scratch day. So say you have a scratch day on today, like a Monday, as opposed to having a losing day today on a Monday. So that sets you up for your Tuesday. So if you say, if you have a scratch day today and you make $100 tomorrow, well, now you're up $100 on the week. Whereas if I lost $100 today and then I have to make $100 tomorrow, now I'm back to square one. So it's kind of, scratch days are essentially to set up your following day. It's not about that day, but it's about setting up your next day. We always talk about trade for tomorrow. Well, scratch day is essentially trading for tomorrow.
Absolutely. And one other thing is, being down can really put you on your heels. A lot of one of the most challenging times to take money out of the markets is when you have to make money. When your mortgage is due, when your seat lease is due, if you have an exchange membership, when you need money, it is so difficult to take it out of the markets because a lot of times it's easy. The first half hour, you make a few $100s and it's like, hey, $300, that's $300. That's pretty good. And then suddenly it's like, it's just a drop in the bucket, man. Like I need to make at least 1,000 or whatever that number may be. And you lose sight of how valuable $100 really is. And it's a trap a lot of traders fall into.
It's a hard thing to say that, gosh, I need money to pay for this, so I've got to trade to get it. Now, if you're in that situation, you're flirting with disaster. You should have something at least saved away to cover that. And this way you're not saying, gosh, I got to make money today to pay a bill. That's pressure under the gun. And you're going to be making more reckless decisions than you want to be making.
Well said, Eddie. Very well said. Yep. And that's why when friends and family would ask, hey, Brett, how do I start trading when I was a full-time trader? I'd tell them you need 2 years of living expenses and then you need money for your trading account. Two totally separate things, because you can't be stressing about getting money when you are trying to be successful in the market.
Yeah,
absolutely.
So moving on from Brandon really quick, I am going to circle back to Brandon, but I think I submitted these in a different order than I intended. But we're going to talk about Garage now. And Garage is in a $150,000 XFA, express funded account. And Garage is killing it.
Nice.
Garage has $1,500 average P&L, trading the NASDAQ. The thing I love about Garage is average contract size is 3 contracts.
Beautiful.
Love to see that. And he's killing it. $1,500 a day. It just shows you don't need to trade 15 contracts or anything to make well over $1,000 a day. Garage has been in the account for about 11 days. And the thing I love about Garage is a lot of his days are $200-$300. And then there's some outliers where it's a couple few $1,000s, but there's not a lot of big losing days. And he's satisfied, it seems like, taking whatever they can out of the markets, whether it be $200 or $2,000 or more. So love to see that. Averages 29 trades per day, averages under 100 contracts a day. And one other thing that I heard you guys talking about a little earlier today is encouraging traders to take payouts. Yep. Garage has taken $10,200 in payouts from this account and love it. The trading looks great, and I actually was given this trader's name by a coworker, and the question was, are we going to call him up to live? And Ooh. I don't know right now. However, we're certainly looking at it, and we like what we see, so it certainly looks good.
Hey, Brett, real quick, what goes into that thought process? If we can take them behind the scenes, if you don't mind, within reason, what goes into that? How does that conversation go amongst the team? Should we bring them up live or not? What's the thoughts that you guys consider before actually doing that?
There's a lot to look at as far as calling them up to live. Mm-hmm. One of the things that we look at is intraday balances, whether they went up $8,000, similar to I think it was Brandon, I'm sorry, that we spoke about first, where they were up almost $8,000 and they ended up losing $3,000 on the day.
Yeah,
that hurts.
Yep.
It hurts to see that. And you trade long enough, you're gonna learn that lesson or teach yourself that lesson in all probability. But it's controlling the losses, like you were saying earlier, Andre. Successful trading is not about printing money; it's about managing the losers.
Exactly. And I guess on this card right here, what really sticks out to me is the very bottom note you have there. Stops trading before a winning day turns into negative. I mean, you keep that up, you're going to be in this game for a long-ass time with a lot of money in your pocket. That right there jumps off the screen at me. I hope some of our viewers are looking at the same thing, that's what keeps you in this game for longer than not.
Absolutely. And that is something that is so exceedingly difficult to do.
It is.
Everybody struggles with it because I don't care if you had $200 10 minutes ago or $2,000. If you have even $100 less, it's so easy to fall into the trap of thinking, well, man, that's a lot of money, but I had this much more before if I had just stopped working. Not a lot of jobs like that.
No, it's the beauty. That's the beauty of this gig.
Exactly. So that is such a huge feather in Garage's cap as far as stopping.
That's awesome.
While the account balance is still positive.
Now, Brett, real quick here. Robert's saying that it's pronounced Ure, not Ure.
Ure. Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Slovakia. Beautiful picture. My goodness.
Yeah, right.
Who lives in White Castle over there? Is that like the corporate headquarters? White Castle?
Old school. Come out to
beautiful picture. Yeah. Sorry.
And we've got one more trader for you today, and that is Jorge. Jorge is in a live $100,000 funded.
Olathe, Kansas. Sorry.
Are you familiar?
I am. I went to school in Kansas, so I'm very familiar with where Olathe is. But yes, sorry.
Nice.
Back to the card.
Hey, Dorothy.
So Jorge, I love this trading. Jorge's only been in this account for 3 days. And I told you when I moved on from Brandon that I was going to reference him when I talked about Jorge. But Jorge has been in the account for 3 days. He's had one losing day where he lost $44. The following day, he made $481 and then $624. And this is really similar to a trader that I featured a couple of weeks ago where start off slow. Hey, your first few trades on day one didn't go so well, but you kept it nice and small. They've got they've got almost $15,000 in this live funded account, and they lost $50 their first day. Like, I almost consider that a win.
Absolutely.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely.
Not doing many contracts, but just it looks like they've got a great strategy and are following through on it. A lot of shorter term trades, but like I said when I was talking about Brandon, I love seeing that slow progression. Even though you're not making $2,000 or $3,000 in the first week on the account, you're taking money out of the markets. That's how you keep the lights on, and that's what we're here to do.
Right.
Absolutely. Wow.
So, yeah, averages 3 trades per day, 3 contracts per trade. It's a young account, so we are going to wait and see how it progresses, but really excited to see what Jorge is doing in this account and keep moving on.
Yeah, move forward. What size account does he have?
It's a 100,000 live account.
Okay, cool. Oh, I see it right there. My bad. Cool. All right. Now, earlier, Brett, I know Mick punched in with some of our heavy hitters and influencers for today. Updates on what they're doing. Did you have that list?
I don't have it in front of me. I can go a little bit off of memory. I'm glancing over at my
I've got it in front of me if we can sort of run it, which is pretty cool. Whelan's up. Now, this was earlier this morning. Whelan was up 1,400. Kyle up 3,000. And Dannytrades, which we're going to be having here in just a few, up 6. Fan favorite, Hughes, was up 500.
Okay.
And we did have Sean C. Down just 115. So, I mean, things are changing, but those are the numbers I had. I figured I'd share those with everybody.
Yeah, and I can update a couple of those from memory if you'd like. I know Kyle K is no longer up 3,000. Kyle is now up, I think, 9,000 if I'm not mistaken. So love seeing that.
Hold on, guys. Bring me into this combat. Bring me in.
Where'd he come from?
Bring me in.
He's in.
Go! My ears perk up when I hear about traders kicking ass. Even if the traders that are kicking ass blew out of a daily loss limit, which isn't blowing out. But who do we have again? You just named him, Eddie.
We got Dannytrades, and you know what? He is in the green room. We're going to be bringing him up here in just a few minutes.
Live account, Brett?
Yes, Kyle and Danny. I'm not sure if Danny's in live or.
We'll find out.
But Hughes is in live. I don't know what Hughes is doing today. Patrick Whelan, I don't think has traded this morning. Last I checked, he was still up 1,500.
He went fishing.
On a boat.
He went fishing.
Oh, good for him. And then, like I said, Kyle is killing it again in the live markets. I know you said $3,000 earlier, which I think was around 7 a.m. or 7:30 this morning. He's now up to 9,000 in the live funded account.
It's awesome, man.
It's so great, man.
Yeah.
Wait, who was that last one? Sorry, I'm taking notes. The last one was what?
Kyle K.
You said their name. Oh yeah, Kyle.
My boy from Poland.
I follow him on Instagram.
Yeah, man. He's
all right.
There you go.
Dude, so we got some.
Kyle kind of has that. All right. He has a little McConaughey in him.
The Polish McConaughey.
He's a blast to talk to.
McConaughey.
The Polish McConaughey. All right.
I spoke with him a couple of weeks ago and asked when he was coming back from Poland, and I think he lives in the States. But I asked him when he was coming back from Poland, and he's like, I'm not really sure. Maybe a week or two, or maybe a couple months.
Yeah.
I'm like, man, it must be good.
That's the life of a trader, man. The independence, the freedom we have to make your own hours and set your own, schedule.
It's a beautiful thing.
It is really.
Well, hey guys, we've got
Danny, Eddie, real quick. Dannytrades is up money, so I'm going to talk to him about that, and then I need to know if this is a live account. So something's going to help me. So Danny, if you're here listening, excited to chat with you about it. I don't know if you bought a Ferrari or whatever this weekend. I saw your Instagram thing, and you're wearing a Christmas hat and in a car. So it was a pretty nice car. So we're going to talk about that one. But you've been trading really, 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 really well. So I think the amount of money you've made, assuming you've taken it out, and Brett, I need to find out what his total payouts has been as well. But when I do this chat with him, we'll find out if that's what covered his nice purchase.
All right. Well, with that being said, I'm going to be tuning in. Right, quick turnaround here. Dannytrades is in the waiting room, so let's get this party started with.
Here we go.
Michael and Dannytrades, y'all. That's going to be must-see TV.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to get all set up, and Michael and Danny will be heading it off. So, gold traders, gold bugs, making a nice little rally. We'll be right back.
Awesome Monday. Let's go.
Beautiful.
What is happening, Danny? We're back together, and I'm chatting with you after Thanksgiving. After I saw you wearing a Christmas stocking cap, whatever that thing, Santa Claus hat on your Instagram, driving around, singing in the car. You had a great weekend.
Yeah. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. It was a nice Thanksgiving. I was telling you earlier, they were offering me $50K. I was gonna cash out $50K from Topstep and buy the Ferrari.
Oh, just so we're all clear, guys, we weren't offering him $50K. We were telling him to take $50K out of his account and pay himself. And Danny, I'm always the one that says, hey, park it so you have a different income stream going on. But you can also, as you've been trading well on your personal account, and we've been watching your progress here at Topstep, and I'm sure everybody who follows Danny online on social sees his progress there. Steps forward, steps back, but you've had a really great year, so you always should reward yourself. I'm just wondering if you're going to take that 50 out. That our risk management department said you should take money and put it in your pocket, because we always like to say keep it in your pocket and then buy something nice with it, aka a Ferrari. Is that kind of what we're looking at right now?
458. Yep, that's what I was looking at. I mean, it's money I didn't expect. You know what I mean? So treat yourself. But here's the thing with me: I don't want to cash out till I'm above 200K on my account. I'll cash.
Okay,
out.
What account? So we're all on the same page. You're above 200K on what account?
Topstep Live account.
Okay. All right, cool.
I can manage to do things the way that I am right now, and I could possibly make it happen in a month. You know?
Okay.
Things go the way they're supposed to, you know?
Well, so, I mean, you're on a hot streak, and those traders that are on a hot streak, and I'm telling from the 20-some years that I've been watching traders, when you get on a hot streak, you want to park it in your pocket. So I know have you taken a payout yet?
Yeah, 15K.
Okay.
You want to see my new setup? Let me show you.
Yeah. Lean over here or show it to us.
Topstep paid for this screen. Look at that.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, man. You guys, that's the setup right there.
I mean, that's a better setup. Oh, that's a what is that, a Samsung?
Yeah, the 55-inch Samsung.
They got a 55-inch curve. Hold on. Yeah, I need you to, after we're done, share me on that. I have an Aspen office that we're opening up in December, which people could drop their skis off that trade at Top. And only if you trade at Topstep. If you trade anywhere else, you can't drop your skis off at our place. You drop your skis off, and you can trade a little bit, and you can go out there skiing again. So I open up that office here shortly, and I got this one right here that's coming together. And there's desks over there and all that kind of stuff. And then it's right outside. So long story short, I'm working on my office, and I need that link to your monitor there. That thing's pretty badass.
I got this. It was on sale on Black Friday. It was like $1,700 on Black Friday. They probably still have the deal because it's Cyber Monday. But I spent about $6,000. They made me take a picture at Best Buy with my receipt. They're like, hey, can we take a picture? We just want to show my boss. Look, here's the picture. They made me take it with my receipt.
Oh, there you go. You went in there and cleaned them out.
Yeah.
Well, so hold on. That was all for what? Or is that just
I just wanted a new setup. I mean.
Oh yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, every now and then
I cashed out $50K. I gave my wife some money, and then I bought a setup for myself. I didn't know what else to do with it. You know, so the next
Danny, I like watching your journey on your Instagram. I don't really ever go on social because I think it gives me like digital sickness is what I call it. But you pop up in my feed, so I just been following some of your stuff. So good stuff. Hey, welcome to the live trading world. I know you got your live account. I know you've been trading well. Last time you were on here a couple weeks ago, we talked about. Am I still going? I got my screen off. Sorry, guys.
They want me to put my camera towards me, but the thing is, I don't got room. Right. You know.
Hey, Danny, can you hear? Danny, can you hear me still? I got everything that should shut off.
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, guys. So I assume I'm still being heard on here. Okay, I'm all good. I just can't see you guys, which is fine. So we had you on here. You made like you had a streak where you made like $100,000, 120, something of that nature. You made the fastest trader we've had since the history of the funding industry. Remember, guys, we started the funding industry in 2010. The fastest I've seen, somebody reached 100 grand. Now, I don't watch everybody else's funding company, blah, blah, blahs out there. But Danny made it the fastest ever I've seen here at TopStep, making 100 grand. And I think that's commendable because you have to be really in a sweet spot zone to be able to do that. You did it. You got called up to a live account. You're trading live capital. TopStep funded prop firm. That's what it's called. TopStep funded our prop firm. And those orders are going into the real market because you're a damn good trader. And we're proud of you. So now we have you on. Now we're going to talk about how trading's been going, what you've been doing. We got that 100K hat that we're putting together for you, just like this one.
Let's go.
So mine says 5K. I'm a minnow compared to how you're trading right now. So that's the only ones we had made so far. But yeah, you had to get us to the 100K embroidery. So we call it embroidery guy. I said, here's the hat. We got to get this up for you.
So my goal right now is I was trying to do a couple swingings on the TopStep Live account, which I'm going to be going back to. So I haven't traded it yet on my live stream yet, but my goal starting tomorrow is to just trade on my live stream. No more swinging until I'm above that 200K mark. That's my goal. 200K is like my pocket, you know what I mean? Because then I got 100K wiggle room, to do whatever I want. But so my goal right now is to take it small. Take it small, until I'm able to grow to that point. And when I'm at that point, I'll start increasing my size, and maybe you guys can extend my contract sizing to 20 cons when I'm at that point, but we'll see what happens. My goal right now is to take it small before I actually start getting into bigger trades, That's the main goal. I don't want to cash out. I don't need the money. My goal is just to show people, look, this is what you can accomplish as well. If you put your mind to it and your heart to it, you might have a couple of drawdowns. You might be down, but it's not about how you fall. It's about how you bounce back. It's about how you bounce back. It is, right? Because my live account, I was telling Michael, I started my live account with 100K. Now I'm up over $1 million. I trade with TradeOvate. This is my own personal account. But from 100K, I went down all the way to 20K. You know what I mean? Just not even bad risk management, just going on a losing streak, sizing heavy. And then being able to bring that 20K back up to over 100,000 from 100,000. Now I'm able to go to $1 million, but changing my mindset throughout the whole way. So you're going to get in drawdowns. It's not about, you losing money. It's about how you handle them. So how do you come back from these? Like, you're going to let it affect your mentality and the way you trade, or you're going to say, all right, I got to put a stop to this, dude, or I'm going to have to restart all over again.
Speaking of putting a stop to things, you keep a daily loss limit, so you stop yourself for the day, right?
Yeah. 2 trades.
Yeah. And that's super important, right? I mean, why do you could open it up, and guys, just so you're talking, he has a personal brokerage account that he said he had 100, that went down to 20, that's out $1 million. The TopStep can always see what we see, but we trust Danny with whatever he's saying, and that's some kick-ass trading. Do you have a daily loss limit in that personal brokerage account? Because I know a lot of traders don't. They blow out. They find out that they lose the kids' college fund, and then they come over to TopStep and they go, I want to continue learning how to trade. Oh, shit, you have a daily loss limit. Well, I didn't have one before. And we're like, well, you should have one now because it slows you down. Doesn't break a rule, just slows you down if you're not seeing it for the day. Do you have one in your personal brokerage account?
Do I have a daily loss limit? Like it stops me out?
Yeah.
No, I stop myself out. 2 trades.
Okay.
I lose, and you can ask my team about this too. They watch me every day. If I lose a trade and then I lose a second trade and I'm down 100 ticks, I just walk away. Later on in the day, I just let my mind go. I go grab breakfast. Do whatever I got to do. I go on. Sometimes I even go on a drive. Just to get my mind away from trading. And then later on, I come back and it's like never happened to me. Like I always say, this is how I look at it. Okay, let's say I lost, $5,000 today, for example, right? And I had $100,000, right? Now I only have 95,000. What I do is, okay, I'm starting with 95,000. That 5,000 never existed. That's how I get myself thinking. That way I don't get that FOMO to be like, oh, I got to make it back. You know what I mean? So to me, it never existed. This is my starting balance, and this is where I'm starting today, and this is what I'm going to do today.
Okay. And so you have that, you have that, and then you have a live trading account here at Topstep that is trading at our prop firm that we brought you up on. I know you have a daily loss limit that you kept on that one as well. And we're just really interested to see, like you talked about on Topstep's live funded account, what you're looking to do at that one before you take another payout. You've already taken 50, correct? So it's like, what are you doing next? Has your strategy changed? Tell us about your mindset now as you're going from really the express funded account, which is a sim funded, which is pretty much everybody has. Very few companies have live prop trading because live prop trading really is the end goal of all end goals for traders that are kicking ass. We want, and anybody should want, that trader trading on their live prop account. I know other funding companies do have it. FTMO just bought a prop firm. I think they're doing it now, which is awesome. And I know some other funding futures ones, Trade Day or Earn to Trade. I think these guys put them on live accounts. Some of the other ones, they don't. But we do here. We've been doing it since the very beginning. Now you're on it. What changes? Anything changes? You keep jabbing away?
Yeah, stuff are changing right now. I'm figuring out the way I want to trade this account right now, and that's kind of what I've figured out this week. So at first I was like, okay, let me just use this as a swing account. Let me try a couple swings. Okay, that's not where I kind of want to be. And I figured that out yesterday. So I was like, let me just, because the where I do best is scalping. You see my Instagram videos, that's where I'm the best. You know what I mean? That's where I fit. I can't be changing up my strategy just because it's money I didn't expect to have. You know what I mean? And now I'm trying to full port all the way to $1 million, because that's the way I'm going to blow it. So my mindset now changed. I said, okay, now I got to treat this like it's my real account. You know what I mean? Focus on this account, do your scalping, and then walk away and treat it like your main account. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm still a human. I was struggling with that initially. Like when I first got the account, I was like, let's just freaking run this up, and now today my mindset's more of, okay, dude, I gotta just, treat it like it's my live account. This is not, even though it's money I didn't expect to have, I still gotta treat it like it's my live account, my personal account, and I gotta just scalp it, man. Even though I'm scalping 5-10 contracts, that's completely okay. I'm not gonna start at 15 like my bigger accounts. I gotta just take it easy, you know what I mean? And get, because it's hard when you trade your own personal account and then you trade your prop firm account. Sometimes it can get in the way because, on one account, you're trading more contracts than the other account. And sometimes, even though you could say you're desensitized to the money, sometimes it messes with our head. You know what I mean? Like trading 20 cons on one account and seeing me make $10,000. And then on this account, I'm only making $2,000. Sometimes that can, mess with your mind a bit. So you just got to steer away from the profits and stop looking at that aspect of it and just focus on just the account, right? You make 2,000, that's 2,000 you never had. And you got to focus on the next day. It's going to compound in the next coming days,
100%. And I think when we caught you on that really good hot streak, and guys, traders get hot streaks and they get cold streaks. So anybody's like, oh, he makes $1 million, but he struggles at a 100K account. Welcome to the world of trading. There's going to be times where you catch hot streaks. There's going to be times where you go cold. It's what happens when you go cold is what you do, because you can get yourself back in that confidence zone again. Now, Danny, did you get into the overconfident zone? Like I've done that before in a trader where I was just crushing it. Day after day after day, I was doing well, and I'm exceeding my own expectations. So I get a little looser. I get a little bit more not carefree, but a little like I got this shit. And then you get slapped, and you get slapped again, then you get slapped again. And then I going back to trading 101 is like, what got me there? I need to go back to. Where's your head at psychologically right now? When you're kind of adjusting to a new account, maybe taking a few hits and finding out your sweet spot again, because you had a kick-ass, one of the best hot streaks I've seen in a while. And then there again, that transition to be cold, to go back to hot, to go back to warm. You're always kind of staying there, but in general, you're always trying to read the markets and understand your emotions along the way, which is the toughest part about trading, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, you do go cold sometimes. You do have those cold streaks, but it's all about jumping back into, the right mindset. Because a lot of people, they have like panic attacks in the market when they go on cold streaks. They start to, and I think you've seen this too and experienced it. People start to change up their strategy. Yep. People start to change up the way they trade. And I think sometimes it's not even an issue with our trading. We're just overthinking it. Like, have you ever played golf? You know what I mean? You have
100%.
You have a good golf swing, and then you overthink it, and then you just suck. You know what I mean? It's just like that. You know what I mean? When you overthink things, you overcomplicate it, and it just it's not good for your mentality. But it's not because your strategy sucks. It's not because you don't know how to trade. It's just simply you're overthinking it. You're overusing your brain. You know, so like every day you just gotta treat the market like you treat it on your winning days. You know, I have a rule for me, and I can show you. I have, because I record on my trades. My first trade today, because I scalp every morning, 10 minutes after market open. I wait 10 minutes because it's too volatile in the morning.
Yep. You let the market digest the open. Yep.
15 cons. Is it okay if I share my screen?
Yeah, for sure. And you just talked about golf. I'm going to throw it out there. There's a book I got told to get. It's called Zen Golf. Zen Golf. It's a short, easy read. Change the word golf to trading, and it's a perfect book to read to get your to go what Danny said about where you got it. You know, you hit a great round. Next day, you completely blow it up. You're trading or you're golfing the worst you ever have. Golf is a big piece of it. Zen Golf. When you read the book, change the word golf to trading. 15 years ago, somebody told me to read that book. I'm like, damn, that's a pretty good book. So it's a quick read.
Yeah. So look, this is kind of like what I go through. It's like mental, right? So first trade, you know, I'm already, because I took a swing last night that didn't work out for me, you know, last night. And I was like, this morning, I was like, dude, I just got to sleep on it. Just let it go. You know, the morning's going to be a new day, you know, but you got to not have, because usually a lot of times when you take a bad swing at night and then you go in the morning, you kind of carry those feelings, like an ego thing. You know what I mean? You carry those feelings into the next day. So last night I lost about $6,000. I'm being honest, because I took a good swing at first and I was up, and then I don't know. I thought the reentry was there. I took the bad swing, over leveraged a little bit, you know, lost. So then I was like, okay, I got to let that go and just focus on what's going to happen this morning and act like that never happened and just sleep on it. Right.
Are you going to play out the trade right now? Is this going to be a press play and we can see it?
Yeah.
I love it when you do this, because you talk it out and then you bring us you warp us to the next time you talk it out, and you do all that kind of stuff. So guys, being open and honest about your trades is what we're here to do as traders, because it's how we're learning, and it's how we help others learn. It's always how we keep our mindset in a really good spot. So, all right, talk to us about your short. What time is it last night?
This was not the short. This was short this morning. It was my first I took this morning. You know, right before the news came out and then pumped the market, right? So I took this trade about 6:45 around that time. Ended up taking the short, but as you can see, you know, and that short was going all right. I traded 15 contracts, full position, but eventually that short, oh my gosh, man, I'm at 50 ticks, and I'm like, okay, 50 ticks is my stop loss, you know. So 15 cons with 50 ticks. I kind of stopped myself out a little earlier too. I ended up losing about 3,000 on this trade, but I want to show you something right here. So this flipped completely on me, like right away, you know, and I was like, damn it, dude. So my psychology at this point is like, dude, yesterday, now this morning, you know, that was my my psychology right here. I was going through it mentally this morning, you know. I was I didn't call out the trade last night. I did it myself, so. You know, but, you know, I had to exit at this point. 50 ticks hit, and then I just got 50 ticks, boom. I just took the loss. It is what it is. Yep. 3,300 on the first trade. But look at how much time it took me before I took my next trade, right? I just waited, literally. Usually a lot of traders, what they do is they'll trade back to back. They'll get in right away, you know? But I waited. I waited a couple minutes. I waited till after the news passed. I waited about, you know, I think it was like 10, 15 minutes for me to enter another trade, you know, because I wanted a good setup. I didn't want to take a trade where I'm going to get stopped out and then boom, it's over. You know, I have to finish my day, and just massive, you know, this massive 12K loss, just 6K yesterday and then 6K today, you know? Yep. So,
hey, I like how you're open and honest about that. And those that say, hey, how do you have a 6K down day? Guys, when you become a funded trader at Topstep and you build up your account, you can have your daily loss limit completely removed. You can have it smaller or larger or whatever. That is how we're working with you as a funded trader. You're proving yourself in the trading combine that you can manage the risk within the parameters that Topstep has set, because that shows you if you can't trade small, if you can't trade within these levels, I don't think you can really trade big, and that's kind of the history we've seen. So now that you build up your account as a funded trader, you get the opportunity to open that up. Your downside can be open. Your lot size can be increased. It's a conversation that you have with our risk management team. Danny's had that conversation before too.
Of course, 100%. And we've talked about even shortening it up, you know, because I wanted it high at first, and I was like, okay, dude, I'm overstepping boundaries here. I need to stay here, you know. And Mick you guys got a great team. Mick is great, you know.
I told you,
you know, he's like, no, let's keep it here.
Yeah.
Wait till you build, and then we can talk about it. So that, you know, and I really appreciate that a lot, you know, because even as good traders, as good as we can be, sometimes we let our thoughts beat us, you know.
Yep, and that's one of the big things at Topstep is we're trying to help traders keep themselves in that same mental mindset. Now, Danny, I'm saying this because really quickly, I was not $1 million a year trader. I was a mid six-figure a year trader consistently in like my mid 20s, from the age of 25 all the way to 30 was really my sweet spot of trading. And every time I'd push myself the following year out of the gate, say I had ended up the year at 300 or 450 or something like that for the prior year, I'd come out of the gate and be like, in the early days, I'm going to push this a little harder. And I found out that I wasn't that type of trader. I could be really confident and trade really well in a mid six-figure a year trader. I didn't get there right away. It took me many years to get there. I had to break even a year. I had to make 75 grand the next year. I had to make 125. And then I started in the 200s and the 300s and 400s was what I could pull out. And that's still, I don't know, what is that? 1,000 a week is 50 grand. I don't know, 5,000 a week is 225, 6,000, whatever. So I knew I could pull that out of the markets. But then when you try to push yourself further, and that's going to come to my question, when you try to push yourself further, and you're not quite ready for that yet, call it an athlete and sporting, you're not quite ready there mentally or whatever, but you got yourself in a good mental spot in what you're doing right now. Is that what you're doing, is keeping yourself, pulling yourself back into that, firming up that foundation to get yourself to the next level, or do you want to stay at that level? You get it?
You know, you have to find out where you want to be, you know. So for example, every account size is traded differently. You know, you can't trade every account like it's the same. I see people grab prop firms and they trade it because you can, you know, prop firms allow you to trade whatever you want on the evals, and you can trade heavy you want, but you got to understand, hey, do I have the money to afford another eval if I'm trading 15 cons, try to pass it in 2 days, right, and then blow it? Do I have the money to come back, or do I have to take it easy, right, and lightly? Because the way that I see it is if I lose 50 ticks and I lose 40 trades, then I blow my account, right? It's over. You know, people don't see it that way. They see it, you know, I got to pass and I got to get funded and I got to get a cash out. And that's all they see, you know. But me personally, with every account size there is, there's always certain ways to trade it. So that's kind of what I'm figuring out right now. Like I'm not on my street yet on my Topstep account, but I will be soon, right? Because I'm still figuring out.
Yep.
Do I want to trade heavy? Do I want to trade small? What should I keep my stop loss tighter? Should I trade heavy with a tighter stop loss? Because I don't have anything more than 50 ticks. 50 ticks is just my point. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I figured out, you know, I'm going to be sticking with 5 contracts, 50 tick stop loss, 100 tick win. That's $2,500 profit day. And that's about $1,000 loss. That's cool. You know what I mean? I need to lose like 80 trades to blow the account. You know what I mean? And
right.
I don't go on 80-day win streaks at all. You know, we're going to have wins on the week. So should be that is probably my hot spot right now until we get up to, you know, 200. You know, but back to what I was showing you on this trade, I waited a little bit until, you know.
Yeah, let's go back to that.
But ended up taking the longs. See, I doubled my size. So I went with 15 first. The market pulled back. You see this, we had demand here that we created. I was trading a 15-second chart on my trading view because I had my charts pulled up on my trading view. And yeah, this ended up coming up and ended up selling that supply, 90-minute supply zone, and then sold. Realized gain of 10,800. You know.
So okay, so you came back. You stayed patient after a loser. You came back, patient, and you got yourself into a new position with the 50 tick stop and all that kind of same stuff. Same strategy, or how much of this did you twist? Did you adjust?
let me pull up my trading view. That way I can show you, you know, where my mind was at here. So this was it right here. Okay, you can see my trading view screen, right?
And guys, just so you know, Danny, we have his Instagram link at the very top. I will ask him a question because he has 164,000 followers, and is that pressure? I'm going to eventually ask you, Danny, is that pressure for you to keep going bigger and bigger and bigger after you just talked about finding your sweet spot right now and then getting yourself to kind of eventually to level up? And Anne-Marie Band, I'm glad you're here because you just said, you know, amen to that. That's kind of how I always, once you find your swim lane, you kind of find this little sweet spot where you know you can go take that out of the market. Danny, I can only assume you got more pressure when you got that many followers and when you've got a hot streak. So let's go back to, but that's going to be a question I'm going to ask. I already got it in my notes. We'll take us back to what you're thinking on this trade.
Okay, so check this out. I ended up taking the short. So I use I don't know if you ever used the volume profile, but
yeah,
that's the indicators that I use a lot. So my analysis here was, let me change the color of this very quickly.
And guys, volume profile is what John Hoagland always talks about on here. Danny's using it. Why do you like volume profile really quickly, and quickly explain it?
It shows me kind of where the point of the key area of interest is and what areas I should be paying attention to and trading in. You know what I mean? And it shows me what areas I need to stay out of. And it allows me to be more patient. That's why I use it. You know, it just shows me the overall volume of kind of where I want to be trading. So
and just so everybody knows, we talk about that in the morning out of the gate. We talk about volume nodes, high volume nodes, areas that a lot of the trade happened because those are interesting areas because there's a lot of people buying and selling, buying and selling. You got to have a buyer for every seller. So clearly there was a level there that was very interesting to a lot of folks. And it stayed in that area. AK, the market was balanced today out of the gate. And we're talking about, hey, a lot of volumes traded at this level. So Danny has similar volume kind of mindset. And you can see it on the chart, and that's the darker blue. Are we seeing right there?
Darker black. I'll make it,
guys, and I have that up on my screen. If you want to switch to my screen just really quickly, James, you can see I have it as well. So Danny has it. Did not know Danny has that. We're talking about strategy right now. He shares that. Here's what I have. You can see it on the right. Maybe I can do it a little bit, something like that. But you can see it right here on the right. And Danny, let's switch back to Danny. I watch it too. John Hoagland talks about it. Deanna talks about it. So we're never going to say this is a strategy that's going to be a holy grail, but you see a lot of traders trading and following volume because there's a lot of, that's where the activity happens. Danny, go ahead.
So basically the first trade I took that you saw that I lost 3,000 on, right?
Mm-hmm.
Was this short down here, okay? And mainly because I thought we were going to chop up through this volume and just, fill this whole imbalance and head down and break all these levels. And, we had that CPI, we have a gap right now that created from the CPI data. And my whole analysis did was, right, we end up breaking all these key levels. We're going to go in and fill. And that's why I took the swing last night, the short. I was short all the way. And then, I took the short over here. I had an early entry. I was supposed to, you see my BOS level right here, right?
Yeah.
That was supposed to be my entry. I had an early entry thinking that it was going to happen. It was just intuition, right?
Guys, he's trading the NASDAQ. He's talking about the NASDAQ right now, just so those are asking.
Yeah. So based on the 5-minute too, it looked the same thing, right? We see these wicks, but at this point, when we ended up coming down, forming these wicks, that's when I got out at 50 ticks. And I said, okay dude, we're probably going to head above these high volume areas, high volume nods, right? I'm just gonna wait for news to come out. It was about 6:50, right? So I waited about 10 minutes till news came out. Once news came out, I saw the market pump, but you know, and I know that we can't react off our first emotion. You know what I mean? Okay, especially on news. You react on first, it's gonna have a pullback. Mm-hmm. Wait for the balance to happen. Wait for the market to find direction, then go ahead and fill that imbalance. And that's what I did here. So news came out at 7, right? Market pumped crazy. I don't go in the trade. I wait a little bit. I wait a couple minutes, and then as soon as you see this balance, it's a 15-second time frame. I know, okay? But I can't, look, I would have totally missed a good entry if I'm looking at a 1 minute, right? 15-second allowed me to get in earlier, more towards the bottom and having a tighter stop loss. And then it also allowed me to add where I wanted to add more because I added 30 contracts on this play. You know what I mean?
You had 30 on.
Yes, I had 15 initially, but added 15 more when I saw that. So look at the 15 second. I can't see this on the 1 minute. I can see this on the 15 second though. So on this pullback, I added on this red candle right here when we started creating all this right here, and this had this little pullback. I added on this pump right here.
Yep.
I had a 50 tick stop loss. So my stop was somewhere around this area, a hard stop, right? I had a hard stop around this area, and the market just kept chilling here. So this stop loss to me was perfect. I wasn't worried about this. If I lost, I would have lost. I didn't add the other 15 until we created this right here. So you see this? We started getting higher.
Yep.
So at that point, I was like, okay, I'm going to add another 15, added my other 15, right? I didn't like that it was stalling, but the 5 minute also showed, you know, because I look at multiple time frames too. I'm not just looking at the, you know.
What you go? Do you go back? This is daily that you always, no, hold on, not daily. What do you go back in the morning? You go from like a daily down to like all the way down. I can always call it in outer space. You go all the way to your front door, your house.
Yeah. I go from the 4 hour all the way to the 15-second time frame.
There you go.
So take a look. The 5 minutes pumping. We want to break this high. Once we break this high, which was this whole thing right here, that you kind of see right here, right? We're blasting off, man, and we're going into that 90-minute. That's my whole plan. You know, so I told, you know, everyone on my team, I said, guys, it's stalling right now. You know, let's play it safe. If we end up breaking, so I ended up moving my hard stop from this area all the way to the low of this candle.
Oh, so you trail your stops?
I don't trail it, but I added more, so I got to move it up. It's got to make sense. You know what I mean? I'm not going to keep a 50 tick stop loss with, you know, 30 contracts. You know, absolutely not. You know what I mean? I got to move it up.
So you're in at 30 contracts, and it now comes up to 16:022. That's what time? That's this morning, right?
Yep.
Yeah. That's what Deanna was talking about. The 22s, I got short, and right there, I got stopped out around the 40 or 40s or something. But you have a position on right now. You're long.
Yeah. So my entry with everything in total was about with adding and everything was, I think it was at 17.
God damn you. You know what? I was short. I was short from 15s while you're long 30 lots from 16s. All right, guys. There's a reason why we bet. There's a reason why I started TopStep is to find traders that are better than I am and can see the market better than I am, more disciplined than I am, and that actually can trade more size than I am because I found my sweet spot. Danny, okay, you're long 30. You're trading,
man. It's come all the way up, you know, and you see it in the video. I'm gonna post on my Instagram later too. But you see it, we pumped all the way up into that 90-minute level.
Yep.
And when we pumped it to 90-minute level, I just sold, right? Because 100 tick, 1 to 2 risk to reward. Just got to sell it. We ended up coming. At one point, I was up like $17,000 on this trade, but I did not do. This came back pretty fast, you know. So I ended up just selling it up $10,000 on the day, and then I called it a day for me. No more, you know. But we had a lot more entries here. I probably have to redo my charts right now, you know. But man,
so you were short or you were long from 15s or 16s at about the 9 o'clock Chicago time, or
yep. That's
all right. So I want you guys to flip to my screen really quick, and this is where I got short the 14s, just so we're all on the same page. There's transparency game that I always like to play here. So I got short around the 17s, 14s, 13s. And I got stopped out on that rip higher, and then you covered where on your longs?
About 17. I can pull up the exact spot I got in at.
I mean, you covered on them. What'd you get out?
Oh, I got out at the top. So at literally at the 90-minute level that I had, I got out. So yeah, my entry, I can see it right here. I'm pulled in. So you're I got in at 18. Sorry, I got in at 18. 18 was my exact entry.
Give or take it. Give or take that handle.
18 was my exact entry with 30 contracts. Stop loss very, very tight. I think it was about 15, 20 tick stop loss. You know, because I'm playing 30 cons, I can't be playing 50 tick stop loss.
No, that gets really scary. Yeah.
You know, so you know.
But then you catch it. Then you catch it, and now you're sitting in 30 contracts on a runner, right?
Yes, 30 contracts on runners, but I sold the whole thing at the top. I wasn't going to take a chance no more. Last night, after, I made, I'm back obviously in profit. I'm up about, even though you see 10K with everything, Topstep and my live account, I'm up about $4,000 today.
Yeah. So a lot of risk, but at the same time, you stay convicted. You got yourself out of the position. Like, guys, big traders will trade crazy. Some people on here will be like, this crazy trade, that's lunatic. You know how many? And John Hoagland will be on here this week, and Eddie will be on again tomorrow. And we'll talk about some of the biggest traders in the S&P pits and the Dow pits. These guys would trade. Looking at it, you're like, that's crazy shit. But there's a certain level of intestinal fortitude, guts, grit, that these individuals can go into markets with. Now they're going to have bigger swings. They're going to have, but their mental capacity can handle those. Again, I didn't like to have $3,000 or more than $3,000 type of swings because I knew I could pull myself out of $3,000 losing day. That wasn't something I was that was something I was very confident I could do. Now, Danny, again, guys, you will see him trade bigger. To each its own. This is how Danny trades. And we have other traders that will trade bigger like that too. It's not my cup of tea, may not be yours, but you're learning on how they go through it. So he's long 30 contracts from the 18 area, 16018. You saw that pop if you guys are tuning in earlier today, and he caught it. I was getting stopped out, so my shorts were, I was buying into that. So clearly, I probably bought into Danny covering his long position. so either way, trade like that and you pull out $4,000, it's still kick-ass. Even if you pull out a break even from a start of that day, it's still kick-ass because you kept your stops were pretty tight that you started, you didn't trail it, but you moved it up according to you on that one.
Yeah.
So all in all, now where's your head at? You just traded like that today. Tomorrow, do you kind of pull back and slow down a little bit? Do you feel like you're seeing the markets well, or what's next?
Same size with my live account. Stick to the same plan. Topstep account, I'll be trading 5 to 10 contracts. Shooting obviously. If I'm doing 5, I'm shooting for because my loss limit on the Topstep account, even though I don't want to use all of it, is 6,000.
Yeah.
My goal is to have. If I do 10 cons, it's a $2,000 risk. I'm only going to be risking 4K a day to make 5K. You know what I mean? I'm going to be risking 2K to make 5K, and that's 2 dubs. It's a 10K day right there. You know what I mean? And I'm not risking a lot,
Hold on. Two dubs, 2 W's. Is that what I love your
hell yeah.
2 cons, 30 cons, 2 dubs. I love it.
2 dubs, and that's a 10K right there. That's how I see it. I mean, 2 dubs, that's a 10K. Follow my plan, stick to my rules, and I'm good.
All right, so following your plan, you did 4K. What do you do next besides you just came on here with me? But what does your day typically end at as far as like, is there a certain time you're typically always closing the door on or shutting things down, and then what do you do next?
I try to looking for swing opportunities now,
Okay.
or big trade opportunities that I could possibly hold. Like the momentum's going to keep pushing up. That's kind of what I look for. So right now, I don't know if you guys can see my screen, right? But we're in a 4 hour. So, but with this kind of momentum, see, that's the thing. People that trade supply and demand, they think just because we're in a supply zone, they're going to short the market. That's not the case at all. A lot of times, that supply zone will start creating new demand into that supply zone, and we'll end up breaking key areas, and we'll keep moving up. Especially on a trending day like this. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You got to be careful. So I tell people, just because you guys see supply doesn't mean you got to short the market. A lot of times you're going to see me long in supply.
Okay, so talk to me about right now. We're on the highs of the day, both S&P and NASDAQ. You're already up on the day. Do you preserve one account, lock that in? Do you have another account that's a personal brokerage account that you're doing swing in? Do you swing in a Topstep Live? I don't know how much of Mick and the risk management team gave you a thumbs up on, but guys, again, we will give you a thumbs up. You build up your account, we'll let you hold positions. We'll let you move from X amount of lots to X amount of lots up or down. Our whole goal is to help keep you in that sweet spot of your trading. But then if you go cold or if you go off, we're going to be there to talk to you about it and ask you, is there something that you want to change or do or adjust on our end of it? Just let us know. So now you're on your highs of the day. We're on our highs of the day. NASDAQ. What are you thinking right now? Is it the end of your trading day? Do you have a swing strategy that you've been kind of looking at implementing? What do you see right now? You have a 4-hour chart as well.
So yeah, because I'm looking at the higher time frame. So basically, based off a 4-hour time frame right now, we do have a supply, but it's very weak. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So if we end up breaking through these, for example, let's go on a 5-minute time frame very quick. I have to redo my charts because I usually chart a range. You know what I mean? So right now it'd be nice if fake out of the high, have a pullback, and then continue the upside. Unless based off a 5-minute, if we end up breaking around this area over here, short to fill in balance below, but I never play. I know there's a lot of people that play the breakout, the breakout low, breakout high. I don't do that, dude. It always fakes out. You know what I mean? Sometimes I'll go through, but most of the time, like you break the high about 2-3 points, and then you have a massive pullback. That's why I never played the breakout of the low or the breakout of the high, dude. It's so dangerous, So, and if it moves, it moves, right? You'll get the pullback at some point. Like for example, here we're gonna see what we have going on, but we kind of form this kind of structure level. So this is kind of my breakout structure. We're gonna play the downside, Okay. So I'm watching this level. Are we gonna pull back, or are we gonna pull back into this 4-hour level here, where the start of the 4-hour is, and then start bouncing up again? So these are 2 levels I'm looking at, right? Because again, the stock is moving higher. We are in a 4-hour. Do we pull back into this 4-hour 16.062, or 16.054? And do we break through and fill the balance back down, back maybe into that 3-hour over there? Or because it's weak. I mean, take a look at the 5-minute. We don't really have anything that's going to stop us down. If we end up coming down, we end up coming down. So if we break this level, you just got to do it. A lot of people wouldn't do it because we're pumping. You know what I mean? But believe it or not, the reason I win most of my trades is because I just act. I don't even think about it, man.
Well, Deanna was on this morning talking about fast reactions or fast thought processing. Over the weekend, I'm watching a lot of football, and you hear about great athletes can process the playing field very, very fast and make decisions. And then they make decisions, of course, that are they're decisive, but they're also good decisions because they end up performing at a high level. Is that what's your strength? Give me that, and what's your weakness?
What's my strength and what's my weakness in the
market? It sounds like you could process stuff pretty quickly. Sounds like you have some patience to you. I don't know.
I think that's a strength. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. I lose money. It is what it is. Mm-hmm. I'm not gonna trip out over freaking. I'll make it back later.
I used to always think trading was like you got to be okay with money coming in one hand and leaving the other hand, but you never want it to leave more than money coming in one hand. But it may happen. But like money flows through you as an individual, as a trader, it will flow through you, which means you'll take it out of the markets and you'll put it back in the markets. But in general, a good trader keeps, of course, more in their pocket than they do give back to the markets.
Yep, that's true. So here it goes. Look, back in that 4-hour area, kind of where I was talking about. Let's see the reaction though, because we are on that's the 4-hour I kind of want to retest right here.
Yep.
See, we're gonna bounce back up from here. That's why I had that line. Or do we break through? I wouldn't act yet until I see a couple candles form.
And on what chart?
All my charts. So I got to see it on the 5-minute, got to see it on the 1-minute. So see, the 5-minute looks like it wants to bounce here, but the 1-minute still struggling a little bit. You see that?
Does forming mean? 1 minute can open and close, open and close. What's a form mean after X amount of close? After X amount of candle?
I wait till the candle looks right. All the candles,
right or ripe?
Right. They look right. So for example, look at this 5-minute. We were stalling here, right?
Yep.
But these all look right because again, we had those wicks pumping up and we were balancing out. Then we ended up pumping. Right now, even though you might have a candle that goes up like this, like I said, dude, never play the breakout. You're always gonna get faked out on the breakout.
Do you know how many people play the breakout? Rookie traders, new traders, because it looks like it's gonna be the play. But yeah, go ahead.
It's not the play. Mm-hmm. But so we have one area right here. Okay. If we break through this area, that could be a short opportunity. For example, we break below this 4-hour, could fill this imbalance all the way into this area. So these are the main 3 areas I'd be looking at right now. Here. Okay.
So he says here 60, the 60, 16060 area and the 16054 area.
And then, if we might, so there are a couple scenarios I'd be looking at. especially the market was more volatile. So one scenario would be we do break this area, we come back, retest, and then pull through down here, or we break this area, pull through. We could just pull through this area pretty fast because on a 5 minute, take a look, there's not really anything that's going to stop us from moving to the downside. And you've seen how crazy the market's been acting past couple of weeks. So I wouldn't be surprised if we just dumped, you know, but we gotta find the right place. So for me right now, still price is still chilling.
So you're not talking yourself into anything right now, but you're definitely have a plan. This is your plan. This is you, quarterback underneath the center, looking at the defense and saying, well, this is what I'm thinking, but things are starting to shift. Maybe we should shift and call an audible. I'm not saying you're calling an audible, but you're just reading the situation in a way that you're letting the market come to you. That's how I'm reading this. Is that what you're kind of saying here? With the different, yeah.
And I'll take a trade, you know, once I see it. But right now I don't see it just yet. But for example, take a look at this, right? Let's say I go long right now, okay? This is the way I look at it. The long doesn't make sense just yet, but let's say I were to go into long right now. This is what I tell myself, okay, let's say I would get an average entry maybe around this area. You know, let's say I got an entry around this area. Oh, that's a 15 tick stop. Oh, okay, I'll break that. I'll take that. That's 15 ticks. That's not gonna hurt me. You know, if it stops me out, I'll find another trade. Okay, cool. That's a key area right there. Okay. Now let's say I want to play the short. Now the short doesn't make sense because again, we have this whole wick demand zone here. You know, so if I were to play the short, you know, I probably get stopped out on that.
So right now, I know it's only like it was trading 60s, and you were looking at the 60s down here, and now it popped off of it very, very early.
I would enter.
You'd enter for what?
Once we break above this level, I would enter longs.
Oh, above that level, which would have been 64, 65.
Yeah, enter the trade, hold the trade, break the high. And all
right, and as you're seeing it is rallying back up to the 70s. It's on our highs of the day again. So that level right there would have, geez, there's a rip higher, there's a stop higher, there's a wick. So that's a stop. Those are stop runs, in my opinion.
I would keep my stop down here. I think it has the opportunity to keep going. And if it comes down, it comes down. You know what I mean? You get stopped at 20 ticks, but that's kind of my trade I do for the day. Obviously, I would like more volatility, more strength to continue this move to the upside. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's why I trade at 640. You know, a lot of times you don't have enough action to just keep this price moving, you know, but people like slower. Some people like slower markets. You know what I mean? The reason I like fast markets is because the move happens so fast. I'm able to react pretty fast. So now the goal here is to retest this high into, again, retest the high into a pump higher now, right? That'd be my goal right now is I want to retest this high. I move my stop loss up into profit at this point. Maybe around this area. If it stops me out, I don't lose anything, especially because I'm trading heavy, you know? So that would kind of be my idea. That'd be a breaker structure. And this would be my stop somewhere around this area. Or at this point, we went to break even. If it's this slow of a market, if it's a fast market, I leave it and let it go. 50 ticks is going to rip just like that. You know what I mean? So.
Okay, so where would your stop have been again on the 60, entering the 64? So bounced off that 60 level, bounced off. You said you would have entered the 64s on that white on that line. Yeah, right. Right there.
Yeah, the structure here.
Yeah,
with broke structure, you enter that trade. You know
okay, broke structure. That's BOS, right?
Yeah, BOS.
Okay.
Once you break structure, you enter the trade. You let the trade ride. You know,
got it.
You keep moving your stop loss as we go up and up. So, I still think this has potential to the upside. You know, we'll see what happens right now.
So where would your stop be right now if you were still long?
I'll probably enter a trade right now. So check it out.
All right, I just put 3 on. I'm going with you.
You're going in the longs right now?
I'm long 67s.
Okay. I'm gonna wait a little more.
God bless you. You know what? I'm doing this for tradertainment because I got one of our big traders, live traders on here.
There you go.
Yeah, and he's saying what he's doing, and I'm putting on that.
I got you. There you go. You hear that order fill, guy? 15 pounds on. Okay. I trust it. I think it's gonna keep pumping. I think it has moved to the upside. If I get stopped out, that's okay. We gotta let this keep going. I think it might ride all day. You know.
Okay, so while Danny's telling us about this trade, I got 10 on right now. and I'm going to handle this or hold this until my stop loss is around $3,000. But I'm going to see what this is Danny's position. Switch to mine, guys. I'm long with him right now. 10 cars, Danny, not cons. 10 cars, and I'm going to hold this position with you.
You're in 10 cons.
10 cons right now. Yep, down here you can see it right here. 10 lots right now on the 69s. Yeah, high of the day. Could call it psychopath trading, but I'm going with my buddy Danny, and I heard him talk his trade out. I like it. I'm going to see if this is going to play out. I'm willing.
Down at 58. Okay.
Stop down at 58. Where's my target?
Yeah, your target. You don't have a target. You have a 50 tick target first. Once you hit 50 ticks, move it to break even. 1-to-1 risk to reward. What was your entry?
It's 69s now. I averaged in.
Oh, you got more?
Yeah. I put 2 on, then 3 on, and then I'm doing this for tradertainment purposes because I like to trade with you, Danny. I'm risking $3,000 on this regardless, and I'll take 3,000 out of this if it rips.
$3,000, then cool. Okay.
3. Well, I'm doing a 1-to-1 on your trade on the high side.
Like if you want to have a 50 tick stop loss, go ahead and have a 50 tick stop loss, right?
I'm 1-to-1 right now, man. I got no Ferraris on the Christmas list right now.
Stop loss, 50 tick win. We already follow our plan. You know, the goal would have been to enter down here.
Yeah.
You know, unfortunately, we missed it. Who cares? We're in this trade right now. I'm currently up $900 right now, 15 cons. You know, so we'll see. You know, let it rip. They say let it rip. You know.
Well, they say rip it and tick it. No, they don't. I've never heard anybody say that. But hey. Okay, so we have mine's a $3,000 loss limit on this one. I'm long 10. I'm going with you on this one. But while we're having this position on, because there's really nothing we can do unless information changes, I want you to tell me this. But really quickly, we have your Instagram up here. We have everything up here. You have 164,000 followers. You're fun to watch. You trade size. You're crazy with stuff. You're a great family man. You got a great story. What other influencers, and your futures trading influencers, do you like? And then I'm going to ask you another question of which other ones would you like to go head to head on? I just want to understand who you like in the space. I know there are some ones that you liked that you came out with in Vegas when we did the trader meetup. Kind of getting an idea of who you like out there helps us understand, this is who he hangs out with, so to speak.
I like Isaac Suffering. You know, you guys got him on your team, man.
He's definitely a partner of ours and he crushes it. He has a great community too. Yeah, Isaac is badass.
I like Isaac a lot, man. I relate with him in a lot of aspects of kind of the training circle, so yeah. He's a cool guy.
Guys, throw Isaac's Instagram or whatever, his YouTube in here too, so everybody get an idea.
Who else do I like? I don't really pay attention to a lot of players, I'm gonna be honest with you.
That's going to be my other question. Like, how much of these people do you follow or watch or whatever?
But I don't really pay attention to them. Look at that pump, man.
It's going, but we need to take the top off the defense, as Randy Moss always said.
Hey, we gotta let them play this ride.
Okay, who would you want to go head to head with? If you wanted to take on another influence, you're like, man, I don't know. I think whatever. And it's nothing personal. It's like you're a boxer. Who would you want to be in the ring with? That's a better question.
I would want to be in the ring with Patrick.
Patrick Whelan?
Patrick, yeah.
If I could put a war on the shore together, Patrick, this is just you guys are big guys in the space. It'd be fun to have you on here with fast markets. I would moderate, so nobody's taking anything personal. But if I could put this fight together, and it's not really a fight, if I could be the Don King of this one, that would be fun for me.
Man, I've been boxing since I was 15.
Well, how about this? Nobody's doing low blows on my head-to-head in the ring with Dannytrades and PW. I don't know if he's down with it or not. We'll ask him. He's a buddy. He's a cool cat. We'll see what he says.
I saw his live. He keeps saying he wants to box people.
Oh, then you want to box him as well?
He wants to box people. So he wants to.
Oh man, if we could do a cage match or a boxing match and a head-to-head trading.
I was 3-0. So
all right. Well, let's let my team figure out what we can do. Hey, thanks. This is the bell was ringing. This is 11 o'clock hour, and we are going to we're going to cut out. But Danny, I'm going to keep this long on.
Let me show you a video very quick. Let me show you a video.
Yeah. Bring it to your screen real quick.
We got the.
Oh, hold on. Put it right there.
Woo.
That's you.
Yes, sir.
Oh, look at how quick you are.
Yes, sir.
I would get my ass kicked by you.
All right. All right, man.
All right, my friend.
I
like how you talk about the markets. I like this position, how you talked it out. It is a quiet day, but let's play ball, and we'll see if we can get you. I want to get you on here for fast markets in general. When I do fast markets,
I like to live trade. You know, every time you guys do live trading here, maybe pick up some faster, more volatile type of. Hey, let the trade run. Make your money, then walk away. All right.
Done and done, my friend. All right. Thanks for coming on. Thanks for being a power player. And trade well, my friend.
You too, man. Thank you.
What's up, Eddie?
All right. Well, you got. Oh, hey, good morning. So we've got a cage match, trading match. We're gonna have like a sports Top Step TV sports trading channel.
I mean, Patrick's on a boat right now, fishing, and he needs to get a phone call and say, "Hey, Patrick, you down? You down with this?" But either way, these guys trade at Topstep. So in general, this is just good trading camaraderie. You remember this, Eddie Gish in the trading pit,
yes.
Gleason, guys like that. These guys were big traders, and every now and then you do a little like. You know, how you doing? You know, kind of
the robot voice on Eddie. Eddie, you want to?
We do? Okay, I'm out. We'll come back here.
Always a pleasure.
Eddie, Mike is an echo. Okay, Eddie. All right, but the point I was talking with Eddie about. Oh, okay. So the point I was talking about is just traders that trade with Topstep. Nobody should ever take anything personally. Just everybody have some fun trading. But it is fun to see these heavy hitters in the space, kind of how they're trading and where they're going with it. Danny's trade, it's ripping higher. So far, I am. I'm going to take a few of them off. Even if Danny is correct, I'll take the 2200. I'm up, and I'm long 4. Keep this one on. He said keep it on, so I'm going to keep it on. Still repping higher. So, Danny, thanks for the position. Thanks for the up on the day so far. I'm going to keep this 4 lot on, keep it a runner. Going to put it down here as a break even. And if it pulls back, it pulls back. Danny's trades. Thanks for that position. Hopefully you're still in it. Other than that, Jack, what do we got? We got rolling out of here?
Well, we have a quick announcement. I was hoping, because you have such a good job of these sorts of things, to have Eddie do it. But let me see if he's locked out still.
All I know is they just texted me and they said they can't fix the water thing. I don't know.
Well, that is a conundrum. Okay, so I'll go ahead and read this now instead. So at 12:45 p.m. Central, we're sending out 400 active traders from our wait list early access to TopstepX, including 1 free month in the trading combine. We're going to be sending out invitations all week, and I hear it's going to get smoky in here at some point this week.
Oh, 100% it is.
So you're going to want to stick around.
100% it is.
Yeah.
All right,
So
I'm taking this when I get off. I'm taking this position off, and I'm going to thank Danny for getting me in a long position. I already get those that didn't know. I got myself out of the hole earlier. I was down 1,000 when I was talking to Danny. You guys saw the top of my screen. I was back to scratch. So now I am grateful for a trading buddy that had talked me through a trade. Guys, talked me through a trade. I could decide if I wanted to take that trade or not, and his reasoning for it, quiet market, never sell a quiet market, stuff like that. I don't know. I liked it, so I took it, and I knew the risk.
Looks like you're up about 2,500. Good show.
Good show.
Right. There we go. Have we mentioned what's going on at 12:45 today?
Yes, unfortunately, Eddie, I had to step in and read the copy, but It would have been so much better had you done it.
Technology.
We're also going to show during the break after the quiz the names, the 400 names of the people. So that should be fun. Maybe you'll see your name there, but either way, you'll get an email at 12:45 Central. So, Eddie, you want to kick us over to a break right now, and then we'll do the quiz?
Right. We got the top quiz coming up with Jack, and we got Bonnie coming up.
We should.
Okay, well, we're going to take a break here. We'll be right back. Don't forget about coming up at right after that. We do have JD and myself. We're going to be doing an AMA for group coaching, so don't go away.
Before we cut out, I'm getting out of this position, and I'm going to take my skis, and I'm going to go skiing. And I might be canceling some meetings. Some people at Topstep that are listening, I might be canceling some meetings because it's day one of my ski season. I'm starting day one of my ski season up $2,400. Close enough to 3,000. I'll take it.
Take some videos for us, would you?
I'll do that too. Yeah, that'd be fun. Cool. All right, I'm gonna go skiing. See you guys.
We'll be right back.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Top Quiz for Monday, November 27th, 2023. I'm Jack, joined by Bonnie. Bonnie, how was the break?
It was awesome. I wish it was longer. How was your break?
Same here. It was good. I've been feeling a little bit ill the last couple of days, but this will be like my Jordan flu game of quiz. So if this is your first time, welcome to that. Here's how the quiz works. Go click that link that goes to Kahoot, or go to kahoot.it and put in that game pin. All right. There'll be 4 multiple choice questions. If you get 3 right or 4 right, you'll be entered into a random drawing. I will draw 20 people to give free resets, and you'll get an email about that later. Remember to answer the questions on your device, because that's where they'll pop up. There's a 6-second delay from YouTube to your tube, if that makes sense. Okay. Bonnie, nobody's gone perfect yet, but that could change today. How are you feeling about it?
You know, today might be the day for me. We'll see.
All right.
I'm confident.
Okay. All the questions today, I think were mentioned on the show today. So that's what they have to do with trading. So let's see what you got. In the meantime, we have over 1,000 people in here, so it's time to start. Turkey, J-Trades, Ali. And remember to only enter once, people. Found a few of you along the way that have been very bad traders. Okay, you ready?
I'm ready.
3, 2, 1. Let's start. With the long intro. All right, question number 1. The CME live cattle futures contract, LE, represents how many pounds of cattle? Is one future equal to 20,000 pounds, 40,000 pounds, 60,000 pounds, or 100,000 pounds?
Would it be 100,000 pounds?
Well, that would be a lot of cattle. In fact, it would be, if I'm doing the math right, 2.5 contracts. 40,000 is the correct answer for the LE futures. So, yeah, still a lot of cattle, but I know you'll turn this around here.
I was going to say 40,000 is kind of random. That's why I went with 100,000.
Yeah, it must be. I'd have to look into the history of that. I believe pork bellies is 20,000 pounds. Well, one person who knew is Stinky Money, MP Trading, and Hoop There I Am also on the board here. All right, let's go to question number 2. What is the southernmost country on planet Earth? Is it Chile, Argentina, Australia, or New Zealand?
Oh no, I'm not good at geography. Would it be Australia?
Oh, ever so close. The answer is Chile.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. Lovely place. I've actually been down there to Punta Arena. It is very far south. Okay. Still time to turn it around here. Let's see the bragging board for now. Stinky Money is gone. Maker Mike, Black Swan, Fezzik are up there. Okay. 2 more questions. I think one of them at least is right up your alley.
Please. I'm hoping.
In what year was Topstep founded? Was it 2005, 2010, 2015, or 2020?
2010.
Yeah, usually you want to wait until there's 6 seconds left with the delay, but you're welcome to everyone out there for Bonnie giving indeed the correct answer, which is 2010. So, Bonnie, you're a hero over there. And I'm going off of what MP said today for 2010. I didn't want to confuse people, but I'll have to look into it. All right. Let's see the bragging board here. My friend Nazquack is back up there. All right. You ready for the final question?
Yes.
Okay. Final question. A Long December is a 1996 song released by what band? The Wallflowers, Radiohead, Jimmy Eat World, or Counting Crows?
Oh man. I have no idea. The Wallflowers. This was before my time.
Well, it's not before my time. The answer is Counting Crows, and this was mentioned. This was mentioned earlier on the broadcast.
Yeah.
I don't really. I don't have strong feelings, pro or con, about Counting Crows. They just kind of exist. Let's see who made it to the podium here. Remember, this is just for bragging rights. I'll randomly, GC is better. I'm going to randomly choose among people that got 3 or 4 right. Fezzik, and the most points today went to Black Swan. What a lovely thing. Trader Tan and Kaka Prost, 4th and 5th. Bonnie, thanks so much for playing today. It was great to see you. I hope you have a wonderful week, and hopefully we'll get a perfect score next time. In the meantime, James, I think I'm going to kick it over to Eddie real quick. What's up, Eddie?
Kick it over to me. Over to me. Yes, once again here. We've got, I think JD's going to join us here, but just another reminder, 12:45 today, in about a half an hour, we're sending 400 active traders from our wait list. Yes, if you're on that wait list, early access to TopstepX. That's including one free month of the trading combine. We're going to be sending out invitations all week long. So watch for it. And what I hear is at some point it's going to get smoky in here. And when it gets smoky, I think most of us know what that means. But at some point, you're going to want to stay tuned for TopstepTV. So I do believe we're going to be having the names, too. We're going to be posting names. We'll see what happens. But 400 more traders will be getting that call up for our early access on TopstepX.
And I think what we're going to do, Eddie, is we're going to take a little break now. Group coaching is up next. Eddie and JD are going to take your questions from the chat, so be sure to put them in there. But we're going to take a quick coffee break, and while we do, we're going to have a scroll with the names of the people that'll be getting the email for TopstepX.
Oh, we got that already. Okay.
I believe that we do. I haven't heard James yelling at me. We'll see.
James
what happens.
doesn't yell.
We're going to find out.
We're going to find out. That's for sure. So we'll be back in 2-3 minutes with group coaching. In the meantime, take a look for your name.
All right, cool. Be right back. All right. We're back.
Hey.
JD is back. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Oh, wait a minute. We did that already. That was this morning. JD, how you doing? How was your day so far?
Pretty good. Didn't get to do any trading today, but did a lot of watching. It gets a little busy working production in the background, but I watched the markets all day. Never really felt comfortable putting anything on with the amount of work I was doing. So
Yeah, same here. Well, what we're going to do here is for group coaching, we're going to sort of do an AMA. If you've got any questions, we got Dolby Time going to join us. So we've got JD, myself, and D Time going to be answering questions. So if you got any questions, anything you'd like to know, reasonably,
we'll answer anything. What are you talking about?
Well, okay, JD will answer anything except for, I don't know, I'm not going to speak for Nick, but anything. So put your questions into the Top Step Trader chat, and we'll see what happens here. So what have we got going on here? Let's see, get some questions here. I got to get up to par here. Once again, thank you, Michelle, for maintaining and monitoring our chat, and tea time. Nick was doing that also, so good stuff. So
yeah, Michelle just got in the mix about a week ago, and she's been doing an excellent job in the chat.
Beautiful. Here we go. Mark Simpson's got a question. How do you tell the difference between a reversal and a pullback?
Well, I think a pullback typically ends up happening in a trending market, and you're trying to wait for the pullback to get into an entry that continues with the trend. Whereas I feel like a reversal is like a reversal of the entire overall trend itself. That's how I see it, at least.
I would see a reversal as a percentage off the high. If a reversal lower would be a percentage off the high of the trend. That's how I would.
Okay. All right. Next
tell if
question.
something was a reversal.
What's considered essential reading in the morning, would you say? Now, as far as reading, Ben, you're talking about like news-wise. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Essential reading in the morning. For me is one, what I do is I'll go over the news, just check out what's most important in what I think is that I share with the community for opening call. And, usually John or JD will come in with what they think is important as far as economic, stocks, what the market's doing. So that's my call on that one. Hopefully I answered that correctly. You guys want to add anything on that? What's your essential reading?
I'm not too far off from that. I use social media strictly for professional purposes. Like I'm not friends with like my buddies on Twitter and whatnot, Right. So I'll sit there and I'll just scroll through the news, clicking on any headline that kind of catches my attention. It's all market based or geopolitical. That's what I use social media for. If you're
good for that,
yeah, and that's my go-to. It has been for a couple of years. I'm still kind of upset that they got rid of the tweet deck. That was one of my favorite desktop tools.
Yeah, I could add, I think maybe your trading journal. If you do keep a trading journal, maybe review that one in the morning. You can kind of go back and see, what did I do right? What did I do wrong? Or what's like the one thing I want to work on today? So, having that journal can help you and, block out some time and just review it. It helps.
Good answer. Hey, I just want to take a few steps backwards, mentioning about that 1245. Now, you did see the scrolling of all the names, and we were sort of watching that. And when the name Michael came up, there was probably about 20 Michaels. But here's the kicker. At 1245, if you think your name was on there, check your email, because that's when we're going to send out the emails for the instructions. Okay, we're going to send those emails out for those that have been accepted for the TopstepX. So just to set that straight. Next question from Blue Gator. Question for the coaches. When did you start seriously seeing profit from your trading? Do you notice anything different about how you perceive the market?
Let's see. When I was doing really well, I think the things that I noticed was that my discipline was really, really high. So I had like a morning meditation and an evening meditation that I would do, and that really helped me stay focused. And then I also noticed that my relationship to the markets, as far as winning and losing, really, I don't want to say I stopped caring, but I kind of did stop caring, and that helps a lot. But it's a very, very fine line that you have to walk, I think, as a trader between, how passionate do you want to be about your positions, and the answer, at least in my mind, is that not really. You don't really want to marry your positions. If it wins, great. If it loses, great. But I found that when I was doing really well, I was kind of in that sweet spot where everything was okay, no matter what happened. And then you start winning and it feels good, but then you can't, then you can't enjoy it. At least not too much.
And I think the best time when I realized it was when my confidence was much better than it was before. I mean, when you first start trading and you're really not getting a grasp, you're not getting traction, you're spinning your wheels. There's a big question mark there. And once I started to see at least small profits, or even scratch days, or even my decision to cut a bad day early, having bad trades, I was building my confidence. And I think that was a big importance of, when you start moving forward, is you're not questioning yourself too much. You're not putting blocks in front of yourself. You're committing to a trade and you're following through. And that's when I thought that money was being made. I was seeing better profits. How about you, JD?
Yeah, sure. So when I started, things were a little different for me when I started. We were on the trading floor. Screen trading had just really started becoming a thing. We were scalping the pit off the screen. There was an easy arbitrage trade there, and it was good for years. It wasn't until a few years later when I moved off the floor that I really kind of got that punch in the nose. Reality came for me, I think the first year that I traded props strictly on the screen, I know Michael likes to talk about his $30,000 accounts, but I think I lost close to double that my first year trading prop. It wasn't my money. It belonged to the firm. But I had a horrible first year trading on the screen by myself in a little room with two other guys. It was horrible. And it's at that point you really kind of come to a crossroads and decide, is this am I capable of doing this? Can I do this? What do I need to do to get better at this? And you just start small. You have to rebuild the whole foundation of what you knew before, and just kind of switch gears, slow it down, scale back size, take it one trade at a time, step by step, small profits, add them up, small profits, add them up, keep going. Before long, you'll realize that we say things like you're not going to hit a home run on every trade, and that's absolutely correct. You got to play small ball when you're getting started. You got to build that account, you got to build your confidence, and that's a huge thing. So I would say the hardest part is just trying to stay consistent, keep a level head, don't get nuts, don't blow up your account because you're having a bad day or you're in a bad mood. Don't shoot from the hip. Be calculated in your entries and exits, be surgical in your entries and exits, and just keep it small and consistent for the first, I would say, at least a year.
Yeah. JD, you mentioned home runs, and if you're familiar with American baseball, those that hit the home runs strike out so much more than those that look for base hits. Okay. Percentage wise, and it makes a lot of sense that we can sort of put those two together and compare them because, those that we're looking for just base hits. Obviously they're scoring more runs. Obviously their averages are up. They're seeing better games. They're not going 0 for 5. They're going maybe 1 for 5, 2 for 5, or whatever. But that's what it's about. And when you first start trading, I was the same way. I'll give myself a year, I'll be a millionaire. Never happened. Okay, way off. So, I mean, that's what you got to do. You've got to sort of build. You got to build a safety net. You got to start with a foundation, right? You can't build a building without a foundation. Most traders are looking to start on the second floor before there's ever a foundation. But that's how you've got to work in. If you can't take the time to do that, you're never going to be successful. You've got to stop. You've got to slow things down, like they're saying, and you got to look for smaller profits. So good stuff. Good stuff. Let's see. Michael Bertrand is asking Deanna, is there a correlation or invert correlation with crude versus NASDAQ and ES? I don't know. Deanna's not here right now.
Probably say not really, just off the top of my head. You probably want to look for more correlations to like the dollar, like DXY, or maybe even gold. JD, do you trade any crude oil?
No, but I do remember Deanna saying just the other day, was it Wednesday of last week, that the dollar is directly correlated to, crude oil is directly correlated to the Canadian dollar.
Oh, the Canadian, yeah.
So if you're looking for a correlation between crude and something else, I would start with the Canadian dollar.
Yeah, watch the eco calendar. When they have a lot of that, you might see some movement. But that's up to you. That's up to you. Nick is asking, if you can only take one setup for the rest of your trading career, what is a tough one? What would it be? In other words, what do you consider your A-plus setup? See, I'm one to watch for trends. I'm one to watch for. I like to watch my support resistance levels. I'm always watching the dome to give me an idea who's winning the tug of war. As far as one setup, I can't honestly say that would take one setup, because more or less I like to adjust to what the market's doing. I'd fail if I could only take one, and that would be my answer.
I know Danielle did reach out to
Well, Linda Raschke did say you only need one good setup to make a living, right? But I agree with you, Eddie. It depends on the market environment, what's happening. Are we in a trending market, a ranging market? There's different types of setups for different types of markets. So just sticking to one trade is really putting yourself in a box. And I mean, yeah, it's good to have your bread and butter, your money maker, but it's not going to work every time, obviously, and it's not going to work in every type of environment. So it's always good to have a backup. I'll stick with that answer.
Okay.
I just got my 5-minute consolidation pattern that I like, and that's the one I brought to the dance, and that's the one I'll dance with on a desert island with as well. Myself.
It's like, Your Honor, I rest my case on everybody's different. Everybody, I mean, we're all looking at the same thing. We're all looking at the same movements, the same charts, if we are trading the same product. But we all interpret it differently, and we all, I've got an arsenal. I want to. It's like a gamer. Call of Duty. How many weapons do you have, and do you use that certain weapon all the time? No. You're usually diversing on the situation. So I mean, it really depends. Now that works for Nick. Nick likes what he works for, and more or less, he's looking for the market to set up where he can use that. Traders like me, it's like I like to try to see what works at the present time. If I've got an opportunity, this is where I'm going to get into the market. If there's not an opportunity, I might look for something else that might get me into the market, but never push it, never force a trade unless you see the right opportunity.
Yeah,
so good stuff.
This setup only appears probably like 1 to 3 times a day, and it takes probably a good 15-20 minutes to set up. So it's not like you're taking a ton of trades with this.
Okay.
Really not.
Let's see here. Vlad 420 is asking, does TopStep still offer a coupon for Jared Tendler? I don't know. Do we still offer that coupon for Jared?
He's going to be on Wednesday. That'd be a great question on Wednesday.
Yeah. Check back, Vlad, on Wednesday. We're going to have Jared, most likely.
I have.
Let's see here. Let's see. My screen just sort of jumped.
Here's a pre-market routine question from NL. I'm sorry if I skipped anybody.
Sarge.
Do you guys have a pre-market routine? Maybe meditation, workout, or yoga?
She might be open to it. I can always text her and ask.
You know, I basically, fall out of bed. What I like to do is, to wake my ass up is cold water. That's the first thing I do in the morning is just soak my head in cold water to wake my ass up. If I've got time, definitely a nice shower will get you set mentally, physically. And then, it's just a matter of process. Check out the news, filter through the news. What happened overnight? Take a look at my charts. Anything that sort of extreme happened overnight. Maybe we're looking for a day of correction. Maybe these markets need to correct themselves. But that's basically what I do. And then it's basically, okay, let's see what the market has to offer for today. So that's basically my setup. Nothing where I'm meditating or, of course I need my coffee. Does that count? I believe it does. But yes, you've got to get yourself comfortable. And one of the first things I ask myself is, how's my mindset? How's the focus? How are you thinking? Sometimes I'll answer myself like, oh my God, I got a headache, or I'm not thinking correctly, and I'll pass on the trades. You got to be smart about it.
Hey, what about you?
So my morning routine has gotten a little different in the last couple months just because I'm coming back in the office again. So I'm still kind of readjusting a little bit. I get up at the same time, but I'm doing different things now, if that makes sense to you.
You're an early bird.
Yeah, I'm up at 4:00 a.m. Central Time every day. And I used to, take the dog for a walk, ride the bike, do all the stuff before the trading day started, But now it's like I roll out about it at 4:00. I jump in the shower, take the dog for a quick walk. I walk to the train station. By this time, it's a little after 5 o'clock. I'm really woken up now. Then I sit on the train for a half hour, pull in downtown, walk to the Board of Trade building from there, come in, make myself a cup of coffee. Now it's around 6 o'clock. I read some news, take care of a few pre-production checklist items. It's a whole process. And then I start looking at the markets, what happened overnight. What do I think is going to happen throughout the course of the day? And that's sort of my routine. Prior to that, my routine was, I wouldn't say I'm the most super hyper disciplined person out there, but I would always try and get a small workout in, maybe do a little meditation before I started trading for the day. I used to love that 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. trade early in the morning. It was super one directional. Like you only needed to make one trade a day or catch one trade a day, or even just a couple a week. But things have sort of pivoted away from there. So now I'm in the process of trying to build a new routine. If anybody else out there is in the same boat I am, I'd love to hear about it.
I'm like, what did I do? I was a meditation guy. Like go for a walk, 15, 20 minute meditation, review the journal from the previous trading session, and then do any notes charting, and then do a meditation at night. And that was it. So maybe like 40 minutes, like the whole day. For me, it was more like a visualization. So it's not, I think some people maybe get kind of like weirded out by like meditation, but you can also treat it as like a visualization as well, where you're just like, envision something that you want to work on. So it could be like, I only want to lose, 3 trades today, and I'm going to stop after that. Well, you can kind of like prime your brain to accept that reality, because maybe you have a really bad problem with like over trading, and it's really been bothering you. So yeah, you can like spend 20 minutes before your trading session and think about that emotion and feeling, so that way when it does happen and you're forced to kind of combat the that discipline muscle a little bit, and you want to flex it, it makes things a little bit easier. And if you can stack a couple days together of some good visualization work, I think it can really help in getting yourself on the right track, being more disciplined. At least that's what I found. I think it takes about 2 weeks. If you can do it consistently for 2 weeks, you can get some really good results in your discipline.
Right. There's a lot of sacrifice. It's not going to happen overnight. And, you got to keep pushing. I mean, if you got the passion and desire, it's going to be a lot easier. But if you're considering and it's like, oh my God, not again, I got to do this. You know what? Then you've got to change your mindset. This is about passion, desire, and commitment. I mean, you can't commit to yourself, then you're going to be in trouble. But what's this? Hold on a second. We've got something coming over the wire right now. Kyle K is now up $9,100 in his live account. Thank you, Mick. Cool. It's that's going to work very nice. Very nice. So good stuff. Good stuff. Now remember also words from our good friend.
You must have the passion and desire in order to be a successful trader. And that is no stupid Jedi mind trick. It's called commitment to oneself.
Yes, commit to yourself. It's all about you. So, what else do we've got here?
There's some good questions so far.
Yeah. GP Sky. How would you structure your journal? Like date, time, direction, long, short, entry, target, stop, outcome, and finally, why you've taken the trade. Would you add something else?
Well, I could probably show mine actually, although my handwriting is really, really bad. This is what I did for today. Can you guys see it, kind of?
See if we can get a shot of just you here.
Real quick and see. Yeah.
There we go. Hold on a second. Let's see here. Yeah, basically you can see some chicken scratch.
Some chicken scratch, yeah. I mean, basically I'll just write either, because I do limit orders. So typically what I'll do is like I'll find a level and I'll do like a minus sign, an S or an L for long or short, and then the price. And then if the order gets filled, I'll make the minus a plus sign so the trade is like active. And then I just do a minus and plus system underneath the trade. So if I think something bad is happening in the trade, I'll do a minus. And if I think something good is happening, I'll do a plus. And then I'll just go back and then review the trade. Like, should I have held it? What would have happened? Should I have flattened it? Was it a good trade in general? Did it follow all of my, all my rules? And then I'll transfer some of that, the more like technical stuff, to an Excel spreadsheet and then just keep track of it there. So it's like part written, part spreadsheet. I also take pictures too of all the trades. I think that's really important.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So if you have like any screen cap software, there's a lot of built-in stuff. I was using Gadwin print screen, but you can use like Lightshot or even built-in apps. And I would just take a picture of the trade, like when I'm in it, because I think it's a little bit better to go back and review that than like the live chart, because you can kind of like see what like happened. So it's cheating in my mind. So I think it's a lot better to take the screenshot, because then you're kind of frozen in time, and it's like, well, maybe the trade did look good in that moment, but in hindsight, it didn't. So I think the screenshot system works pretty well.
I really like the idea of the screenshot system. I've never done that. Can I ask a follow-up question? Do you wait? Do you wait a certain amount of time after you're out of the trade before you take the screenshot, or do you just do?
You can do both. I mean, when I was like, really like, this is like really part of my routine. I had the print screen, the Gadwin print screen, because you could just like spam the print screen button and it would automatically save it to a folder. So I would just do that. So anything set up, if it was a setup that I liked, I would take a picture. If I was in the trade, I'd take a picture. If it was a pivotal moment that I felt, I would take a picture. And so I could take between 10 to 20 screenshots of a 3-day or a 3-trade trading session pretty easily. And then you can go back in time and then, look at the film per se. And you can also, live record yourself using OBS if you want to take those sessions too.
So do you have like hundreds of composition notebooks like the guy from Seven hanging around?
I do. Actually, I probably have like 7 to 10 of these guys all filled out. They probably go back to 2010, 2012, 2013.
Good to know.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
And what's funny is they all basically say the same thing. Almost all of them. I always go back to the exact same strategy. Like no matter what, it's always the same problems with discipline. So it's actually kind of funny and depressing because nothing's actually changed. But I'm hoping to fix that.
We got a comment here from Ryan regarding that question. I've been told main point of a journal is to categorize the type of trades you take so you can clarify which setups are profitable. Well, I mean, that's part of it. And the thing is, too, I don't journal as much as I should. But when I do, it's I'm not only journaling what the market's doing in my trades, I'm letting myself know, I'm checking up on myself. How is my focus? How confident was I with the trade? So I'm putting a lot of things in there, and usually the journals are they work for you. Now, there might be something where somebody says, yeah, this is my journal, this is what I look for. Use it as a launching pad. All right, something where you can start if you haven't been using a journal, and add, subtract, whatever that you feel is going to get you through the day and it's going to help you down the road. I mean, you might come through a situation where the setup or the market looks the same. And gosh, this happened 2 weeks ago. Let me take a look and see what I did and what the market did. And not to say that it's gonna give you a winning trade, but it's gonna help you understand what possibly needs to be done. So good stuff. Thanks, Ryan, on that. And I like the way JD asked about the learning from our very own. That's cool stuff.
Yeah, I can even add in a little bit more color to that. Like, if you don't have a trading mentor, you can use your journal as your mentor, but you have to make sure that you review the journal or else it's not going to work. Because like what I've found is that typically I'm like way harder on myself than what actually happened in reality. So you can use your journal to go back and be like, oh, actually, I'm not that bad of a trader. I was just off by this one little thing. And if you can like go back and slowly change things one at a time, you'll go from, we can use Tendler speak, he's going to be on Wednesday. You can go from your C game to your A game, and you can use your journal as a tool to help you do that. Because at least in my opinion, I think we tend to be a little bit harder on ourselves than what actually happens in trading. And so, use your journal to help ground yourself.
Right. It's only going to help you. It's only going to help you.
Yeah.
Hey, it is 12:47, and we did say at 12:45 we were going to release those emails. So check your email, and if you did see your name up on the board here earlier, just follow the instructions, follow the directions. Very, very easy for TopstepX. Have at it, and don't forget, the reason that we're sharing this with you is that you take a look at it, give us your comments, give us suggestions, let us know if you like it, let us know if you don't like it, and we appreciate that. So I don't know, any other questions? Any questions? How about this? JD, you got a question for our traders?
Actually, I just wanted to follow up on some more of the journaling topic.
Oh, certainly. I'm sort of just pushing it through.
Something that I never used to do that I learned from our good buddy, Mr. Hoagland, is to jot down how you're feeling sort of physically and emotionally before you put on a trade also. Like, when you were executing this trade, were you very nervous? Were you very confident? How did you feel emotionally? Physically, were your hands sweating? Were you shaking? What sort of state were you in when you put the trade on? And then mark how those trades finished out. Sometimes you might find that the trades that make you sweat a little more putting them on are actually the best trades that you make. So there's a lot of different things you can put in your journal to come back to, study later, and then figure out the best way to sort of fill them in with the trade setups.
Didn't we have a trading psychologist who talked about that? It was like emotional inventory. And he did a whole routine in the morning for his traders.
Was that Andrew Menaker that did that?
I think it was Menaker.
Yeah,
Dr.
I just can't remember. But yeah, I learned more about emotional intelligence starting to work. Since I've started working at Topstep, I've learned more about emotional intelligence and the role that it has on your trading. So it's definitely something to take in consideration also.
Yeah, really important.
Do we have, we've got a journal on our dashboard, don't we?
We actually do in the current dashboard. Yeah, it's kind of hidden, but if you go to your trading dashboard and then if you go to like the line where your like trading day is, just to the left in that column, there should be a little pencil that you click. You can actually add in your own journal into the trade. It's like, it's built in already.
Right. For each day,
cool.
you can add something and you read your trade report, and you see on the left hand side, your journal and what happened that day. So, not to say, I mean, it's very vanilla, if you want to put it that way, but it's best to do something where you've got a notebook like Dolby Time, and you're adding more and more each day.
Yeah,
it's going to help you out in the long run.
Well, it's cool too, because like if you're someone who should be taking like 1 to 3 trades a day, and you find yourself not being able to physically keep up with your trades by like handwriting them, you're probably trading too much. So it's a nice little indicator as well that you're on tilt if you can't keep up with writing down what you're doing.
Right. And let's see. Tell some Prince, coaches don't have access to see what we journal, do they? No. It's your own private journal. Nobody but you can see that unless you share it, like Dolby Time did. But otherwise, that's completely private to you and only you. Well, we did have, let's see here. I think that's going to be it for now, but some people are saying here's no email for me, no soup for you. Don't fret, because all week we're going to be doing this. All right. We're going to be releasing more invitations for TopstepX. So we just did a few today, and we'll get back to it the rest of the week. So don't fret. If you signed up, you're on our list. So keep that in mind. One thing I want to sort of pull out here is we had a poll that said, in 1 hour, will the S&Ps be higher or lower than 4560? Well, once again, it was sort of a 50-50. 51% said lower, 49 said higher. And where is our S&Ps right now?
4566.
Wow,
not too far off, just a little higher.
Oh, so higher. It's an update now. Okay, 7 minutes ago. All right, so the higher, walking away with the victory today. Lower, hope you didn't get stopped out. Let's do that. But otherwise, I appreciate those that had questions today for our session. Let's real quick, you guys don't leave yet. Tomorrow, be here early. Opening call once again with JD and myself. And right after that, we're going to have Fast Markets with Trades by Matt, one of our fan favorites. He's going to be with us tomorrow for the duration. We'll have MP Andre, Trades by Matt, and we'll see what they've got up their sleeve tomorrow. Also, Power Players, we've got, I think, Dolby, we're going to be doing something there. Top Quiz with Jack and Alyssa, and we'll have Coach Paul tomorrow for our group coaching at 12 o'clock. But otherwise, let's see here real quick. And I think that might be it. But any closing comments here, gentlemen, before we call it a day?
You guys want to talk about MP's final trade a little bit? I know.
By all means, let's do it.
Well, what ended up happening here?
So he and Dannytrades both got long around the, was it the 69 level? Does that sound right? In the NASDAQ?
Yeah, they got long 69 in the NASDAQ.
And I think MP had the perfect exit. He decided to go skiing. He dumped it, took a nice, close to a $3 profit. And I know some people in the chat were saying that they piggybacked that trade also. Just curious to see if anybody got out in time, because NASDAQ has since turned around, trading back down in the 50s. So if you held on too long, depending on where your stop is, you're taking some heat right now. So throw in the chat, where did everybody get out of that trade? Give us an explanation.
And
quiz is over.
Yeah, I also have some more information, but it's just flowing in. TopstepX, the Performance Center, it will have journaling. So that's something to look forward to. And remember, this TopstepX, it's not complete. If you're doing it, there's a lot that we're adding, and we're taking suggestions and from you, the trader. So this is a build that we're working on, and it's good. It's good to know that. So awesome. Any closing comments? Dolby time.
No, I hope everyone had a great long weekend. I know I did. Looking forward to getting back into the markets, and didn't have a great day today, but 2 losing trades, and I don't feel like placing another one, which to me is a win. So for some reason, maybe my discipline is finally caught up, but I don't have that need to put on a 3rd or 4th trade to try to get back to break even. I'm just gonna eat it, and I feel fine eating it. So I don't know. I don't know what the secret is. Maybe it was the tryptophan over the weekend.
There you go.
Also, when Deanna left us, she was in a short position at crude oil from 75.31. We'll have to follow up, make a note to follow up with her tomorrow. I'm sure she took a profit on that. It's since come back.
Probably got 1.5.
Yeah.
If I had to guess based off how she's trading. Great trader. It's also really fun seeing another crude oil trader trade who's kind of has like a higher profile because it's not the most popular market. But so I really enjoy watching her trade. It's good stuff.
Yeah, she has a great feel for the market, great analysis.
Yeah, I might need to sign up for one of her classes. I could use a little bit of that.
You know, one thing with you, T-Time, is you are always looking for education to make yourself better, and you know, take it as an example, folks. You know, Nick, you've worked very hard throughout the years to get where you're going, and you know, a lot of people look up to you, the way you trade and how you trade and the knowledge that you share, and I just want to say thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. I mean, I appreciate it. You know, definitely not a Dannytrades, not even an MP. I'm probably like a break even or worse trader, but I've experienced a lot, and thankfully I can recall most of my terrible experiences, so it's beneficial to share, you know, some of those stories. But I'm just like every other, you know, trader at Topstep. I am very much so the common person here, just trying to find their way in the markets and just have some good discipline and string together some winners, just like we all are.
Right. All right. Gentlemen, thank you for joining me today. And we'll catch JD. I'll catch you back here early tomorrow. Remember, traders, never give up, never surrender. That's if you got the discipline. That's if you got the commitment, passion, and desire. So this is TopstepTV. I'm Eddie Horn. JD, thank you very much. Nick, thank you very much. Everybody have a great evening. Be safe, stay healthy, and we'll see you here tomorrow.
No, that'll be all. Just be sure to lock the door behind you on your way out. Good night.